the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Tiki, quase Tiki, ei, oh, Tiki! E tem que torrar com a Tiki!
Welcome back, everybody, to MESA Nomadic Masters Spring 2025. It is the final day of the group stages. Losers exit the tournament. Winners progress to playoffs here in Ulaanbaatar. Gonna pause for a second here because I'm about to call myself my name and my co-host / analyst his name, but I'm unsure if you can see us right now. Just give it a sec. There we are. My name is Parla. I'm still your desk host, and I'm still joined by one of the brightest minds in CS, Professor. Prof, how you doing, brother?
Great. Good early morning. Good early Counter-Strike. Good early coffee, right, going on there. So, yeah.
Good early coffee going on there. I don't think anyone's ever said that before. It's a very bizarre
first
phrasing.
Words, first phrases, first insight, unique insight coming from these mouths.
Yeah.
These mouth, this one mouth that I have.
These mouth, yeah, whatever. I get what you're saying, Prof. How about we get everybody at home up to speed with what happened yesterday before we focus in on today. We have 2 more matches to go today to decide the final 2 teams going to playoffs. But yeah, for now, in case you missed it yesterday, let's talk a bit about what happened yesterday. Yeah. We can start things off by just giving a general overview. So Huns beat out Eruption, Eruption being one of the teams playing this morning. Saw fell to Chinggis.
Eruption beat out the Huns, right?
Eruption beat out the Huns. Apologies, guys. I've got my,
the Huns eliminated.
Yes, Huns eliminated. Sorry, yeah, of course, we've got Eruption coming now. Yeah, Eruption beat out Huns. Then we saw Chinggis overcome Saw. Heroic beat out JiJieHao and Baked versus Big. Beat out Big at the very end of the day.
Yeah, a bunch of good games. I think the Saw one was probably the most interesting one, most I would say exciting developing storyline, like something we didn't really necessarily expect. Saw going out so early in this tournament, definitely a disastrous result for the Portuguese organization.
They saw, they got conquered.
Hey.
Yeah.
I mean, I saw some of them at breakfast. I didn't want to say hi because, you know, it's one of those situations where you see a team going through a tough time, you're like, I'm not going to speak to them unless they speak to me. That's the energy. Yeah, they have a few extra days. Maybe they'll go like horse riding or something.
I would love to ride some horses, man.
Yeah.
We'll see if we maybe get it done today, tomorrow.
Yeah, I'd be down. I'd be interested.
Either way, yeah, definitely a time for reflection and looking what's next for Saw. Talking about the other 2 matches, Heroic strong performance over JiJieHao. JiJieHao still in the tournament, they'll be playing later. Heroic, though, through to playoffs. And then yesterday, very late last night, Baked overcoming Big. No, let me double check that, guys.
Big overcoming
Big overcoming Baked,
What's going on? Everything's backwards lens.
I've just put my arrows the wrong way, man. Thanks for saving me, Prof. That's why they call you Professor.
Yeah, I know my stuff sometimes.
Yeah.
But yeah, the big game was quite a one-sided one, maybe one of the more one-sided ones that we had so far, and kind of a surprise to me personally. Obviously, was leaning towards the Ukrainian boys to take that one. But
yeah, we sort of gave them the edge there, and I think fairly so. But we also had that question that if Big could rise to the occasion, start showing some of the form, start realizing some of the potential, it could be tighter. And it wasn't just tighter, just Big did a great job and they took it away. Yeah,
I think they just kind of got the momentum early, just started rolling. I think Mirage was the key one because, you know, had like I think a 6-0, 7-0 start or something. Bait kind of got into it, then Big won the pistol and it was pretty much GG, right? So then you steal away the map pick that Bait have been super comfortable on, have been picking all the time online, been really good on Mirage. I think that really just sets you up for victory, and I probably rattled the young team of Bait, right? They're just like 20 years of age on average. When things go bad, I guess they go pretty bad. I know they're kind of getting tilted. We saw on the player cams and stuff like that. So a time for reset, and then potentially for them to go into today against JiJieHao as a renewed team, because it would be definitely. It would be not a disaster, but it would be sad for them to miss out on getting some arena experience as well, which would be...
That's sort of what they're gunning for here. They're definitely a team in contention, but I think when we heard from Headtrick, when we heard from NPL, that yeah, they're really focused on getting in that arena so they can get more of that LAN, more of that arena experience specifically.
Yeah, here we go. This is we see already 5-0 start here.
Let's go, John.
Another round that's gonna go Big's way from a 3v3. So it's not like, you know, Bait didn't have any chances, but as it developed in the late round, it panned out really well for the Big side.
Absolutely. Yeah, we've got these replays up on screen now of that match last night. Yeah. But as soon as those are off the screen, we can sort of start breaking down our first match of the day. Or perhaps, Prof, we can start doing that now, because at least when I was looking at the time before, it looked like we were quite close to being live, and we can see our players behind us.
In the seat seems like it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, thank you. All right, so everybody, up next, Chinggis Warriors versus Eruption. Another battle for the step. Two Mongolian teams squaring off against each other. Prof, any initial thoughts going into this matchup?
I mean, first, obviously, deciding who's going to go to the playoffs, who's going to play in front of the home crowd, which is going to be like a big privilege. These two teams play each other quite often. They played each other 2 times in the last month, and most importantly, Chinggis Warriors won the last encounter, which decided who's going for the major. So that's very big. And this map right now is starting early. You know why?
Sorry?
You know why this?
Oh, yes. Something to do with the visas on one of the teams.
Because Chinggis Warriors was like, hey, guys.
The American visas, yeah, of course.
Hey, remember that tournament we beat you in to qualify for the major? We are going to this major. Once again, just in case you missed it, we're going to the major, so we need to do visas. So can we play like 1 hour earlier?
Yeah, that's...
So Robson's like, yeah, no problem, guys. Please enjoy America. It's gonna be great.
Yeah, low-key a big flex.
Yeah.
As you just highlighted, both of these teams have extensive experience playing each other. Chinggis, of course, sort of having the biggest result, most important result recently. But that doesn't mean that in this moment, Eruption can't rise to the occasion.
No, for sure. And I mean, even if you look at over this last like 3 months, they played 5 times, and Eruption got 3 wins, 2 losses, right? So in the big grand scheme of things, they have the upper hand in the head-to-head, even though it's very close. But the last and the biggest win was this one for Chinggis Warriors in the grand final of the qualifier for the major. So that's definitely giving them some moral boost, I think.
We referenced a certain conversation before in one of our Mongolian versus Mongolian matchups, which was we were speaking to Machine Gun, legendary Mongolian player, in the green room backstage, and in that matchup, I can't remember exactly which one it was, but he said 50-50. Mongolian teams 50-50. I think that's sort of a fair assessment to take here as well. Hard to really put either of these teams ahead of each other. If we want to talk about... what's the best way of putting this? It kind of goes back to what you were talking about with Chinggis making it to the major, Eruption missing out. Maybe that gives Eruption some extra motivation, looking for retribution and revenge.
Yeah, for sure.
And of course, maybe encourages Chinggis to repeat and show, yeah, we definitely deserve to be going to the major, and we deserve to be going to the playoffs here.
Yeah, I think Eruption have a lot to prove. Like their run here has been pretty cool, pretty stellar. Like yesterday's games have been pretty impressive. So
yeah, I mean, beating out the Huns 2-1.
Yeah,
and in their first match of the tournament, it was a closely fought affair versus Big, so they're certainly not in bad form. Talking form, we have the ratings up on screen. Score, not necessarily sporting the biggest rating, but he's had some big impact. Magnums we've spoken about with regards to that Deagle. They make, talking about that, they make some crazy rounds happen that you don't really think should pan out their way, but yeah, we've seen them do exactly that.
I think that's kind of what I think we spoke with Ariuko about the YOLO plays, everyone kind of doing YOLO plays, and I feel like when a Mongolian team is playing a European team, I think there's like more respect, and both teams are trying to play like more proper, you know, safer Counter-Strike. But when it comes to a domestic matchup, I feel like it devolves into chaos. Loose. Yeah, it's like, this guy's making a YOLO play, kind of disrespecting me here, so I'm gonna disrespect him on the other side, and that's why some of these rounds do become very entertaining, even though sometimes hard to like understand or quantify, and it does come down to like some Mongolian Deagles hitting the headshots at the right time.
You know my favorite type of Deagle?
The Mongolian Deagle.
There we go.
Yeah. First, after the Nico Deagle, that's my second favorite. So,
I mean, fair play.
Yeah,
fair play.
There is also one part that is interesting. I was looking back at these matchups, and you know, Eruption kind of has the upper hand. But the thing that changed for the last matchup is the veto, actually, with Chinggis Warriors deciding to ban Anubis, and that kind of shifted the situation. Before that, I think they were banning Dust 2. And essentially in this last game, it was a 3-mapper, lost Mirage, but then 1 Dust 2 and 1 Nuke to close out the series. One thing that is not great for them is that their opponent's Eruption permaban Inferno, and yeah, that's going to happen.
As you're talking about this, Prof, we've got the map veto up on screen, and we are going to be playing Nuke, Ancient, and the Decider. If we get there, will be Marage.
Yeah, so no Dust 2 around this time, and a straight-up pick of Nuke from the Chinggis Warriors side, which is, I think, a really good map for them, and they have been, I mean, they played against SAW, they probably should have won that, and they seem to be pretty comfortable on it. They played against Heroic, so, but the interesting thing is that maybe going to play with them a bit? Oh, we played against these top teams, and this is how they play, and we can play a certain style against them, and maybe it's going to be a different situation here against the domestic opposition that, you know, there's a lot of mind games always going on in these rounds where you know, might come off of completely something random that no one can notice. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that, and overall, I just wanted to mention once again, I just think Chinggis Warriors Inferno is just so good. I think it looked so good yesterday against SAW that I would like to see them play it a bit more. Obviously, not going to be in this matchup, but potentially if they make the playoffs against some of the European teams that are waiting there.
Yeah. Map stats up on screen for everybody at home if you're interested in delving a little deep, but I think Prof has set the scene very well, and we sort of know what to expect from this matchup. Regardless of map veto, you know, this is going to be closely fought. I'd be very surprised if we saw this go 2-0 in either direction. It can certainly happen, but I think everybody at home should expect electric Counter-Strike, back and forth, and absolute chaos, which could prove and should prove to be very entertaining.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I was watching Score warm up here a bit. He was doing some like jumping jacks.
You want to go to the scoreboard?
Oh, I know. I don't want to go to the scoreboard quite yet. You know why? Because the game didn't start.
There's no scoreboard.
But after the game, we can go to the scoreboard. Okay, Paula? We'll get you the scoreboard.
If anyone in the audience gets the reference, respect, because you've been tapped in and watching the show.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he seems pretty locked in. He says he's not even playing his best. He says
it was great to hear from Score. Sorry to jump in there, but it absolutely what you were about to reference. Score's been playing pretty solidly. But when we were speaking to him in a post-match interview, he remarked on the fact like, no, I'm not playing to my level. I've got more to give.
Yeah, I mean, people are kind of excited about him. I was reading the internet chatter. People are like, yeah, maybe he could be back in Mongols one day. You know, apparently there are some like interpersonal issues that were the only reason why he's not there, because his removal was kind of a surprise, right, when that happened. So maybe there is a road back to the top tier for him.
Yeah, potentially. Maybe a matchup like this could help push a decision if that is a direction that Mongols would like to take. But forget the Mongols for now. We can think about them on Saturday when our show match is.
Sunday show match.
Yeah, Sunday show match. Everybody at home, if you weren't aware, we have a show match going on. It's Mongols versus Mongols. So the current Mongols players that have been and gone, that's going to be super entertaining.
Yeah, obviously that's going to be like a kind of a one. I'm not gonna say once in a lifetime, but potentially once in a, who knows how many times something like this can happen. A great opportunity for the fans to see, the best team in the country, and then the previously best team in the country that kind of set the foundation for Mongolian Counter-Strike in the early CSGO days.
Yeah, absolutely. That being said, though, the Mongolians that we need to focus on right now are Chinggis and Eruption. If you look over our shoulders, they look like they are ready to go. Prof, thank you, as always, for your thoughts. Everybody at home, up next, yeah, we've got Chinggis versus Eruption, and the winners of this best of three will book themselves a spot in the playoffs. For now, though, let's head on over to our casters, Dinko and Blair.
Hello. Oh, welcome back to the MESA Nomadic Masters 2025.
Well, there we go.
We're getting into it. Start of the day. Chinggis Warriors versus Eruption Blood. It's an exciting one coming into this game. I'm looking forward to it. I think for this matchup in particular, I think it's just so difficult to call which direction we're going in, because Chinggis Warriors yesterday, just one player in particular really stands out to me, and it's Coolast. Whereas I feel like for the side of Eruption, it's been, sure, Score's been a standout, but I think there has been more of a team effort.
Yeah, I agree with you. I would also bring up Ifar in the conversation, right? I think he was just popping off yesterday for the side of Chinggis Warriors, and I will echo your sentiments. I feel, looking at the map of Inferno we saw yesterday from Chinggis Warriors, man, that's probably the best CS we've seen from any of the Mongolian teams thus far in the Nomadic Masters, and I think they really impressed me as well. But heading into a domestic derby, as we saw yesterday, we saw Hans going up against Eruption, we saw Score dispatching of his rivals. It was messy, it was ugly, it was chaotic, however, it was super exciting.
Yeah, definitely super exciting. We've only got 5 players in the server at the moment, but they're joining up, and we should be able to get this game going soon. Eventually, when it comes to the Mongolian teams, obviously wanting to make it into the arena this weekend. It's a bit unfortunate that yesterday we had Mongolians knock each other out. It's going to be a similar situation here, Blood.
On the flip side, the good thing is now we're guaranteed a Mongolian team in the arena, right? So either it's going to be Chinggis Sports or it's going to be Eruption. So I think it's good to see that at least one of them will be guaranteed a spot in the arena, where, of course, I think Paul was pointing out as well, we have a Mongols versus Mongols show match on Sunday too, which should be an entertaining factor altogether.
Yeah, exactly. So it'll be the old Mongols roster versus the current one.
Can you name the old Mongols roster?
No.
All right.
But I'm gonna watch on Sunday.
All right.
And it's gonna be fun. You tell us, Blah.
Wow. Okay, putting me on the spot. Machine Gun, Zulkenberg, NCL, Sugu, and 9 wasn't there. No, 9 wasn't there. Was 9 there? I think 9 was there, but I think I got like 4 out of 5 at the very least.
Oh, that's good enough. Right, so Nuke up first in the map veto. Just a reminder how that's going down. We got Nuke. It's going to be Chinggis Warriors pick. We've got Ancient coming in as the second map pick. This one from Eruption. And Mirage left over as the third if we do need to go there.
Yesterday's Nuke was an absolute bomb.
Classic
Counter-Strike.
Yeah, it was definitely exciting. It was all over the place. We've seen just that craziness coming through, in particular from the Chinggis Warriors, who were just so aggressive at all times. And I just love that playstyle they were bringing. It's like old school Asian Counter-Strike, and it was certainly fun to watch. You've just opened the Mongols match page, and you just look at the amount of history of the team, right? You look all the way back 2015 currently we're looking at, so, and a lot of players have played under the Mongols name.
Yeah, a lot of people, and it was NCL that was the fifth player I was looking for. So it was Zilkenberg, it was Sugu, it was Machine Gun, it was NCL, and that was a team that took down our dear friend Chad Sponge Burchill.
Okay, yeah, Sponge Chad.
Sponge Chad Churchill in IM Taipei. And yeah, they've had a lot of players under the Mongols banner. And for me personally, when I saw, you know, off the IHC debacle or whatever happened over there, when they opened up the Mongols banner, I was like, this is the best possible kind of ambassador for the country. Obviously a legendary name in the region. And now the biggest name we've had coming out from Asia.
Yeah, absolutely, definitely. So I think also when you look at you know, the Tyloo was kind of the initial breakthrough team from the Asian region back in 2016. I think that's probably the most memorable result in CS:GO. But when they beat Luminosity, but Mongols have far exceeded that performance over the last even just the year or so. I was talking to some people here in Mongolia who were saying that the Mongols really blew up in popularity after the performance in Shanghai just at the end of last year.
I think they're already getting there. Right?
Yeah, but that really propelled them.
100%. Like obviously making playoffs at the major. Also, the main primary reason that we have 5 teams at in Austin from the APAC region. Right, you got FlyQuest, you got the Mongols, obviously already qualified for the last stage of the major, and then of course you have to talk about Chinggis Warriors who are going to be playing the major, right? So coming to this event for me, they have a lot to kind of live up to, right? And you're going to be using this event as a bit of a springboard and also a bit of a way to get some land reps under your belt before heading all the way to Texas. And then, you know, we got a couple of other teams. I think Lin Vision, Tyloo looking the best they've looked in a long, long time as well, Denko. And, you know, what's Asian Counter-Strike with a little bit of Tyloo? Yeah,
exactly. That's true. And we're getting into this game. We got a TeamSpeak issue I'm reading in the chat at the moment, so we're just going to get that resolved, and then we're into the action. So currently waiting on, it looks like Score to get on to the server. Once he's in, we're good to go. Then we'll have everybody, and we'll get the game started up. So just waiting on him to join.
Yeah, going to be going live very, very quickly indeed.
What have you made so far of the results of this tournament, Bled?
I think, I mean, the obvious sore thumb sticking out would be SAW just completely flat, right? The highest ranked team, HLTV, Valve, doesn't matter which ranking you look at, they were the highest ranked team coming in, and have just donated all the VRS points to whoever they played against. So day one was JiJieHao completely smacking them. Yesterday was a much more closer affair, right? First 2 maps, or second map especially, going to double overtime and everything. But on map 3, the way they got schooled by Chinggis Warriors was, firstly, great for Chinggis Warriors. I think they played a great game of Counter-Strike on Inferno, but at the same time for SAW, it looked like individually just is not there. Like, I'm looking at a couple of the players on that team, and I'm like, okay, Azubu, fair. You know, he's kind of a standout player right there for the team. We saw Story looking good, but then I'm looking at Sejot, and man, he looked rough for him. And he looked rough the entire tournament, in fact, even going all the way back to Melbourne. And for SAW, I don't see any LAN events coming up for them right now, so it's a bit of a... They're kind of stuck in the desert right now. I mean, figuratively speaking, of course, although we are right next to the Gobi Desert. And I kind of have an inkling it's going to be maybe a change taking place in the team.
Well, we'll find out down the line. But you know what? We're going into this game now. Blood Pistol Round about to go underway.
Are we?
Yep.
Hell
I can see it
yeah.
happening right now. I'm getting excited about it because Chinggis Warriors, I don't really know. I feel like Eruption, as Prof was saying, have had the edge over them, but I don't know. I feel like just watching Nuke yesterday, I'm going to go Chinggis Warriors just because of that crazy unknown quantity Blood. So I don't really know what we're in for, but I'm just looking forward to it. So let's get into it.
I'll tell you what we're in for, Denko.
Fun.
Cinema.
Cinema. All right. We got a real cinema game coming your way then, guys. We got Chinggis Warriors on the T side, looking for a spot deeper and deeper into that tournament, into the playoffs. Rue and Score 1-for-1. Control is able to come out in towards the A bomb side. Score being traded, and we've got a 3v3 thanks to Side Effects' effective work.
Oh, that's quick. That's real quick. Side Effect of Magnums. That's Control. Oh, we'll be expecting the second player in the hut as well. So it's all down to the one player here for Chinggis Warriors.
And if it is, it's cool ass in the clutch. It's exactly who you want in this situation if you're Chinggis Warriors. So let's see if he's able to pull it off. P250 and win it behind the smoke inside of Mini. Minute on the clock. He's got plenty of time to just change up his avenue of approach.
The problem is the bomb didn't go.
Exactly. He's got to go back and get that timing to slip out. He hasn't checked the CT vent yet. And he's just going to be peeked from that on a timing. So Magnums to close the pistol. And we'll watch Eruption take victory.
Yeah, I think the double ramp flank was massive coming in from Eruption despite losing a couple of plays on upper bomb site. So fast in your face round coming out from, well, basically both the two teams. I agree with you. I think Chinggis Warriors yesterday, I think we saw more from them on Nuke, but Prof made a very good point on the desk talking about how these teams, when they play against each other, they're just going to drag their opponent down or up to their level, right? It's going to be just messy Counter-Strike in the mud, you know, just kind of duking it out. It's going to be ugly. And that's what we saw yesterday on our first game as well. And I feel like that's exactly what we're going to be seeing over here as well. It's going to be a lot of individual plays. It's going to be a lot of aggression, a lot of... that's a nice kill coming in from Oracle. It's just going to be some fun CS. And how many times have we seen this, Dinko? We had 6 maps of Counter-Strike yesterday that we casted. And I think I kind of lost track of the amount of kills we saw.
Yeah, it was crazy amounts, but look at this back and forth already here in round 2. So much damage done to the Chinggis Warriors in their slight investment, but it hasn't really paid off to get themselves in a position where it looks like they're going to be able to pull it off for a victory. Well, 2 kills already. Let's see if they can get one more. Obviously, a bomb plant would be massive here for Chinggis Warriors money. And take the time and make their way through the ramp room.
Thing is, they got a double push towards ramp. Oh, that volley.
Walking out through the ramp room smoke is going to be News with one pick onto Rue. Cool-ass to step up through the smoke this time, and he walks right into side effect, and that MP9 has no problem in taking Cool-ass down. And Ryuko pinned in the corner, just going to bide his time and wait for a push. Maybe we can get a free kill here.
20 seconds. Wanna kind of die right now, Ryuko?
Yeah, he definitely want to die before that time, and he goes into the MP9. So, pretty comfortable start here on the side of Eruption.
Yeah, but you know, a couple of casualties and what was basically just the one deagle investment coming in. I think Chinggis Warriors is going to be pretty happy with that as well. But yeah, I'm just looking to see Cool-ass pop off. And the man who's seen the screens on his screen right now, like Score has actually had a quiet tournament thus far, right? Like everyone, he's probably the most well-known player amongst all the Mongolian teams playing over here. Obviously, he was the star player of the IHC lineup when they had Blitz Techno, himself, Nine, and those guys. And as Prof pointed out, there was a bit of interpersonal issues. You know, he left the team, and ever since then, he's kind of struggled to replicate the level of success he had with the IHC team. Which, I mean, no surprise, because obviously the Mongols, seemingly the 5 best from the country right now. And that is just absolutely unreasonable from Score.
What is that? This is their first buy round, and they've just been double tapped, headshot straight through the smoke.
Triple tapped.
That is so sick. Well, this one's over. this round's completely done. Controls is going to see if he can get a couple of kills back here, but just so much early success here for Eruption before the round really even got going for Chinggis Warriors. Controls! Oh, why are you giving him chances?
Okay, all right. I mean, that shot was so ridiculous from Score. We kind of forget News getting a 3K coming in from Squeaky, and yeah, just got shut down before anything really happened there, Dinko. All right. Looks like Eruption definitely more warmed up early in the day here. And bear in mind, all these Asian teams, all the Mongolian teams especially, they're playing all the ECL games as well on the same day. So once it's done here, win or lose, you know, qualify for the playoffs or getting knocked out, they're just grinding it out, right? As it is going to be Fury 5K, opening things up. Controls will fall. It is a half investment.
Look how many, they got 2 players down secret already, so it's quite a lot of ground gained here for Chinggis Warriors.
I'm getting flashbacks, Dinko. I'm getting flashbacks of Saw just allowing Chinggis to head towards the lower bomb site for free every single time.
Yeah, but I feel like Eruption are a team that's just not going to let them have space for free. You're just going to fight.
I mean, you can take a look right here, right? Just getting shut down. They're taking these duels. Cool last.
All right, 1v4. He's going to go back to Secret. Scores coming down with the AK-47. A lot of skill in this 1v1. Kulas is going to come out on top of it. But now they know exactly where he is, just prowling the lower bomb site with the bomb on his back. He's got some time, so he's waiting for a mistake.
He just kind of cracked, I won't lie. He had some truly remarkable moments yesterday in the game against Saw. But yeah, this might be a little too much of a tall ask. Kind of surprised they didn't go for the rifle by dropping it to him, or him going for the hero AK. It seemingly looked like no matter what the economic situation was for Chinggis Warriors, he was going for a buy or getting dropped a gun every single round. Well, here we go. First buy round didn't quite pan out. What they got for the second here is the question. The only semblance of success they found on the T side yesterday was primarily going for this fast outside plays towards lower and getting a free bomb site. But apart from that, we didn't see anything too crazy from Chinggis Warriors against Saw.
Well, score going aggressive at red. Space game for him, but it seems like they're very aware of it. They're going to throw utility onto his position. He's getting peeked from Silo. Oh, Score. There's no way he's getting away with that one. Molotov burns him away, so just the 1-for-1 for Score. Ooh, but he did spot a lot of players outside. There's another player in Secret. Controls has stopped Fury 5K from finding success in lobby, and that's going to pull side effect to have to watch the A bomb site. There's a fight outside. Kulas is going to pick it up. News going down. Trade back from side effect. There's fights happening everywhere, and Ru is on the rampant hell.
Oh my god, he just dropped down.
Oh my god, get out of there. He's still fighting, and there's another kill, this time for Magnums on the CT side. So we're at a 2v2 with just under a minute on the clock. Kulas, he's about to walk into the open. Side effect should be able to win this fight, but he doesn't, of course, as Kulas able to take him down, surviving on low HP. So Magnum steps up to the 1v2 clutch. And he'll come in from heaven. Controls, timing to look away, opens up the window of opportunity, but Kulas, despite being low health, gets himself a triple.
That was chaos. That was pure chaos. New just running up from Secret. If he took his time coming out from Secret, I think it would have been we've easily got at least one kill for free there. But yeah, nice lure from Control as well. That's just insanity from News, just running in through the Molotov, trying to get the trade. And despite coming down to 2v2, yep, Chinggis Warriors are going to get the first one on board here. I was kind of looking to see what they had planned, Dinko, but in all honesty, you just fragged out. And because of the casualties that Eruption suffered in the first 4 rounds they won, with this buy, they really don't have much remaining in the coffers. CT economy and all.
This is just insane. They've lost 2 players to the smoke, just like straight up in these gun rounds. 2 of the gun rounds have just lost.
Just running into the smoke.
But then Kulas runs through the ramp smoke, and
I love this, man.
They've got ramp room control.
This is better than coffee.
This definitely wakes you up in the morning, doesn't it?
Yep. A bit of a tap to it slower, but there's no commitment coming out here. For the CT's not panicking anytime soon. Say that though. Drop down vents. That's been heard. That's been heard. Now it's all in Magnums.
Ru stepping out with a minute on the clock.
Footstep.
Just a little peek to the hut, not spotting anything.
The big flank.
No. Score, let's go around the back, and Ru sunk. So Score making the most of his flanking position. Magnum's going to drop down into the vent, anticipating a ramp push into the B-bomb site, and he would be absolutely correct in that. There you go, trying to fight forward, but it is absolute shutdown here. And there's only Kulas left, and he's too low on health and nowhere near the fight, so not a situation he can win.
I mean, this is something we saw yesterday from Chinggis Warriors as well. When they try to slow things down, they pause a little too much without anyone kind of taking care of the extremities and not really defaulting a lot on the T side. We saw this primarily in Nuke as well, and that's when it might work against Saw, but you're looking at Eruption, Dinko, and I'm remembering the way they pushed everything yesterday, and that's going to happen here as well. You can't just be comfy. And I'm actually surprised they continued heading towards the lower bomb site, right? Like, Score with a big flank. He gets the kill on the lobby player, and you know there's no one upper, and they still continue towards ramp. I would have, I mean, it's easy for us to say, but I would have thought they might have, you know, maybe double back towards lobby or kind of fake lower and head towards ramp. Instead, they continue to commit to that lower take. And yeah, just walking into the blender. That's going to be a clean round coming in from the side of Eruption. Timeout getting called here by Chinggis Warriors very early on. And a 5-1 lead for Eruption. And wouldn't it be crazy if Eruption are able to qualify for the playoffs, Denko, in front of a home arena, considering they were called in as a last-second replacement for Tyloo?
It would be absolutely stunning for the team. It would be one of the storylines of the tournament. You know, one of the outside Mongolian team, the one that was just on the fray of getting into this tournament, being the best performing squad from their country. A lot of damage being done to side effect, but his aggressive ramp play has worked out in the smoke spam. And so they've lost Coolast early doors, but Rue responds.
Good reply. And
so
also,
you get a 5v4 blood from a ramp play through a smoke, and you maintain the 5v4. Why then would you push hut?
that is a great question.
Yes, it is.
Well, to attempt to give an answer, it could be trying to, you know, kind of. I mean, it's not necessarily a terrible decision. It's a possibility, but here we go. Rue, great shot of the Magnums, and suddenly the upper bomb side. It's open for business.
Here comes score over the top. Rue made quick work of it with a headshot landing towards heaven. And despite opening up this round, what side effects throwing his gun away? He's got one back. And you'll maybe just slip away. It's not a winnable round here. So a save call coming in here for Eruption. Yeah, I mean, this is a 5v4. Pretty clean 5v4. You know, you win the ramp fight through the smoke. There's no trade potential, really, for the Chinggis Warriors. Then the hot push comes in, and they're able to flip it back. So Chinggis Warriors get their second round conversion off of a 4v5 situation.
A double ramp push would actually, sorry, a double lobby push right there could actually make a little bit of sense as well, because you get the kill towards ramp, obviously, in the moment. As a tease, you're kind of a bit distracted, a bit tunnel vision on towards a potential ramp push or that kill, or trying to go for the trade. So a double lobby push could potentially have disrupted Chinggis Warriors and made it from a 5v4 to maybe a 5v3 perhaps for the side of Eruption. But yeah, just a solo play. Not ideal, Dinko. Second round on board. But we should still have a buy coming up. Eruption, is it okay? Early timeout, just lost the second round. Immediate timeout getting called. Of course, later on, we do have JiJieHao going up against Bait. That should be a fun affair. Bait kind of got smacked by Big yesterday, but it's a classic Big, Denko. Like one day, absolutely flat. The second, just looking like they're unbeatable. And Bait, the Ukrainian team getting kind of schooled, and they're going to be going against JiJieHao, who have looked pretty impressive in all honesty. Outside play once again from Chinggis Warriors. The wall of smoke going to be constructed, but guess who lies in wait? It is Score.
You know, playing towards Secret. I think this is a difference that Chinggis Warriors have to go up against today compared to that of Saw, right? That Score's just willing to get into Secret early on. And it's a strong position to stop a lot of the plays that Chinggis Warriors are able to set up. Score gets a double kill just on a straight up dry peek out from Secret.
What was that?
He just peeks into the open. No one's really ready for it. And immediately Chinggis Warriors in a position where they're 2v4 down. So a great chance for Eruption to extend their lead to 6-2.
Yeah, round seems pretty much done here. I guess they were trying to catch the CTs playing towards credit off guard perhaps, but yeah, it's such a high risk maneuver. Score, you pointed out, Dinko, it's a new position being played there, and they weren't ready for it. 2 kills for him. Even though they're able to get a trade, that's all they're gonna find, as it is all down to eFire, who was the star of the game yesterday against Saul. Right now, the stars are kind of dim. 2-6 for the man. Position known. 30 seconds on the clock, no bomb on his back. Hunt definitely on.
Well, nothing saved over. Nice and clean here from the side of Eruption. The smiles on their faces, absolutely. They have a great opportunity today to defeat the Chinggis Warriors, who they have had the better of. know, it's been a pretty back and forth head-to-head, obviously playing against each other quite frequently. But you can go to the playoffs in your home country here if you're able to get this win. And off to a 6-2 start on Nuke. Gotta feel pretty good right now for Eruption. Chingus Warriors, it's 3 AK-47s and AWP for Coolass and a Tech 9 here for Rue.
Yup. Hands of Coolass. We saw the amount of impact was finding yesterday and saw, like against Saw, this T side. Yeah, thus far, has been getting those kills. Smoke break coming in. As Coolass, there we go. Gets the AWP in his hands and takes down Score immediately. This is a much better measured approach coming out from Chingus Warriors this round. Right? You saw the molly through Squeak, smoke wall, timed peek there. Not too sure what Fury 5K was doing. Back turn to the AK-47, and when you do that, Dinka, usually you find yourself with a bullet in your back. As Rue, the player with no weapon, I would rather no rifle, just runs on in, gets a kill, Magnus position known, 4v2. This should be unlosable for Chingus Warriors, but as you said yesterday, Dinka, multiple times.
No situation is unlosable.
Indeed, sir.
Magnums has a chance, but needed to get a double kill realistically. And side effect, he's going to come around the back of main, that plant just behind the Tetris boxes, unable. Oh, they didn't plant. They just keep off the plant for the headshot instead.
Production was so sure the rounds won, they just switched to player cams.
Yeah.
Indeed, they were correct.
They were correct. That kill did come in immediately. So a third round T side. And, you know, it's not a great first half here from Chingus Warriors, but they're just kind of squeaking a few rounds out here and there.
I think 5 is almost, if they get 5 on the T side over here, I think it's almost a guaranteed win. I really like the CT side. They completely shut down Saw yesterday.
We got 3 so far. And they've got the CT economy on the ropes because of the amount of damage they've done. Even in the rounds where they have lost, they've been able to get quite a number of kills.
This is super fast from Rue, by the way. He's going to be dropping on down, spotted out. Dangerous game being played by Score. Nade harassment down to 11 HP. And somehow Dinko, he still comes out on top.
Yeah, he's a really disruptive outside player at the moment. Score just farming them, so he's going to play back in Garage. They've got a player going down secret already here for Chingus Warriors. There's a rotation for Eruption. They've got, looks like...
How long do you think Coolass can just sit and hold an angle without doing anything?
Side effects down here on B. Just jump spotting from the double doors. How long do you reckon he's going to be patient, is what you're asking?
Mm-hmm. He doesn't seem like a very patient guy. I don't feel comfortable here for Chingus Warriors. You know, 4v5, and they're spread so thin. And I think Coolass might have spotted the player here. It seems very, very committed.
Well, there's the pick for Coolass. Score to go down, and 5-7 to step up. Fury 5K, pick it up at AK-47.
Look at how low two the players are, though, right? News and Fury 5K barely alive, limping along. Timing is everything! 3 players, sub 20 HP.
Well, Heroes, E5's peak, but I mean, good luck dealing with that. You got 1 player top out, 1 in the bottom of Tetris. You got 2 players looking at you in 2 different positions.
That's just an awkward round for Chingus Warriors, man. Like,
yeah, and it was such an important round for them as well. If they win that round, they break the money.
They've had Eruption's money on the brink 3 rounds now. Just not able to break it.
Yeah.
And it's also like fine, you get taken down, Score gets a kill, and I think they took a little too long to go for it. But the moment you can see Coolass gets a kill towards Garage, everyone else activating by themselves all over the map, like controls towards Ram, just running out by his lonesome. It just feels very awkward, especially when you should have a read on the money. You should know that he's probably, you know, maybe got a few pistols, maybe a few SMGs in play. When they work together in tandem a little bit more speedier, that's where they find success. This is something we've seen time and time and time again. And unfortunately, not something we have seen thus far. This duel was so important, though. If Oracle gets a kill on towards Magnums, you look at, it's now in 3v3, and then you look at how low a couple of the players are right there. Suddenly, that could have easily spiraled out of control for the side of Eruption, but, well, no cigar.
And now it's the Chinggis Warriors money in a weird spot at the end of the half here.
Yeah, but that's the thing. These are rounds where when they have a lighter investment, where they play a little bit more free, and that's when they're getting these rounds. So, not to worry about the news.
Ariuko, Tech9 straight through news.
I call it. I call it.
He's got a second. You're right, Blood. The Tech9s explode into the A bomb site. They get 2 openings, and Cool to close out any sort of retake attempt here by dropping score.
Just a fast play, man. That's how it works for them. When they left to their own devices, they seem lost. Like Device and Astralis. How's the night last night, Ninko?
It was good. We went out for a nice little barbecue, Blood, you and I.
Yeah, it was good. You know, what was it called again? The Red Bull Hot Pot. Sorry, the Red Bull Barbecue.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
A lot of Korean restaurants in Nolan, but bit of a surprise.
Terrorists win.
Mongolia has been kind to us, very friendly people.
Yeah, it's been a very fun time so far.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to the arena. Based on that, it's going to be exciting.
Yeah,
I'm sure a lot of people watching have got their tickets.
Supposedly fully sold out on Sunday.
So that'll be very exciting to go and meet all the Mongolian fans. Round 12, last round of the half, and Chinggis Warriors reopen the opportunity for a 5th round victory.
Just looking at the round history, it's just so back and forth, right? Now, Chinggis Warriors, they haven't been able to string 2 in a row thus far in this event. But this time it seems way faster. Buy up, waiting for the spam. It's all a ruse, Dinko.
Another smoke spam kill. This time Control's going down at the back of the lobby, and it is Eruption with the opening pick. Score has been so good outside that it feels like he's always going to at least get 1. Although, yep, still even when he gets spotted in a weird transition, he's still able to get that 1 pick.
Guys, I'm sorry, but I just don't like Chinggis Warriors' slow rounds. They just seem to get nothing done.
Yeah, there's definitely a lack of understanding when you get into these mid rounds. It's more successful when they have direct hits.
Again, like it's a 3v4, right?
But Ariuko, he's still fighting, and he's got another headshot. So 2v2 off the back of that from Ariuko.
Well, seems to think it's going to be a flank coming in here. He's got the bomb. This could be crazy. 35 seconds now.
Ariuko marches his way down, 3 kills in the round, looking for his 4th.
What?
Ariuko! He has just dragged Chinggis Warriors forward. With 4 kills so far, they look for their 5th round victory, and Coolest is now walking into an empty site. But how long? How long is it empty for? Nua's hearing the plant. He goes up towards the top of the vent. Molly's to the back of the site. Coolest under pressure. He's got some mutual of his own. He goes into the open. He gives him the 1v1 fight. But Ariuko, if you want 5 rounds, you need 5 kills. And that is exactly what he's got.
That is insane. The ace digger dragging them back. An unlosable round for the side of Eruption. And somehow Ariuko, the play of the tournament for the young lad. What a round. Incredible stuff from him. And by the way, he didn't have any help. He's pretty much all on his lonesome. A one-man wrecking ball. That should have been done.
If anything, his teammates made it more difficult for him.
I don't know what Coolast was doing there, honestly. I really thought they overcooked it. But still, huge round from Ariuko, and a much-needed 5th, in all honesty. So they do manage to get 1 more round than they did yesterday against Saw on their T side. So a bit of a recovery, finally stringing a couple of rounds together here back-to-back.
Yeah, that was the first time they've been able to win 2 rounds in a row. It was off the back of an ace from Ariuko. So they take a moment of break here. 25 minutes that first half took.
Yeah.
Ariuko tops the charts off of that ace. He was sitting at 5 kills, 8 deaths. Going into that previous round, now sits at 10 and 8. Topping his team. Coolest behind by just 1.
kind of a quiet game thus far from EFI. He was the MVP yesterday against Saw. So far, really hasn't had much to do, or hasn't really had an opportunity to do much. In all honesty, he's been a little unlucky in some of these duels. He's had to take towards outside, just getting found out through the smokes. But Aryukel gifting a 5th to the side of Chinggis Warriors, and I gotta say, Dinko, it does feel like, they should have this one in the bag, right? 5 rounds on the T side, you've done yourself a big favor. Win a pistol should be quick and easy one. It is a map pick coming in from Chinggis Warriors. Prof did bring up on the desk how Inferno is their best map, and I 100% agree with him on that. They look like a completely different team on the map yesterday against Saw, like such a clinical Counter-Strike. But unfortunately for them, that is not going to be played here today. Yeah, after the fever dream of Nukes, it was quite jarring to go to Inferno and watch them have really solid utility and protocols. Rue. Oh, this is fast wraparound coming on in here. Controls. Needs to be careful. The score is going to find Rue towards ramp, and it's a fast flank coming in. They have so much map control here. Minute 25 seconds on the clock. The Chinggis Warriors don't really have much space, no real estate. Lower bomb site is open for business, but Aryukel, the hero of round number 12, he's going to strike back.
The plan coming in, score is going to cancel it just for the headshot instead. And it's going to be controls to fall. A 4v3 now for Chinggis Warriors into the post plant. Or rather the opposite. The logo gets me every time. And we've got Eruption. Score with another. Oh! What is that? Here we go, Score. Clean on the headshot. And he's looking for that final kill. And we have 2 rounds back to back. We've got aces.
That's so unreasonable from Score. Holy hell. He's like, well, if you can do it, so can I. Man, that the USB shot on towards ramp was sick. And he used all 3 different pistols. The dualies, the Glock, and the Uspis. A bit of a disappointment in the face of Coolass, but you can't deny just a raw skill in the server when it comes to just shooting heads. And that's an important role. Both the pistols being won here by Eruption. 8-5. Forceby, of course, coming in for the side of Chinggis Warriors. A quiet lobby crunch. Haven't seen anything. That's a lot of information being gleaned here by the CTs. As now we would have Eruption. Side effect could catch a timing, and indeed he will. Fence controls, and that's information for the T's as well. And alright guys, they've gone for a bit of an excursion towards lobby. They know that we have a majority of players towards outside, so maybe you want to pump the brakes a bit here. Maybe you want to reconsider our initial plan. That's exactly what they're going to do. Score. Finds a kill. 2v4. Barely though. It's all under Rue. This one should be done, and doesn't score, down 9 HP, but as long as they don't overextend as the bomb getting planted, shouldn't really be a chance here for Rue to recover this. So it's gonna be 9-5, Dinko. This map pick for the side of Chinggis Warriors not really looking that great at the moment. And Magnum is gonna make it easy.
Yeah, strong starts in both halves now for Eruption. Starting to get into a position where they might just be able to round out their opponent's map pick on a day of elimination or qualification. If you're able to take your opponent's map pick, well, put yourselves in pole position for qualification into the playoffs. Off they go, back into battle. It's mainly pistols here, all pistols in fact, for the Chinggis Warriors. CZ in the hands of Aryukel, and a deagle to the head of Score. Great start for Rue. And he's going to look to challenge outside with a few of these deagles as well. I mean, you mentioned it a little bit earlier. Chinggis Warriors seem to be much better when they've got pistols in their hands.
I think every Mongolian team seems to be better when they just have pistols in the hand. We saw the chaos that was Dust 2 yesterday against Huns for Huns versus Eruption, Dinko.
Yeah, and we know Paula's favorite deagle is a Mongolian deagle.
After Nico.
I think it was Prof after Nico.
I think you can safely say that everyone's favorite deagle has to be Nico's deagle. Did you see the low bomb side whiff he had against in the finals of Melbourne against Zaiwu?
Yeah. He's got one on the upper and lower now.
Yeah, and in the same position as well.
Yeah.
I saw the Reddit post. It was actually fun. Oh, a lot of footsteps being made here. Oh, I like that. I really like that.
Dude, this is insane. Chinggis Warriors with 2 digs off the back of Rue. They have put themselves in a 5v3 with 30 seconds left. What is happening? There's another 1v1 fight, and Coolast able to pick it up. Fury 5k, at least getting traded out by Magnums, but we're looking at Rue maybe getting another one here. Finally dealt with. News and Magnums pulling this one back. Up the ladder, straight into death. He should be. Ariuko's got one.
Time.
And the time, he's got to plant immediately, and he's just got enough time. Ariuko not going to be... Oh, he cancelled. Oh, my God. Dude, he's making so much noise. There's no way he could have made it out. In what world? In what world do you think he's able to run out?
Oh, that's amazing.
Oh, dude, I would be so tilted, too, if I'm score. It's like, dude, he's running. He's making so much noise. Like, what? Dude, he's not the Flash.
I love when you tilt instead of me. Oh, boy.
The only world in which, you know, maybe I go back and look at it again and maybe in slow motion, but he had enough time, right? Like, that was 4 seconds when the plant started coming in.
Yeah, but
it would be completely understandable if he canceled the plant, went for the kill, if he maybe just ran out of time, and that could have been a realistic possibility. You can look back on that, but timeout for Eruption, regardless, it's a frustrating round to lose.
I feel like, you know, he heard the footsteps running in, right? So I thought he was just going to be going in for the kill right there. So I can see how it being a 50-50, but for me, the frustration is why is it coming down to 1v1? Why is it coming down to the 1v1? That's my question here. The 4 seconds, he's got to stick it. He heard Oracle running into its squeak and immediately just cancels it. He thought the peak was going to be coming in.
Yeah, a little bit further. He's a bit far away, but it makes sense, I suppose.
I feel for me, personally, it's about just the way they lost to the pistols.
Here's a flash in for Roof. He's going to be able to take the pick. Fury 5k going down. Score able to trade 1 for 1. And it's going to be Coolast coming out on top. News hitting the deck. And we've got Chinggis Warriors 4v3.
EFAR got a kill from that position every single round yesterday. And again.
Yeah, another one for EFAR. And you're right, he was the standout player when he got over to the CT side. For Eruption, though, I feel like they've just thrown away a massive opportunity. If you lose the pistols, you should be up 10 here on the board.
Oh, look at this rat-ass angle from Coolast.
Yeah, there's a little head shown. Coolast is going to have no problem. Never leaves the spawn.
Clean round. Just to 1 casualty for Chinggis Warriors. And considering they got the previous round and the buy they had, the money's going to be looking absolutely fantastic right now for the CTs. Pretty comfy here. -7. Considering it should be a full eco for the side of Eruption, it's going to come down to a 1-round game. Chinggis Warriors.
EFAR going to spot outside to make sure he sees anybody heading down secret. And we've heard that drop. It was unbreakable, but really should be no issues in dealing with Glocks here. 1 kill for score, but traded out immediately, leaving Magnums coming up through secret. And Rouge just very aware of this, knows he's in the position. And it'll be Cool-Ass to take the kill. So the game is now 9-8, a 1-round gap. As money will return to the coffers of the T side.
Round game.
Yeah, money back here for Eruptions. You've got a Galil for Fury, 4 AK-47s, and a real opportunity for Chinggis Warriors to snatch control of the game on the CT side. You mentioned it yesterday. The CT side looked good. They shut Saw out.
And we haven't really seen much on these buy rounds from Eruption yet. That being said, news. Here's these bullets waiting for the timing to be spotted out. Controls very happy to take the fight. It's tapping game. The dink. Fury 5k, but he will stay alive, but not expecting the push right there from Fury. Oh boy. I thought it was a bigger thing on towards news, as only been taken down to what, like 81 HP, spotted out. Nade in. He's gonna be fine. Oh, this is a dangerous game being played by the CTs. I like it though. Pushing out from main. Fury somehow still lurking about. Might actually catch a timing. Might actually get the kill.
Oh my god.
Oh, thank god.
Takes the headshot.
Thought he was gonna go for a knife.
Mostly take it a little bit quicker. Aryuko also chiming in, and this T side looks flat at the moment. Maybe a kill from News here. Oh, could draw right back, but he needed to win that, and E-Fire makes sure that he doesn't. 30 seconds on the clock. His side effect arrives at hell.
We do have the bomb. Oh, are they gonna go for the heaven? This could actually work out for them, Dinko. They get the kill towards the AWP.
Well, that's clean from side effect, and we're right back to an even numbers game. Side effect looking alone though. As his teammate Magnums drops this out of the site, he gets pushed from Hut, and he was focused on the fight event. So just pushed and pulled in too many directions, and the scoreline we've got is now tied.
I mean, Arigel's just been an absolute hero for Chinggis Warriors this game, and he was kind of quiet yesterday, so it's good to see him really step up to the plate. 3k for the man. Oh, that kill was huge from E-Fire though. Headshot angle, still able to get the kill. And I wish I could aim half as good as some of these guys. Fired up! This Cool-Ass. As we do have a timeout getting called by Eruption this time around. The massive lead they had, Dinko, it's kind of been whittled away to nothing. It's 9-all.
I mean, yeah, that pistol round loss where they really should have been able to pick it up against the Deagle investment. That has cost them dearly.
4 in a row now for the CTs. For Eruption, yeah, they're winning both the pistols, converting them as well, but lead getting nullified.
Yeah, so Eruption have to play with some weaker weapons this time. So Tech-9's, Deagle. Let's see what they're able to pull off here.
Spotted out.
Cool-Ass is going to grab the opening kill. Chinggis Warriors with the early advantage, and all remaining players for Eruption crossing behind the smokes outside. They're going to go down towards Secret. There's a rotation of one down already. It looks like Rue is on the ramp. So he'll be waiting down on the B-bomb site. Could be the early warning system. Smoke him out for the double doors as well. Rue just wanting to try and limit some of the angles they can fight him on. He's going to need some help soon, because here comes the play. The doors swing open, bomb goes down. Rue gets traded after one, scored through the control room window alongside Furious 5k. Well, they've got themselves 2 kills into this lower bomb site, giving them some space to play with and potentially even getting this bomb down, and Fury 5k will commit to that. So let's see what E-Fire can do. If you can win this fight against Side Effect, then they were right back into it, but it's only the dink. Has to be cleared instead by Aryuko, who's able to take a follow-up kill, leaving Score 1v2. And if there is a man to win it, Score is the kind of guy to pull this off. And he's got to go into the smoke.
He's going to win this.
He's going to sit inside of the smoke. They cross right by him. Surely it goes to their head at some point. No way. He gets through the smoke, they're able to react. And it was the play for score. It certainly was the moment that could have teed up around victory. But in the end, it's a recovered round, a 10-9 here for Chinggis Warriors.
Yeah, just like very unnecessarily aggressive. Frag hungry. And yeah, that smoke really could have ruined their day there, but good bodyguarding coming out. I was so disappointed for score. We got to see his face twice. Chinggis Warriors didn't go. It took a while, but they're finally in the lead. Bye though for Eruption. Haven't yet managed to win a round where they have the rifles. Tapping away through the smoke. Control's not gonna find much luck, however. It's gonna sail in. So we do have the diagonal smokes, and ooh, Fury is very, very lucky not to have been spotted out, and he's managed to get to catch a timing as well.
Oh, ooh, trying to get it to that fight, but Controls comes out on top. Despite his low HP, he will remain standing. Minute 5 here, and we've got 4v4. And outside Control safely taken by Eruption. They've got 2 players at Secret.
They've forced out a rotation though, right? Making a lot of noise towards Secret, leaving just the one player tucked into towards CT vent, that is E-Fire. But I'll tell you something, Dinko, there's one guy rely on holding the ground by his lonesome. It is that man. He is E-Fire, the electronic fire. Which are very dangerous, by the way.
Yes, indeed. Very, very dangerous.
All right, upper crunch coming on in. So E-Fire is going to need some backup real soon. Because it took so long, Dinko, he indeed has backup in the form of Rue. They won't be expecting E-Fire, though. Back at the bomb side. Cool, that's what you're doing. No one knows.
Well, E-Fire still alive at the back of the bomb site, the voice of reason, perhaps the bullets of reason. And score, it goes down, Controls will close.
What was that shot?
Yeah, they are looking sharp right now. Chinggis Warriors took a moment to warm up. And I actually feel like, earlier today I was saying Eruption maybe looked like more of a solid team across the board. I'm seeing more depth at the moment from Chinggis Warriors in the fragging department. Coolast hasn't been the carry here. Second half, E-Fire is finding quite a bit of impact. We had Rue delivering some impact. Clutches earlier from Ariuko.
Chinggis Warriors, all the individuals right now showing why every time I see Mongolian 5-second face it here in Asia, Dinko.
You get scared?
I just give up. That's mentally, I'm like, there's no way I'm gonna out-aim these guys. Can't wait to see Bartak and Mazzinio's youngest brother on his first team. I think he's only 8 right now, Dinko. 3,000 elo, 8 years old. How do you feel about that?
That's insane. That can't be true. Controls taking News down, and that's going to be an opening kill here for Chinggis Warriors.
Yeah, he's only like 2,500 elo, that's all.
That's far more believable. Coolast to take side effect down as he walks through ramp, and it does feel like it's over, honestly. Like, this is...
But Eruption have just won the pistol and the anti-force buy.
Yeah.
The second half, that's it. To be fair, it is a map coming from Chinggis Warriors. They looked pretty good in it against Saul yesterday with what was, for me personally, the map of the day. And yeah, Eruption looked kind of flat here. However, coming up next is going to be Ancient. The map pick from Score and his merry men. And this crossfire is looking very, very dangerous indeed. They have full control towards lobby. Footsteps not heard, but that's a tell. And Ariuko, there's no need for him to come into this fight, but he's trying to bait it out for his teammate. Tucked on in.
Ariuko Controls doing with the cap for the CT side. Score trying to fight his way out of this alone. And it's not going to be enough to ask too much of him. And we are looking at map point for the Chinggis Warriors. Ever since Eruption lost to the old Deagles, haven't been able to win a round since.
despite the lack of ideas on the T side for Chinggis Warriors on this map, I can't deny that their CT side is phenomenal. Fast round coming out here from the T's. We have Furious managed to make his way all the way towards Decon real quickly, and Control's able to get the kill. But Cool has 5-7 at range against the Galil.
Dude.
Oh my god.
He loves fighting. He loves fighting. And he's good at fighting. No scope. Out to the left side. Score's gone down as Coolass gets inside of the smoke. It is crazy from Coolass, but that is what we have come to expect from this man. We're looking at a 13-9 win here for the Chinggis Warriors. A CT side of pure dominance. They lose the pistol, they lose the follow-up, but after that, every single round was Chinggis Warriors.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Chinggis Warriors winning their map pick of Nuke, 13-9 over Eruption. Solid scoreline, solid performance, and at one point they had to work from the back, Prof.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Eruption really set themselves up for success and then for failure as well. I think they had both things in their hands. They really started that CT side well off. Score was leading the charge. He was doing so much good stuff, work outside in the yard, and you know, didn't really reap what they saw.
I'm sure we'll talk about a number of factors, but I think we should jump in right first with what we were talking about in the green room, and I think what probably a lot of people saw at home as well. So coming into that second half, Chinggis Warriors only had 5 rounds. It was a 7-5 half in favor of Eruption. Eruption then got the pistol in the subsequent round, so they were up 9-5. And then Eruption were in a very solid spot, and then they lost to like a couple of deagles, and from there just lost any momentum, and Chinggis Warriors ran away with it.
Yeah, I mean that round was definitely pivotal. This was like 8 or 9 on the trot just in a row after that round, and I think it just starts with Score being a bit overzealous outside. Like he got the ace in the pistol. He was playing really well in the first half. I felt like he was just going to farm some ecos. I think he makes a play that you shouldn't be making, just like jumping on the boxes outside, being like whatever, you know, they just have pistols. There, 2 guys peek him, he dies, and then the momentum is gone. And not only that, it's just like it's such a devastating loss. You also saw him on the cameras after the whole round transpired. The plant didn't come in. It was kind of last minute. I feel like also in that 1v1 they also had a chance to win it. So there's like obviously not just one guy making a mistake that you lose an eco. There's more than that, but it was such a I would say silly mistake on your opponent's map pick. You're so in such a good position to go up 1-0 and like potentially win this 2-0, and everything kind of just spiraled out of control after that point.
It really did spiral out of control from then for Eruption. Credit to... Go on.
Yeah, I just want to say the CT side was really good though.
Yeah, credit to Chinggis Warriors for that CT side, but I do think it's worrying for Eruption, you know, to lose that round and then not get a single gun round after.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think both of these teams kind of struggled on the T side in terms of being just getting some really decent grouped up hits. Like the first half also for Chinggis Warriors, most of it was just, you know, them walking around and taking 1v1 duels and for the most part losing them, and it just giving more and more confidence to Eruption on Nuke on their CT side. And then I would say later in the half they managed to turn it around and be like, okay guys, let's just group up, let's do some A side hits, let's take ramp together and stuff like this. And then it started looking a lot better. And it's what we said in the pre-show, sometimes these domestic matchups just becomes, I don't know, it feels like everyone believes that they can out-duel the other guy, and then there's no need to wait and group up and go for a trade because, like, don't worry, I can just take this. And I feel like the disrespect kind of backfires almost, instead of playing how they play against the SAW. Is like, okay, let's go 2-3 of us go out the door and trade out, instead of just, I'll just take this duel on my own.
Yeah, yesterday it was, who was it that was sort of leading the charge for Chinggis Warriors versus SAW?
I mean, E-Fire.
Primarily, I think just in terms of like raw frags, it was Rue. I remember that. I was just double checking it. But I was just going to contrast that with that first map. Ariukal really stepped up.
Yeah.
Kulas putting up another solid performance. He's been pretty consistent, man. This kid's definitely been bringing it on the server here at MESA Nomadic Masters. Yeah,
for sure. This is his little breakout moment. I feel like, at least for like the international audience, not someone that's been on the radar for the European viewers, I would say. But like going into it, like caught my attention in the prep, and then every game here, he's kind of the focal point of the team, and they put resources in him. He gets the op, he gets the rifle when he needs to get it. But yeah, I want to say E-Fire again played pretty well, especially on the CT side outside. Was doing great work over there. So yeah, Ariukal, young lad. We
had him on the desk yesterday. It was nice to chat.
But I think this was his like little breakout. He had an ace as well, 2 aces in 2 consecutive rounds. That was honestly also a very important one to kind of get that cycle going. But I have to say, like, I mean, overall, Chinggis Warriors just look better right now. Obviously, it is their pick, but the way they bounce back, the way they play together, when they play together, it looks really good, even though sometimes they just decide to, you know, vibe it out a bit.
Yeah, I think Chinggis Warriors just looking better is a fair way to put it, because even on that first half where Eruption were more competitive, Chinggis Warriors were getting enough done. They got enough rounds. And then when they were able to just get a bit more momentum in that second half, then they were able to, you know, really run away with it. Going into map number 2 of Ancient, Eruption's pick, yeah, I mean, if Chinggis carry on the way they're playing now, could be a cheeky 2-0, Prof.
Yeah, I mean the last two times they played this map against each other, it did come out on top in terms of Eruption. Obviously, that's why they picked it this time again. They're trying to also like playing each other so often. Like there's always some like back and forth, some changes in the veto, right? So they're going to what they found to have given them the most success, and that is Ancient. And Ancient overall, their CT side seems to be kind of the better side for them, and which is pretty interesting, considering, you know, the T side in meta and how things can snowball currently with the economy and everything. So we'll be looking towards like them getting at least a 7-5 lead on the CT half, maybe like 8-4 is something they would be happy with to close it out on Ancient. But yeah, we saw also Chinggis Warriors yesterday against SAW starting pretty poorly and then managing to turn it around against a pretty good team, right?
Yeah, even considering that Eruption have, you said Ancient the last 2 times, Eruption have taken it over Chinggis. Yeah. Even with that in mind, I think, yeah, there needs to be some solid turnaround in this break mentally for Eruption. I'm sure that, considering we all observed it, I'm sure they're feeling the fact that they let that match just go at one point very early in the second half, because if they aren't to correct that, you know, aren't going to come back into the server refreshed, a chance that they don't even get their foot in the door on map number 2.
Yeah, that's completely possible, and you see, we might just be witnessing like Chinggis Warriors actually establishing themselves as the, you know, second best team in Mongolia, because like winning the major qualifier, the MRQ, grabbing that spot, and then winning here, going to the playoffs potentially.
If anything, they don't want to prove that, you know, winning that major qualifier was a fluke, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and it could be, I mean, it's nice when you have a lot of teams that are competing against each other and everyone can beat anyone, but it also does benefit maybe the scene sometimes to have a clear hierarchy, so then you can know like, okay, these are the best players, and then when they need someone, they go to this team, and then this team, they go to the lower team to pick up an upgrade and stuff like that. That can be sometimes beneficial, and also getting one team having a lot, like getting more experience, because like for Chinggis Warriors going into the major, they want to be as equipped as possible to deal with international lineups and how they play, how the Europeans play. We don't have any South Americans here, but you know, just to get that bit of exposure to different styles of CS.
All right, Prof, thank you so much for your thoughts. Any others to give before we go to a short break?
No, I mean, it would be... I'm kind of like getting more and more in line with this Chinggis Warriors story, so I'm open to it.
Quite a bit throughout this tournament.
Yeah.
At the start, I was absolutely not sold on them. And we've only seen 2 matches, of course, but at this point, and considering this first map, yeah, they've built into this tournament and they're looking very strong right now.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, with that said, everybody at home, up next, it's map number 2 between Chinggis Warriors and Eruption. It's going to be Eruption's pick of Ancient. If Chinggis Warriors take it, they move to the playoffs.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DiAC2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Tiki, quatro, tiki, ei, tiki. E tem que tocar com a tiki.
Welcome back to MESA Nomadic Masters Spring 2025. We have got ourselves the last chance today for the playoffs. You either go home or you go into the playoffs, and currently we've got Chingus Warriors on a bit of a run. Slow start on Nuke, but they were able to come back in a really solid second half defense, getting the job done. Now they're one map up and one map away from the playoffs. We've got Eruption, the last minute invite, who replaced Tai Lu. They've really, I think, exceeded expectations at this tournament play, but unless they're able to pull Ancient off, they're out here and now.
I mean, they were able to knock out what was, well, at least on paper, the best Mongolian team coming in here, right? A pretty labored bonbon of a game yesterday. And yeah, I agree with you. It's going to come down to the map of Ancient. The problem being, Dinko, Chingus Warriors, they really like this map. They really like this map. They played it 30 times in the last 3 months. Average of 10, 10 per month. Quick math right there. And they've looked very solid on as well. They've only lost it a couple of times. One was to Eruption, though, for the Blast Major qualifier, albeit it was online, and one to Nomads. Apart from that, they've been on a streak. And also yesterday against Saul, they were looking pretty solid as well. So it is going to be an uphill task.
Well, it was about to start, but there's a tech issue in terms of the microphones, so we're going to get that one resolved as quickly as possible and continue this action and bring coverage to you. But we were talking about the fact that, you know, at least one of these teams is guaranteed for the playoffs. We're going to have a Mongolian squad in the playoffs play. I think Chingus Warriors could provide a very exciting style in the arena.
I think they've played the best CS we've seen from all the Mongolian teams thus far at the event, right? And Prof also pointed out on the desk that they could also be laying a claim to be the second best team in the region right now, because that's been something which has been in flux ever since whatever happened with ATOX. So being able to take down Eruption, and especially if they're able to do it convincingly, would be definitely a feather in the cap. And for me personally, would make me put them number 2 behind the Mongols, having knocked out Saw as well yesterday, the highest ranked team here in Nomadic Masters Spring.
No, cool-ass, pretty vocal right now. He had a decent performance again on the previous map. Always a stylish moment out of him at some point.
The Asian Simple.
Yeah, well, the Mongolian Simple we've been calling him.
Who would the Asian Simple be?
Well, I guess it would be him then, wouldn't it?
Ding, ding, ding.
Well, we've got everybody readying up, ready to go into the action. I was saying, Donk is actually an Asian Counter-Strike player.
Yeah, like how we have, I mean, Asian team has won the major. Gambit.
Yeah.
Boom, there we go. It's nice when you're the biggest continent in the world, I guess. Oh, look at this. Aggressive stance towards A, but a full stack on that B bomb site from Eruption. They've actually fallen for this thing. It was a bit of a ruse towards Cave. Look at the rotation. It's a massive over-rotation. News, able to get the 1 kill in the Roo, however.
Bomb coming out and spotting the head of the Donut player, but unable to take News out. So smoke goes up instead, Plank coming in. Chingus Warriors looking for the pistol round here, but they've got to win it from a 4v5. Remember, there is a kit available here on the back of Fury 5K. So they've got some time to work with, a few extra seconds to work with, and a smoke flash for that bomb if they do get into the position to defuse.
Surely they don't clear
But they're grouping up, getting ready to come through Donut. Magnums is so patient, hoping for his peak, and eventually Coolass is going to move off.
He saw him.
Oh, he didn't see him. He did not see Coolass, though. Coolass able to make the most of that situation. The rush coming through Donut, and it's a couple of kills here for Coolass. He overextends at the end, but the time is gone. Last-ditch effort for the stick, and it's immediate death. And Zarayuko hits the headshot. No time for it anyway, regardless. And that's the pistol round for Chingus Warriors.
Yeah, well constructed right there, and look, you really can't blame the play coming in there rather the setup coming in there from Eruption. It's a pretty standard setup. You have 4 towards B, you have 1 player playing towards Donut or towards Red, and the moment you see any action taking place, you immediately rotate everyone in. It's a pretty common strat to run, in fact, but well handled there. Colas also getting that kill onto Magnums, I think, was very pivotal, because Magnums was waiting for his teammates to come in all the way from Donut for him to go for a late flank from CT. Here we go. USPs, they know where E-Fire is, but he got back. Nico should be money in the bag.
E-Fire, yeah, he's got his teammate Rue as well to bail him out when things are getting a little bit overwhelming, but it's a 2-0 lead here for the Chinggis Warriors.
Bonus round. Should expect to see something fast from CW. Man, I hate the CW superhero shows.
Okay.
So bad.
What's your least favorite one?
All of them.
Was that Arrow and stuff like that?
Yes.
Okay.
There we go. It just feels like the production quality just feels bad. You know, it's just like, ugh, why?
Yeah, probably was.
It was really bad, but here we go. First buy round coming out from the CTs. An MP9 in the hands of Side Effect. And indeed, Dinko, it's going to be a very simple round from the T's. You got 3 Mag 10s in play. You're going to run on in. Fury 5K stuck behind the Molotov, but will get the kill.
Rue at the front of the attack.
Oh my god.
Well, actually, News is at the front of the attack. He's still in the long smoke. A lot of damage being
how's he
done.
alive?
I really don't know how he's got away with that. He's backed into the smoke, but so much damage done to News and Score. Plant now coming in here for the Chinggis Warriors. 2v4. Oh my god, denied through the smoke by News. Controls now 1v4, and a great response here from Eruption.
Why would Rue plant more safe when your teammate has control of Cave? Is a... I don't know. Well, well handled. Bonus round, of course, for the T's. No bomb plant bonus money either. I have a feeling, Dinko.
Feeling of what, Blood?
I have a feeling this map's gonna be chaotic.
I mean, that's exactly what we signed up for, isn't it? At least you're feeling something, Blood. There we go.
That's true, I'll take it.
Yeah, it's a pretty good step in the right direction. Chinggis Warriors able to buy back regardless. Really good AK-47 purchase out here with some solid utility.
Bit of a team flash, but no harm, no foul.
Mid-control taken here by Eruption.
Ooh, it was.
Controls in a aim fight going out into the bomb site. Rue also following up in tandem. So now we've got 2 kills to kick things off for Chinggis Warriors right from the get-go. So 5v3 heading into the start of round 4.
Yep, at this point I just wanted to just group up. Controls can just be the kind of like the early warning system. It's pushing on towards mid. We saw them struggle on nuke, especially when it comes to scenarios like this, when they slow things down to a crawl. Can't overthink things. And here we go, Control just running on out.
It's E-Fire. He's gone, and here comes the plant.
What are you doing?
He's got a plant in the open. Cool ass committing to it. And it's going to be the easy kill for Side Effect to deny that plant, in fact. So, Rue coming through middle might be able to get a really important kill here on Donut. He's not going to be ready for the Heaven Peak. He nearly spun back in time. But the bomb to be picked up this time and planted safe side of the boxes. Soon to confirm that he is in Donut. Controls up next here at main. He's so low on health. In fact, Fury's just got to get on it. He's just got to stick it. No one's spamming him. He's got it. He's just won the round.
What the?
He just gets onto the defuse and somehow comes out on top of it. No one spams him down. No one tries to stop the defuse. They just don't think he's going to stick it. And I guess pros don't fake, but...
Fuck was that, man?
Just stuck defuse coming in.
No, like... You have 4 players aside and you plan for a donut when you have no one there! Why would you plan for a donut? Why would you
for
smoke?
CT, no?
No, like the first attempt.
Oh yeah, the first attempt. Cool ass, okay.
The second plan was fine.
But it wasn't for main, I'll tell you that.
And why aren't you spamming?
Well, oh, nearly.
Oh.
Well, Eruption handing one.
Surely you don't throw this one.
Eruption handing one back. Teammates eclipsing one another as they so desperately try to fight for a main control. But a follow-up kill from Rue should confirm this as a round victory. The bomb is even going back to B to confirm this because they've pushed to the B bomb site.
Dude, like, I'm still reeling from the previous round.
E-Fire's got the flank here, so score really should get nowhere. They burned slightly. E-Fire to confirm the kill, and we're now looking at a 3-2 scoreline. The Chinggis Warriors bouncing back after their fumble in the previous round.
Fumble is being polite, Dinko.
It is, but it's good to be polite.
I don't know about that.
This was
The timing could have been better for controls.
pretty awkward A setup for the CT side. I mean, like,
That's it.
there's no
Again, setup is a very polite word.
yeah. There's no setup really. It was just kind of playing off a feeling, kind of whatever is going through your mind at that point. Just
That's how I operate in life as well, Dinko. You know, look at me.
yes. Look at you, Blah. Don't really know where to go with that one.
Neither do I. Well, here we go. It's going to be pretty much a full eco. Do you have the saved M4A1 in the hands, News? How do I call him News? It's N-E-U-Z. See, Dinko, this is why you got to stay in school. Learn to read. Yeah, I kept saying News for some reason.
Oh.
Well, a couple of bullets, a side effect. Oh, no.
Well, there's a 5-7 kill coming in from side effect. Side of the head. Oh, Baryuko.
That was smoke as well, mind you, for the CTs. Nope. No kit, however. Wait, what? Oh, that's the elbow player taken down. Another gun picked up. Surely. Surely not. No kit.
Leaping back into the site through Donut. It's going to be a double for Kulas as they line up and cut down as Controls and Rue find the final two.
Clean stuff there in the end. A little worrying. But apart from that mess up in the 3v5 earlier, this has been very, very, very convincing thus far from Chinggis Warriors. Showing why... Shut up, though. It's kind of like showing how they should be the better team. And why they have, you know, 30 maps played in the past 3 months on this beautiful, beautiful map of Counter-Strike.
Quick A play coming in here for the Chinggis Warriors. Flashes to the sky. It's going to be a setup of Magnums in behind the big box. Donut extension out with the MP9. Here goes Magnums, right side. Double kill. Finally take it out for the rest of his teammates. Step it up and score. Rue to hit the deck. E-Fire. Only the one from him, and he won't get anything further as side effects doubles up to close.
Yeah, a bit of a switch up coming in there, and unfortunately for them, Eruption going for the double hold towards A, not really going for a heavy mid lane. And we really haven't seen too much of, well, we haven't seen too many weapons in hands of Eruption as well, so we really haven't seen too much of mid-contestation coming up from the CTs thus far. Way more content playing from the bomb sites. Money's not going to be a problem, though, for Chinggis Warriors. Full buy purchase coming up here. And now, a bit of a switch-up. Heavy lead towards B from Chinggis Warriors. Flash is good. In the E-Fire, not a chance in hell. That dick was brutal, Dinko.
Controls up into the B ramp. 2 players in the site. It's going to be Controls in the first Aryuko.
No way.
To follow up swiftly. And that plan from Aryuko now coming in. So score Magnums. Couple kills in between them.
This is so uncomfortable, Dinko. 2v3 on the bomb side.
Burning, forced into the open. Oh yeah, this is uncomfortable. This is even more than uncomfortable. Aryuko trying to fight his way out of it. He's so convinced there's someone in this corner, but there's not Kulas. Like, there just isn't anybody there. So that's going to work out for the retake. Kulas just never took his eyes off the corner.
I'm a little confused. Didn't it have any utility, any smokes remaining there? E-Fire dies at mid. Kulas had a smoke. Yeah, just a lack of utility to take some of those fights. It was actually a pretty good reply coming in from Chinggis Warriors, in all honesty, though. They just went, bro, suvgаас had a smoke. Suvgаас had a smoke, Dinko. He had a smoke the entire time. And he didn't use it.
But that's because he was watching the corner ball. That was his job.
He could use it a while ago.
Watch the corner.
If he smoked up short, his teammates don't die. They get the bomb down. And then all he's got to do is worry about one angle, worry about long. But no, he didn't use a smoke. Ay. Especially when their money was kind of strapped that previous round. They didn't have too much utility remaining, so every bit of utility needed to be used efficiently.
Well, Chinggis Warriors is starting to run out of money on the T side now.
We've seen them do quite a lot with virtually nothing at times.
And suvgаас will always have an AK.
How do you mess that smoke up? Oh, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's my bad. B fake.
Magnums. Gonna connect first. suvgаас also taking damage on board. He's down to 38 health. He's going to be burned out from behind that big box. Magnums takes the disciplined approach to dropping further back into Temple. And Chinggis Warriors now looking to commit to the plant. E-Fire out of commission for just a second, out of commission for the rest of the round. As Score pushes in towards his head, it's a second kill for Scores. He adjusts to the donut fight, and it's done. There's no ball plant, there's no chance in hell. And his Chinggis Warriors do not get even the extra cash here, so starting to become quite a good half here for the CT side of Eruption.
I'm a little confused what really went wrong there. They're heading towards... Why is no one watching donut?
They never took any space in the site. They just thought they could get away with a plant in the corner and
or just wait for a bit before Oracle comes in for the flank. That's just...
No, now they're down to pistols. As mentioned, they didn't get the bomb plant, so no extra money on top. But we know, oh my goodness. Yeah, Rue getting spotted, blinded awkwardly as that smoke fades away. Magnums to get close kill on suvgаас. Yuko, we know what he can do with a Tech 9. We've seen it before. He's taking a bit of damage on board, a bit too much to really expect him to get anything else in the round here. He's got his teammate coming out of elbow. There's another kill on the Tech 9. The player goes away. Oh my god, another kill inside the middle. And now suddenly a 2v2 as Magnums in red strikes and should have recovered this round with that kill. Yeah, just distract and close. But yeah, very, very hairy round towards the end there.
I got super uncomfortable, Dinko. Sometimes I do struggle to understand what's going on in some of these games, but... There we go. Attack timeout getting called by Chinggis Warriors before things completely spiral out of control. I'm still very surprised and kind of shocked and disappointed that Saw went out last place. They haven't won a single game in the past 2 weeks of international events I've played. Melbourne, here in Ulaanbaatar, 0 games won. Considering the highest ranked player, just like, sorry, highest ranked team over here, just like a free donation of VRS points.
Yeah, it's been a rough few weeks here for Saw. Opposite story though for the teams on the server at the moment. Eruption getting a last second invite and Chinggis Warriors being the team to eliminate Saw yesterday.
Aggression spotting nothing to its lane. It's gonna make the CDs cheat a few players back towards that A-bomb site. Question is, how long they're gonna be holding on to this crossfire? It's a pretty solid crossfire, Dinko.
Flashes over the doors, looking to clear close. It's Fury and News to take 2 between them, but E-Fire fights forward for Chinggis Warriors, and they're right back in the round.
Molly is deep as well, but the CT's wasting no time, just charging on in. They got a smoke, Dinko. suvgаас has a smoke.
Does he use it? Doesn't need to at the moment. He's pinned back in cave, so not really in a position to use it anyway. That plant comes in. We got a 3v3 post plant. And we'll see how this retake goes for Eruption. They're going to put the utility in place. Molly under the... What? Okay, immediately retake is done. Retake is done.
He still has a smoke. I love Cool Ass, dude.
He's on the hunt now as well. Side effect trying to run away. It's going to be a 5th round here for Chinggis Warriors. Cool Ass is chasing him. He desperately wants this. He's got bloodlust like no other. And he is also invincible, it would seem. Tanking bullet after bullet, and we'll find himself.
You're on the bomb side. Your long smoke is dissipating. You know where a couple of cities are coming at the very least. You know cave's being watched. You can at least smoke off something, usually in a post. Like you smoke off ramp, so you don't have to worry about that. You can smoke off long, so you can replenish that thing. But you know what he says? You know what he says? Screw it.
Go for headshots.
F you, I'm just gonna go kill them, and that's exactly what they do.
Cool Ass go kill. Well, last round of the half coming right up, and we've got Eruptions with some holes in their buy. They've got an AWP for Magnums. M4s. An MP9 5.7, and that 5.7 gets off to the races. Not able to land a shot though. That results in lethal damage. Ooh. And the B-bomb site has fallen safely into the hands of Chinggis Warriors. So a 3v3 again on the B-bomb site. This one happens so quickly. Well, it looks to be a similar result. The retake getting cancelled by 2 quick kills in the 3v3. Leaving Magnums in the last round of the half attempting a 1v3 retake on his own all of a sudden. Has no kit in his back, no utility, and an AWP is not exactly the best weapon for the job here. Magnums gets destroyed upon his peek out of the cave, and we have got a tied game, ladies and gentlemen. Qualification into the playoffs. Looking pretty good here for Chinggis Warriors. That dream still alive in a 2-0 fashion.
It does feel like they've done enough here, Dinko. And in all honesty, it could have been way worse. It could have been 7-5 or even 8-4 in favor of Chinggis Warriors if they hadn't kind of fluffed a couple of rounds here and there. Now, battling for survival are Eruption, the last-minute invite for MESA Nomadic Masters Spring coming in to replace Tai Lu. They've already gotten a scalp, taking down the Huns and knocking them out of the event. And also, actually, you know, putting up a pretty solid showing against Big, where they, sorry, I beg your pardon, against Heroic, where on at least one of the maps. Chinggis Warriors. For Eruption, though, they were just a couple of rounds away from knocking out Big, mind you. They've had a pretty impressive run thus far at the event. But this could be the end here. And this could also be Chinggis Warriors laying a claim as the second best Mongolian team we have.
Yeah, we've kind of got 2 tournaments going on right now, like the overall tournament and the
battle for Mongolia.
The battle for Mongolia.
As the Mongols watch from afar imperiously with their chins turned upwards.
Well, second half in about 35 seconds. Just a reminder of some of the results that have gone down in the tournament so far for these guys. It was a 2-1 loss to kick things off for Eruption to Big, which was impressive considering Big are one of the favorites in the tournament. Then they beat the Huns, knocking them out yesterday, 2-1. Chinggis Warriors kicked off their affair with a loss to Heroic, but a win versus Saw.
Yeah, this is the
But dude, when you look back at Eruption's matches, like, they've played Chinggis Warriors so many times just recently, it's crazy.
Yeah, and they actually beat them the last time they played. And here we go. Oh, cool ass. Just running away with a free kill. Somehow not taking any damage as well. Controls is still sticking around though. More HP for the guy. They're having a very comfortable time here. Eruption, whatever plans they had, seems to be stalled. Fury 5K has got the smoke and a molly to work with, though. Insta-cushion. 2 players are low, Dinko.
Yeah, 2 players low, but Fury 5K coming in. Cool Ass is gone, so One of the kills going back the other way here for Eruption. Still a lot of work to be done here in a 3v4, but they've got some utility left. They've got 55 seconds left.
I'm not sure what Kulas was doing that deep down ramp when you have a 5 versus 3.
I think we've learned that he just is a man of free will. 45 seconds, Aryuko to peek into the cave. He'll relinquish some control and drop further back. Smokes up into the site, hopping out into the open. E-Fire, back turn right in front of him. It's Magnums with a 180 spin back. E-Fire to go down. And the plant coming in for Fury 5K. He'll lock that in on default. Aryuko just the one on the CT side before he goes down. And this is a fight that Rue must pick up. And Controls is locked inside a cave. His teammates locked away. How has this happened for the CT side? They were in so much control of this round, but now they're still looking good, but it's scored. And he's so solid in these clutches. So low HP right in front of him, trying to run the time down. There's a kid available, and he's knocked the head off Controls. And the second, no problem for score. Big pistol clutch coming in.
How do you lose that round of Chinggis Warriors, man? Like 5 versus 3. Cool ass deep down ramp. You know your team is very low. It's insta deleted. Great recovery from Eruption, but really shouldn't have happened. Shouldn't have been allowed to happen, Dinko. Why is he down ramp that deep? The USP. It's Glocks. Glocks. Ugh.
No, that has
2 ugly rounds.
Yeah, I mean, that really was their pistol round. A 5v3.
Watch him win this.
Gotta pick it up, don't you?
Surely they don't win this. 3 Deagles in play. It is going to be an A play coming in as well. Oh, he's looking to get that gun. Spots the player out.
Well, it would require utter collapse.
Managed to get a timing here.
From Eruption to allow this round to go against them. E-Fire on the Deagle needs another quickly, and he's not connecting them. And they're pushing him, so he's gone. So that's the A-bomb site. That should be it. We're looking at 8-6 with Eruption into the lead. And extending it now.
Well, you say lead, but player advantage. Look at the post-plant positions here for the T's. It's not comfortable, Dinko. Oh, well, that's fine. It's all good. All good in the hood.
And all these unarmored opponents. No kit, no utility. He was always going to go the way of Eruption.
Style points.
So grouping up inside of A main. Got one just running out mid here for T side of Eruption. They've got a lot of space in mid.
Just a 1 player in B.
A split being set up here.
This is a read. This is just a perfect read from the CTs.
Well, I've got all the numbers here. Will it be enough though, Blah?
Yes.
Well, it's not gone well on the first CT, but we're able to double up on the tall box as he swings out for the fights, and Aryuko to chime in, leaving just winnable. 1v3 and not winnable thanks to that shot from Aryuko deep down CT spawn. So a 7th round picked up for the CT side. As soon as they get the guns out, a pretty strong victory here.
It's so weird to see Eruption with the 1 round lead still, despite the fact the Chinggis Warriors have looked like the better team so far in the series, but
it feels like we're watching them power up. Like eventually it feels like there should be a period of the game where Chinggis Warriors get to go on a run, right?
Yeah, except, you know, trying to not lose 3v5s would be ideal.
Yeah, well, we'll try and forget about that one, Blah. It's all the way in the past now. Let bygones be bygones, Blah.
No, Dinko, never forgive, never forget. Very passive stance here. Exec going to be coming on in. Rue. Ooh, double smoke. That's not great. Talk to each other, guys. Holy shit. How many smokes gonna fail in a round?
Well, they're making it a little bit of cloud cover in the site.
Also,
It's a cloudy day in the B-bomb site.
also, like, it's one of the easiest smokes to throw towards short.
They got mid-control here for Eruption.
Why?
Here comes the push through
Okay,
cave.
that's why.
And Rue's going to get a double kill. Side effect trading it.
They surely know he's nearby.
Yeah, but they're going to molly the right side.
Now they
and they will be able to clear him.
There we go.
So nice little clearance of Coolast. Control's able to follow up, and now it's just one left for side effect, who goes for the reload. And E-Fire close by to shut it down.
I would apologize for the you know, for the cave push when I was like, why? I didn't see the second player behind him, so I wasn't aware of it, which is a fair play. Still very risky though, Dinko. Because like, why are you just underhanding the flash? And why are you throwing? When's your teammate, your third player you have on the B bomb side flashing for you guys, or you know, molotoving off one angle, or whatever? Like, so many avenues you have available with the util and the weaponry advantage you have. It made it look a little scary, but they will survive. And that was a forced buy. Now Eruption down to just Z pistols. Ooh, a lot of damage. A lot of damage being done towards a ramp player. Rue looking for more. These footsteps are being heard.
That's a pick from Rue. That's going to be side effect getting knocked out, knocked down on his ass. They've lost so much control of the map here on the side of Eruption.
Bombing up a little bit of cash.
Nice and clean here from Rue and Ariuko. A couple of kills picked up, and a scoreline of 9-8 rings out.
How do you feel about being called a bias caster, Dinko?
I don't really have many feelings on that. I just believe it to be untrue. Because he's probably talking about you.
Me? What? Biased?
There's no bias.
Perish the thought.
Mongolia wins regardless.
Exactly. Scream if you love Mongolia. Woo! Yeah!
Timeout for Eruption. Starting to lose control of the game, and I think this is that stretch of rounds that we've seen forecasted. We know it's coming. You know, it's like some storm that's moving in.
It's kind of akin to what we saw in Nuke, right? Second half, they lose a pistol, lose the second round after that, and then just going on a streak rounds. And honestly, if not for the 2-3-5s that lost, this game's pretty much what should have been done, honestly. Here we go. Eruption. Desperately needing something going their way, but thus far it's been rough. But now finally they have the guns. They got the AKs to work with. Somehow Score sneaking his way on towards that B-bomb site, getting a kill. And with that, Dinka, they're gonna be pivoting back all the way towards B. Just one player holding towards ramp. Rue will be found. Round's done. How are they allowed to do these positions? I don't understand.
Control tanks around middle, doesn't see anybody, and they're gonna back away and save their weapons into the temple. So it would be the worst case scenario here, just to save onto the AWP. I have some decent money on the rest of the players, so it's really important that they do save these final two weapons. So Fury could be highly impactful. If he even drops just one of these players, that's gonna be a real tough pill to swallow, and he does in fact drop one. And because the flash came in, he knows the second player's close. Coolast fought him with a USP. Knew he was low. Felt it was easier, but look at this. They're swarming him now. They're starting to hunt him down and try and get rid of his AWP. And that would really affect the quality of the buy in the next round here. So Coolast white knuckle grips the AWP into the next. Tied scoreline again. And a really important round here for Chinggis Warriors. That money disappears if they lose this next one.
Absolutely. Also, I just don't know what sort of a setup this was for the CTs. Super passive, and it's not like Eruption really went for any crazy contestation, right? We saw, of course, a crazy play from Score walking in through the Jaguar smoke. Apart from that, like, no control towards mid, no control towards, you know, cave. No one pushing it towards main, just one player towards donut passive. Super, super passive setup, which is not the way you play this map. Eruption will first buy around here in the second half, and they will come out on top very convincingly as well. Here we go. Buy is still going to be pretty solid, having a strong 3 in a row. But this is a great opportunity for Eruption to break the money, Dinko. Break the money, win a couple, and all of a sudden you have the advantage. But for the time being, everything's tied up. In the Chinggis Warriors, you don't want us to go to map number 3. You don't want it to go the distance, you close it out. Foot on the pedal, this is much better. From the CTs. Deep control towards A main. Kulas with the op should get at least the one. Just a leg shot, however. But look at how low two the players are. As long as controls doesn't budge, this should be another free kill for him.
Being patient, tucked in the corner. Here comes side effect, rounding it and taking the headshot. Huge pick to find, and this pressure is now mounting for eFire. He's calling for his teammates to rotate over and prepare to defend this A bomb site late into the round. Magnums, another kill. Rue going down. Chinggis Warriors losing members in what is likely to be a pivotal round here on this map.
This is a good call, though. Oracle needs to be careful, and he won't score. Will find the kill. Might not expect the second player here. Doesn't matter. Instant deletion onto its eFire, and they just completely capitulate. Unreal round from Score as well, but man, Control, as he needed to get that kill. He absolutely needed that kill. The tap as well, beautifully done. No one survives. Money's broken, Dinko. That's exactly what the doctor ordered for the side of Eruption, and this should be round number 11. This one should be a freebie. And Chinggis Warriors, they only have themselves to blame for the state of affairs right now. That's a shot and a half.
Go on, get another one. Yeah! Oh! There we go, eFire. Win it.
How is... What? I mean, what are Eruption doing?
Controls. It's information, at least.
Well...
Side effects in Cubby. He's in the cutout in mid. eFire primed and ready. Make it 3. Oh my god, he actually landed the shot. Just to the body. A little bit off the top, and yeah, you don't want to go near him when he's got the hot hand inside of mid. The Mongolian Deagle strikes again. Oh, no way. God. Oh, he nearly finished this off, News, but unable to do it. Ruse Deagle, though, and now an AK. Now an AK. 2v3. Plank coming in inside of the site. Can they win this? This could be a massive round for Chinggis Warriors.
Holy.
Suddenly they're in it. Suddenly they're in a pole position to close it out at 10-10. Magnum's left on the bottom of the ramp. They're going to run at him. They're going to give him it, aren't they? They're going to give him it to... Oh, someone's got to defuse eventually. There we go. There's the headshot, and they get to the defuse. They win on pistols, blood.
I don't believe what I'm watching.
They win on pistols and lack of Kevlar. eFire with some sick shots inside the middle.
Incredible aim, but
they might have just saved themselves.
But also, what's Eruption doing? You know the money should be broken.
He's running out mid, looking at nothing.
There's no smokes. Didn't smoke red, didn't smoke donut, didn't use any utility, just walking out by themselves, one by one, and Mongolian Deagle strikes again, Tinko. Holy hell. What are you doing, Eruption? By the way, this is Battle for Survival.
Yeah, Battle for Survival. And that was the moment that could have won them this map. But with that round going the way of Chingus Warriors, they once again reignite their opportunity to win this series 2-0. To head into the playoffs.
Oh, chunky nade.
Here in Ulaanbaatar. It's a heavy B play from Eruption. In it controls. Can another P capping? Yes, it will. Controls gets a second kill. And surely the CTs can't lose this now. Chingus Warriors have it locked in.
Surely.
11-10, no bomb plant, lack of money on the T side left over. They have given themselves the best possible chance of getting to series point.
Absolutely, as bomb has been spotted out as well, Denko. This indeed does look like the beginning of the end here for Eruption. They won't be even allowed to save the guns. They're getting trapped, pushed from everywhere. EFAR just holding the angle. They know where two of the CTs are, though. Savings looking like almost an impossibility at this point in time. Unless Ariukal will fall. 2v4 now. Surely there's no way they go. No way.
No way Fury 5K is able to pull this one off. He's stuck inside of the site. 19 seconds left, running into the cave, and eventually spammed down, so 11-10 it is. Chingus Warriors taking this opportunity and looking to ride with it.
Yep, that should be the money in the bin as well for the side of Eruption. It is indeed, Denko, but I mean, they're not going to be duking it out for overtime. They are going to go for the force. I guess attack time are getting called, however, in the meantime, as they talk things through. One last hurrah. One last attempt for Eruption to bring this one back. It's a hard call to make as well, you know, average $2,000, $2,400 on all your players. You gotta decide, do you go for the force now, do you try to duke it out, or do you just save and allow your opponents to get to map and series point? EFAR is absolutely the hero for Chingus Warriors. We saw him yesterday, we saw it today as well. The Deagle. Here we go, Dinko. The force buy is indeed in, and it is miserable. It is miserable. Two Tech 9s. Teague, AK, Galil. They fight mid. Oh no, they've lost it all. Cool-ass blinded. No vision. Doesn't matter. He's gonna find two. Rue tucked in as well behind the box towards A main, and this looks like the end, Dinko. They're gonna get a 12. And a money, oh, what? Wait, score still alive, but 10 HP, sorry, 13 HP. Not gonna do much.
Yeah, I think Chingus Warriors can see the light at the end of the tunnel. They can see the arena just around the corner. They want to close this series out 2-0 versus Eruption. And Eruption, they came in as a last-minute replacement for Tyloo.
That is just ridiculous.
And Cool-ass is showing us what he's made of. He's over the last couple of days, you've really started to enjoy watching Cool-ass play Counter-Strike. He's not the most orthodox player. Certainly has a lot of crazy moments.
Mongolian simple.
But it definitely has just buckets of skill.
Surely, it's over, Denko. And that decision they made to go for the force buy. No bomb plant. So the money is definitely kind of ruined here. Oh man, it's rough. Oh, it's rough. It's a rough buy, Dinka. It's a really rough
But these are the
buy.
kind of buys that get wins.
Not this time. I'm calling it. This one's done. This one's done. No caster curse. It's over. Just the pistols, Dinko. Tech 9s. And one solitary Deagle in the hands of News.
On the Chingus Warriors set out for the playoffs. Cool-ass sprints down B lane, and they end this game the way they've always been playing, with aggression.
Look at the push down elbow as
Boot
well.
to the throat. And Rue to peek out. He goes down. Controls will trade it. And finally, The rotations here with an E-Fire flank. Magnum's turning around, having to fight on multiple fronts. Coolast is just hunting him down, chasing after him. And the Chinggis Warriors let out a celebration because they have qualified into the arena. They will be the Mongolian representation playing in front of the home crowd. They are set to make memories that these players will never forget, playing in front of their local fans. A knockout eruption.
Absolutely, Chinggis Warriors showing why they, proving it on LAN as well, why they are the team from their country to qualify for the Austin Major, making the playoffs. And by the way, it's been some pretty tight games. They've had to play some pretty stiff opposition as well, but in the end, they will survive indeed. And I think there is no doubt in my mind, at least, Dinko, when it comes down to delivering when it matters the most, Chinggis Warriors absolutely can. The second best team right now, for me personally, from Mongolia, and to show us why. Coolast is going to be playing on the stage in the arena come Saturday.
Yeah, well, I think everybody's excited for that. So ticket payers get to watch a highlight player in action in the arena at the weekend here in Ulaanbaatar. Eruption out, Chinggis Warriors to the playoffs.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Chinggis Warriors stop the eruption and they will be heading to playoffs in the arena here in Ulaanbaatar. What a story. In doing it in spectacular fashion, 2-0, didn't take 3 maps, a strong performance by, I want to say the Mongolians, but we had 2 teams of Mongolians.
Yeah.
Also. But yes, the winning Mongolians, Chinggis Warriors.
Yeah, great performance overall, like beating SOD, now beating their regional opposition against Eruption, kind of shifting the narrative, shifting the tides in this head-to-head matchups. We mentioned it going into this game. It was kind of tight, but last game that they won qualified for them for the major. This one qualifies them for the arena here.
Yeah, Chinggis Warriors really, pushing the point home, impressing the point that it wasn't a fluke, getting that major spot. And yeah, they've earned their playoff spot here rightfully, Prof.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
we've got Coolast on screen right now, waving to the fans at home. Big smile on his face.
The Mongolian simple. Well,
Mongolian simple. I wonder how it'd feel I wonder if he's heard that. Yeah. That's what you call him.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we can find out.
He's kind of walked off now, though. But
yeah.
That was Coolest, ladies and gentlemen, everyone at home.
Yeah, I think he's a man of few words, but many actions and many good plays. He had a few in this game, but I think overall it was a really good, decent team performance. Winning the pistol, going into it. I think there is a bit of a ninja defuse early on, coming on from the Eruption side that could have maybe put things in a weird spot for Chinggis Warriors, but I think they bounced back from that, didn't let it affect them, and it really turned it around in the second half with that one round, Paula. That one round.
I think you're referring to round 20?
Yes.
Yeah. That was the big swing, right? That's where Eruption need to stamp their authority and then run away with the rest of the map, but they didn't. Yeah, I think it was just 1 or 2 deagles on the side of Chinggis Warriors made all the difference. They took that round, and then the momentum went in their favor, and the story was pretty much written from there, Prof.
Yeah, it's one of those rounds that you can't allow yourself to lose, really. I mean, they lost a similar thing in the first map on Nuke, right? Getting the pistol, they're in the lead, everything's looking good, the economy's in a good place, you just lose to pistols and a few operated pistols, not even like full investment.
We'll probably see some clips very shortly from that round.
Would have been the next one coming up, I think. No, the op wasn't there in play, so they wanted to win this one as well.
Yeah, this is round 90. It's the round following this one. So everybody at home, if you want to know exactly what we are referring to, it's going to come up on screen shortly.
One tap from Score there.
Yeah, that was a brilliant round from Score. Here we go. Yeah, so EFAR starts with a fantastic 1D, gets another down mid, and it just
the second
kind of snowballed from there.
The second one is really a head scratcher. You know that your teammate died mid. You know mid's not taken, it's not clear, walking out, looking in a completely different direction, giving away a free kill, and then, things get complicated, gets a bit messy towards the B-bomb site, and the Chinggis Warriors managed to close it out, and from there just didn't really blink, just decided, yeah, we are the best Mongolian team here.
Yes.
We have the best Mongolian player here that is coolest. He's been performing really well. I think like averaging 1.20-ish rating. Score second. He was really good this event as well, but not good enough as a team to really reach that playoffs. But I have to give it to them. Last minute replacement. They said they didn't really prepare for this. Didn't play as a team going into the event. Just came in because Tyloo couldn't and did a good showing. But Chinggis Warriors building on that major qualification with the playoffs here.
Prof, what's your favorite type of deagle?
Nico Deagle, a Bosnian Deagle.
You're supposed to change your mind.
Yeah, after this game and after that round, it's a Mongolian Deagle.
Let's go. We got him, ladies and gentlemen, everyone at home. Yeah, those Deagles paid dividends in that matchup. I think Chinggis Warriors, this victory is going to have built a lot of confidence, or I think they probably came in with some confidence. I think it's going to substantiate their confidence and maybe, help them in those playoffs, because they're going to be facing a higher caliber of team. Yeah,
it's going to be either Heroic or Big. So these are the two teams. Heroic they played in the first game, and they had some moments, didn't really pan out for them, and Heroic generally is looking like the strongest team here. They were the big favorites coming in, not the big favorites, the favorites.
The favorites by quite a margin.
Not to be confused with Big. Not the favorites, the German side. But yeah, they have been playing very well, living up to the expectations. So, but I do think even if it's a rematch, it would be kind of a different game in the arena.
Yeah. I guess we can finish off with some closing and general thoughts. I mean, you mentioned Big. Yeah, they are in those playoffs now. They've also built into this tournament. I think our playoff bracket is shaping up very nicely, bro.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the fact that we have a Mongolian team in the playoff wasn't by any means like a given.
Absolutely
right?
not.
They definitely needed to earn that spot, and I don't think it would have. It's impossible for it to happen without someone beating a European team and kind of earning that spot. So I think it's really nice that the team that beat a European team that saw Chinggis Warriors getting that win, that they also beat the domestic opposition, and it's not like, this team beats this team and then this team in a domestic matchup maybe flukes it or something. They really have been looking like the best side here, and I think they deserve the spot and the opportunity.
Great name as well. Do you think Chinggis Khan himself would be proud? I think he would. Or he could be very superstitious because he doesn't know what electricity is, computers, etc.
Yeah, would be probably pretty freaked out about this whole thing that we're doing here, to be honest.
All right, Prof, anything else you want to say before we go to a short break?
We can go to a short break, Val.
All right, wicked. Yeah, everybody, Chinggis Warriors moving through to the playoff bracket in the arena here in Ulaanbaatar. After a short break, we'll be back with our second and final matchup of the day, and it's going to be JiJieHao versus Bay. That is going to be a quality matchup of Counter-Strike. Do not go anywhere.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Tiki, quatro, tiki, ei, tiki. E tem que
Powered by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DiAC2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Welcome back, everybody, to MESA Nomadic Masters Spring 2025. It's time to find out which will be our final team heading to playoffs, JiJieHao or Bait.
Yeah, really excited for this one. I feel like it's both teams have a lot to win here and a lot to lose, especially I want to say from the VRS standpoint. Like there's a big disparity in the rankings. Let me just tell you the exact numbers. Number 22 in VRS, that is Bait. Number 46 in VRS, JiJieHao. They could move up 12 positions up to number 34 if they get a win. Just this one win, even without the prize pool or anything, that's how much it is on the stake for the underdogs here from the MENA region.
Any VRS matchup, ultimately very important, but a huge possible gain here for JiJieHao. I'm sure they're massively motivated by that, Prof.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, on paper, they should be pretty big underdogs, but I think it's a game that could go either way for sure, because like we saw the way Bait played yesterday and kind of the general direction that they're heading in doesn't seem that great. We can talk later also about their Mirage, like that has been a staple, now kind of struggling. They're kind of losing track of like what can we rely on as a team, and where can we go? Who are the players that are going to step up in the right positions in the right time? So I came into this tournament with a lot of expectations and like hype around Bait, but they need to like live up to it in this game today.
Let's stay on board with that, Prof. Which players would you like to see step up on both teams? Starting with Bait. MPL, of course, is always one to watch. Is it him? How should the load be spread across the team?
Yeah, I think MPL has been the best performer at this event for them, so I think he's doing okay. I think it's more the supportive cast and the other stars. I think Kensizor, the latest addition, really did rejuvenate this Bait lineup, helped them on that major qualification path, but he hasn't been really shining. 0.97 rating, and I think Headtrick as well, kind of on that, like just doing okay, but not really, I don't know, impressing too much. I think those two guys really need to do better.
Talking rejuvenation, I mean, if B8 were literally rejuvenated, I don't know how young they could get, because this is one of our youngest teams in CS, and it, you know, following on from that, this sort of experience here, a win like this over JiJieHao, clinching playoffs, sort of exactly what they need right now.
Yeah, and I mean there is some like little talks like they're onliners and this and that, but like if you go back to last year when they had this same lineup minus Kensizor, right? They are playing smaller lanes like this, the ESL Challengers in Katowice. They reached the final there. You know, it's not like they can't do it in a studio. I don't think that should be a thing for them, but I do think, you know, the pressure in general can still get to them. It's not like they're completely past the point, but we have seen in the past that they can deal with it. But it's, you know, every time it's a new challenge, different environment, traveling, all of these things that these young guys haven't been, you know, to 10, 15 different events, traveling long distance and everything that comes with it. The little things, adapting to a new country can be things that put you off your game, and they can't allow that not today.
Absolutely, Prof. Turning our attention to JiJieHao. Players to watch, are we thinking Osama, Boros? Where should we be looking on this team?
I mean, Boros was kind of insane yesterday, to be honest. Maybe a bit inspired by playing against his old teammate in Sunpais. The two of them spent a few months on Falcons together. Not the best months for anyone. They did reach one Katowice playoff, right? But he was lights out. 133 rating for this event, really stepping up. I think going into the event, Osamas was my player to watch together with Isa. But these three are the standouts, and I think Boros on LAN in some of these games where it gets fiery, people start yelling. I think that's his element. He likes to get into that.
Yeah, I mean, we saw JiJieHao yesterday getting very vocal. I wonder if they'll bring that to the server today. Osama sporting a 1.24 rating at the moment. Boros, arguably the biggest name on the team. Issa, of course, longest standing veteran. But yeah, Osama is this up-and-comer that is certainly one... is certainly one to watch. Sorry, things falling down in the background there.
Yeah, I mean... Honestly, I thought there was, if the game was live, I would expect someone to just be like going full Nico at the desk. But,
yeah, I was very confused for a moment there. If it was a desk, I was like, are we live? Is the game live?
But no, yeah, just going back to Bait, one thing, and just this match in general, the veto will be kind of interesting. JiJieHao plays 7 maps. A lot of the teams in the Asian region play 7 maps. I'm kind of confused by that. Bait also plays 7 maps. You know, I would, if I was like a tier 2, tier 3 teams trying to get through, I would try to minimize how much I need to learn, how many maps I need to play on. But they are just all in for kind of everything. And
we do have the maps now, by the way, Prof.
That's really nice.
Yeah. So we've got JiJieHao going with Inferno, Bait picked Ancient, and the decider will be Dust 2.
I mean, this is pretty interesting because the whole storyline about Bait going into this event was that they had a 15-map win streak on Mirage. That was within 1 month. They lost that win streak to Heroic Online, and then came here, lost to Big, lost to Hans on Mirage. So 15 in a row, and then you're losing to Big and Hans on LAN. It's really concerning, and then I guess it kind of makes sense that they, I mean, obviously the veto comes in, but I would be kind of like, maybe we can even play that map against them. It doesn't really look that solid for them anymore. Ultimately, Inferno coming through, Ancient for Bait. I think that's a pretty solid pick for them. That's their second best map probably, and then Dust 2 for the decider. I also felt like maybe Anubis could be a good pick for them because we saw JiJieHao struggling quite a bit, but I feel like Bait just doesn't have that confidence in their Anubis to go for that.
I don't think this veto favors either team. It looks like both teams have, got the pick they wanted. And then on Dust 2, if we look at the raw stats, relatively even. JiJieHao over the last 3 months, nine times played it, 67% win rate. Bait 14 times played it, 64%. So, we could see each team winning their pick and then going to a third. That being said, I do give Bait sort of the edge here. If JiJieHao can rise to the occasion, if their stars can perform, yeah, maybe they have a chance.
Yeah, I do think JiJieHao, like Inferno and Ancient, are not some maps that they are too uncomfortable with. It could even be if things get rolling and Bait feel as uncomfortable as they did yesterday. I feel like the way they lost to Big was kind of concerning. Like the T side never got going, and which is usually pretty good, and then it just kind of spirals out of control. You lose both pistols and you're out. So I think that's what Bait need to be worried for, is not really letting JiJieHao get that momentum. We saw what happened to Saw in the first game when these aim stars started firing on all cylinders. It gets really hard to stop.
Yeah. Prof, this matchup is ready to go. Everybody, it's JiJieHao versus Bait. The winner will head to the playoffs. The loser heads home. For now, though, let's head on over to our casters that will run us through the action. Neokai and Henry G, over to you.
Very much, Paul. We're looking forward to this. This is the final game of groups to see who is going to go into the ACA Arena tomorrow in front of the crowd. It's Bait taking on JiJieHao. And I mean, Henry, we were very disappointed with Bait. We just did not see really anything.
They haven't really shown up to this tournament as of yet. So much expectation after their performance in the MRQ and actually taking down teams like Astralis, etc. We want to see them deliver, want to see them step up here. But the thing is, JiJieHao, they are deadly as a unit. We've seen their T sides. They're very difficult to contain, and it's going to start off with a mini frag there towards Banana, finds a Senthiel, and now a 5-on-4. MPL towards the boiler, Kenzie up in the apartments here, and we know this pack mentality that JiJieHao like to deploy, and here it comes up towards middle. Will anyone be ready for the boiler? And they certainly will be. Double kill for Mini so far.
There's just something about all players on pistols. They're so damn crisp, and let's see what Kenzie can do of his own. Gets dinked, so he's forced to get away, and he won't be able to get too far. Mini chases him down for his third as well. Boros does get clipped through the smoke, but it's fine. Bomb down, post plant, 3 versus 2. And this is a very difficult retake.
Yeah, absolutely. No kit in play, no further utility. 3 versus 2 should be a JiJieHao round. round all day long. Both players coming in from Moto, and the Julies are out for Headtrick. He has been pretty decent this tournament, but we'll see if they can make a dent in this retake. It doesn't look great. It doesn't look possible. Headtrick will find one, but takes heavy damage en route. 30 points of health remaining, and there it is. A very comprehensive victory there for JiJieHao. Inferno going their way thus far. 2 players survive, and as we always say, Inferno does lend itself to a force buy on the second round of the CT side. I'm sure that will be deployed, and this is a nice round, nice play, good coordination. You're going to see a lot of this on the T side from JiJieHao to stay together as a 5-man unit and outfragging their opponents. They're very difficult to outduel.
Yeah, the big thing is actually that CT side, right? And that's where we actually saw a little bit of the worries for the JiJieHao side. The T sides were pretty stable. There's a lot to like, but the CT sides where things could fall a little flat. So we do want to see this side really be able to replicate it across both halves. But as you mentioned, force buy going to come through. Got that double MP9, triple 5-7. So it's still pretty scary. 5-7's one zappable. Here's going to be a little spicy. They're going to pop in here.
They're fully committed now, and the CTs are coming out on top. Nice coordination with the utility, smoking bottom of Banana, molotoving them out of position, and finding a couple of kills. But the same story for JiJieHao as they start to take space towards middle. Boros in a prime position here, going to find Headtrick, no problem whatsoever. Will he be aware of the possibility of a second player towards Library? Seems like he's locked in. They've got the man advantage. Kenzie with the AK-47, but down to 19 points of health here. And Boros has been an absolute beast this tournament. Such great aim.
Bring around the rosies there. They're chasing each other, basically. 2 spots. Who first? And Alex finally gets that bullet to close him down. 2 versus 2. Bomb will go down, and Kent's all going for the long rotate through mid. Bibu going to post up in towards Big Pit, and it all goes momentarily a little quiet. Mini looking for that angle over towards that of Library. He's got the right idea too. Damage dealt, not enough for the kill. Second time of asking. Running low at the mag, has to reload. He's tapping him down. Yeah, just give it up, but Mini will deliver in the end. Alex goes to fall, and Kenzie's out of there. He's already starting to retreat, and understandably 19 points of HP. Not worth the risk.
Should have caught it earlier.
Yeah.
When you're both 20 HP, you've got 2 rifles in hand, the round's over. Now you're going to save 1, it's okay, but still, if you had 2 rifles, the next round would have packed a real punch. It was a decent attempt there. They managed to get a couple of kills and maintain at least some economic advantage going forward, but it's going to be another round for JiJieHao. AK for Kenzie saved. That's something at the very least. They won't be able to invest much around it. If they had the second rifle, you might be able to justify a force buy once again. But there we go. It's a nice start here for JiJieHao. The Banana Jewel went down, and it looked like there was a moment of glory for Bait, but for now, they're going to have to sit back and wait on the CT side. 3-0 looking very possible, but we'll see whether that AK can step up.
I love the relentless aggression from Boros there. He gets that first kill towards MPL as he's kind of pushing through mid, and he pushes just a smoke in towards long, which is an incredibly brazen call, but it ends up working out well for him. Gets another one towards Headtrick, and that's basically job done at that point.
Headtrick needs to be careful. He's invested with 5-7 and Kevlar here.
True.
He's a sniper. You need him to be stepping up and actually dominating this side of the map. He's definitely proficient with the rifles as well, but it's not going to be your ideal stance. 5-man approach towards Banana for now. We got Alex in the Sentinel to defend. Bear in mind, it's Kenzie with the rifle. He's on the other side of the map here, so it doesn't look great. They have some basic utility on the CT side, and they'll try and just defend them out from Banana, but it's no good. They're breaching the bomb site now. Issa with the spam through the smoke, and I like this. They're not just rushing through the bomb site here. Got to just play the round out. They know the utility's low. There won't be much further in terms of resources, so they're just going to see what kind of reaction they get out of this one. BB holding towards middle. It's just MPL now left towards Boiler, who's going to take a peek. Can he find the 1D? If he does, the round might be on to some extent, but being overwhelmed, being smothered, and Kenzie gives up the fact the rifle's now over towards B. They'll help themselves towards the A bomb site, especially now as Summers has gone down.
Yeah, down he goes, but even still, this retake is going to be very difficult. There might be another gun to scoop up, but it's, you know, double Mac 10 and AK on the retake. It's still really, really uncomfortable. There might even be a world as well. If those Mac 10s fall, Kenzie again just falls away with the AK, that premium gun. But we'll see. Set up now with Mini playing deep over towards Library. BB looking for rotates coming through from CT, and no one's there. Flash through. First spike for Issa. Successful. Bibu, one of his own as well. As Cynthia falls, that is that. Headtrick, no chance for him. And actually now he's only got a Mac 10, so you don't even get that save of the AK.
Bear in mind, this is the pick of Bait as well. Got Ancient coming up next. I feel like this is one of those situations they will not be able to handle JiJieHao on the map like Ancient. They really do need to take this first one. The individual form hasn't looked fantastic here at this tournament. After such a successful run online, we just haven't seen it replicated so far. No one really stepping up there. Kenzie's had his moments. Headtrick's been stable, but as a unit, they've looked relatively weak. JiJieHao, in my book, the favourites here, but there we go, 3-0. Fantastic start on the T side as Issa found that smoke bang as he kicked things off. Kenzie managed to have some impact here, but as soon as he gave up the fact the ACAs on that side of the map, the round was essentially over. They're getting pulled around here on Inferno, and this is where JiJieHao are going to thrive now. This is when they start getting some momentum, they start having everything under control, and Headtrick gets dropped the AWP, so someone's taking a sacrifice there. Essential has gone MP9 to allow the AWP to step up.
Yeah, well, we need something special from him. He's been all right so far, but we need to see some real impact. And again, there won't be an AWP on the other side. He's going to get softened up just to start as well, down to 51. That's not what you want. Essential with that MP9 will deal some damage. He's still playing up close as well, but he's really got to try and fight tooth and nail from Sandbag. And he somehow gets away. Like you said, he's burning to a crisp to Mini's Molly. And they level the playing field.
Headtrick down to 50. A 4-4 definitely favours the T side here. Ninja CT defense is spread much thinner, and we know that JiJieHao like to group up as a 4-man unit in these sort of scenarios. And in terms of utility remaining, not too bad on the CT side. Still with 3 smokes here. Kenzie, he's holding towards the apartments, and Quad, he's got that incendiary in the back pocket as well. But they're split up for now, JiJieHao. Just trying to suggest some presence over towards B. The bomb resides in towards our boiler room. We have got some presence towards the apartment as well. Bibu just making his way towards the end. He's got a smoke as well. Could drop a lurk smoke if he really wanted to.
All goes very quiet, though. There's no real decision being made by JiJieHao. It's a 2-2 split, so they're just going to poke and prod and actually see what comes up. There's a slight gap on that smoke for maybe Headtrick to work with. Boros just needs to be a little careful. Alex is still exactly not committed to a site either. There's damage dealt towards Headtrick. Forced off the angle by Boros, but still alive. 30 seconds. It looks like now the grouping's hit towards A.
Yep, smoke down towards Moto. As we mentioned, player towards apartment, they're coming out towards quad. Here's the utility. He's held on to it for a decent amount of time here. Allows him just to focus towards the quad where most of the aggro is coming. MPL, who's had a good tournament so far. Alex with the double kill. MPL should secure the round with that kill. Just one player remaining, and there it is. Lovely round from Bates, holding on to the utility, locking them out. They can focus on one choke point there, and it works out perfectly for them. 3-1, and in terms of cash going forward, not amazing. They've actually been kept relatively modest here. Yeah. Essential shouldn't be getting away with that kill either. They naded him down to 50. He's just got the MP9, and Alex, great work from the Cubby. So there we have it. It's going to be a compromise setup here. It will be a force buy from JiJieHao, and it's the first for Bates.
2 AKs coming through. Double Deagle and a Tech 9. So still a buy that can be quite scary. Boros hitting some crazy shots to the Deagle just yesterday. So
you've got to convert it to your bait. Like, you've got 2 rifles here, 3 pistols.
Yeah, right. I mean, this orb has to be surely dictating in every fight at range. And he's going to be tested a little bit. Headtrick, I think making the smart call just not to really face those Deagles.
Certainly.
There's no need.
Well, here we go. 2 players towards app, 3 towards middle. No smokes deployed as of yet. Here comes the first, that's towards Moto. Player towards the Cubby, and not much in terms of utility deployed to flash on those CT players. They've got a bit of a free farm here. As the sprays come through, there's still somewhat of a conversation to be had here in the 3 versus 1. But lovely work from that MP9 out range. Bugle peeks the corner and absolutely eviscerates the remaining player. That's what Bait needed. Now there should be 3-3. There's no way you can really invest anything in this particular round. So averaging $2,000, and you can see how easy this was. Both CTs working in tandem. Headtrick with the AWP as well. Goes to the 5-7 instead, and the round is closed out in a convincing manner.
Yeah, it's a really good recovery actually now for Bait. They've put themselves in a very sort of strong position, and for JiJieHao, they do their best work when they're snowballing, when they've got momentum in kind of their sails.
Absolutely.
And the issue is now that when they get shut down, and we saw this happen quite a few times, you know, even in just this tournament alone, when they do get shut down, they go very quiet. It takes them a while to get back into the game. So that's the real worry for me, that JiJieHao, especially their next gun round, into the next round, if they fall flat there, they could really fall into a rut.
Shouldn't be much to report in this particular round. As you can see, no Kevlar. Genzi getting warmed up, super sharp with that AK-47. You want him in the zone. Yesterday, anything but. He had a very weak performance by his standards. Opening kill found on Boros. That's going to be a sigh of relief. He's kind of the danger man on these sort of Deagle rounds.
Yeah. Get him out the way. Does deal some serious damage. You take that every day of the week, but yeah, I mean, really all we're looking for JiJieHao is a bomb plot would be lovely, just to add a little bit extra to the cash. Anything else feels super, super unlikely. Headtrick posted. Oh my god, he's being tested, but thankfully MPL there to bait and switch. Take that fight and take him with Bibu not even looking the right way. Could get a second behind it too. He's also got this very strong crossfire in towards mid. There's not a lot really that JiJieHao can do. They've got to hit some pretty insane shots that are pretty unlikely right now.
At this point, you're just expending the remaining CT utility and hoping you can get one kill in this round. I don't think that'll even happen. MPL looking sharp today as well. Starting to find their footing here on the CT side of Inferno. This will be a nice injection of cash. You want to keep this round as clean as possible. You don't need to hunt these kills. The objective should just be keep everyone alive, but it's starting to go a little bit wrong. No real reason to challenge that aggressive choke point. Like, you've got to have a bit more discipline than that.
Yeah, exactly. All will be recovered, so I guess a little silver lining. But yeah, maybe just two more, much more expensive than Bait would have wanted, especially the way it started. 2 opening kills for you. You've really shut down this mid-aggression, and then you, again...
You've given them a pretty decent round.
Yeah,
exactly. It was PT-50s and Deagles, no armor. The fact they even get 2 kills...
You stick around a little too long.
Yeah, like the round's over, play the bomb side, set up the crossfire, make them work for it.
Yeah.
I know you want to finish things off and you're feeling yourselves, but discipline has got to be the aim of the game here. It's pound for pound. From what I've seen of this tournament, JiJieHao are going to out-frag you here. You need to beat them as a team. Exactly,
and actually that's where Bait do a lot of their best work. Their system's super strong, the one that Madden has built, but not to be. So there's 3 playing out through B. For Bait early here, Hedrick going to take first contact. Util being set up for Alex, maybe flash him in for a fight. It's a double nade setup to bound it towards half wall, but they're not pushed up. So JiJieHao once again playing it a little slow. It's a bit of a rarity for their standards, but doesn't seem to be working. Kenzie for the first, NTL will be dropped. Missed shot by Hedrick, he has to fall away.
It's under control for now. The Molotov makes things quite uncomfortable for him at this stage. He has to be combative, and he's rising to the occasion. Finds a Samus now pinned in towards the corner. He does God's work, though, and he's got Alex to back him up. Buys just enough time for the rotation to come through, and that should be a guaranteed round here. Bibu smoked off. He might just have to walk through and hope for the best here. Can't even get the bomb, hoping to find a rotation player, but at this stage, it's going to be 4-3. 4 rounds in a row for Bates. Solid banana hold. And Hedrick stepping up with the orb.
Yeah, and kind of like I said towards that previous round, this is actually the worst case scenario for JiJieHao. This is where they go a little quiet and where they can start to fall into this rotter form that has plagued them before, and I've seen it a couple of times in some of the online competitions, even LAN recently. Bibu, Constellation kills are nice, you'll take that every day of the week. Just keeping that CT economy in check a little bit.
There is a window of opportunity here. Like, it would be a lot of things going wrong with the CT side here, but a lot of things go right in the end. The AK through the smoke prevails, and it's going to be 2 players surviving here. So they're going to be at a decent loss bonus, but only $2,900. It's like partial by territory with 34 coming into the following round. Objective here, get some Tech 9's armor, try and get the bomb down, and find a few kills, as you mentioned, to keep the CTs modest in terms of the finances.
I do really want to see just a bit more pace out of the JiJieHao side. That's where they're so scary. When they're holding W, when they're getting up in their face, teams, especially of Bates or a Caliber, who have been very good in kind of the tier 2, climbing the ranks, they're just not going to be able to deal with it. And we've already seen it yesterday. Big absolutely destroyed them just by playing quick, aggressive, in their face. They were so sharp. I feel like, you know, if I'm JiJieHao here, I'm trying to rely off what makes my team tick. It is the individuals, it's the stars that shine, and they've gone quite quiet.
Bates is starting to get rowdy as well.
Yes, and I don't think, as much as JiJieHao want to do that, I'm sure they want to do that against this Bay side to, like Big did yesterday. I don't think JiJieHao like it when it's done against them.
No, I think you're right, and that's the psychological warfare is an important factor of the game. And
they're quite close together, those boosts as well.
I hope that develops. That's going to be an interesting thread to follow. Either way, as mentioned, partial by territory. They're always going to be dead. They've got 5 grenades now. There's something, they've got something cooking here. That's not normal. You don't buy 5 HGs in these sort of rounds. So they've got something in mind. They're going to try and airstrike a certain area. And it could be the pit, I would think. Would make a lot of sense. If you can get some basic mid control, throw 3 nades towards a pit, get a kill, get a bomb plant, that's where I think they're going with this.
Well, let's see. No player in that direction for now, because of course they're just playing all around mid. There's a double stack in towards short. Hedrick will probably just swing off the back of Kenzie's contact, and there it is. 1-for-1 trade, actually.
Oh, no.
There's the nade. It's NPL's own nade. Oh, that is the worst case scenario. Samus softened him up, but it's NPL's own nade that sees him off. And now, speak of, the bomb goes down, but still, this is still on. 2 versus 3 now with a pistol, a couple of pistols in play, and an overfight for a Samus. That found, I say, that was the gun.
That's a wild decision to make. 2 versus 2 now, and CTs are right back into this. If they just turtled up on the bomb side, they had so much to welcome. You're right, they were trying to get the weapons and take these duels, but it could come back to haunt them. Still with a fighting chance of it, now they have to make do with the Tech 9! And Bibu certainly is making do. What a shot at range! And now there's no chance for a Sentinel. They are saved by that long-range headshot.
Bibu! What a shot from him! You can't even really kind of plan or anything for that. He's molly at his feet. That's wild.
Let's listen. Let's see if they want to get loud and proud.
Do it.
It's pretty pretty subdued for now. They want to get some momentum back up. But yeah, that was a very impressive round. Didn't even have to deploy the HGs really. The CTs did it themselves. They actually just dropped it on the floor. I'm sure he just maybe bounced it off the wall when he was in the smoke. I'm not really sure how that goes down, but either way, BBU saved the day here in the flames as well.
What a shot.
Ridiculous shot.
Can't see a thing. That is pure fortune, but you take it all the same. But honestly, JiJieHao, if they're able to get this round, they're going to put so much pressure. They're going to break the economy of Bay. They're going to put them really under the cosh now.
Well, this is where it comes back to that discussion of, like, when you've got guaranteed rounds, you need to keep all 5 members alive, especially against a team like JiJieHao. Are going to be so deadly on the pistol. This is really going to hurt you now. You can see they're operating with the bare essentials, basic utility, MPO down to an MP9. They have got a couple of kits, just to note that as well. Still a very competitive round. Smoke goes down, and 4 players with JiJieHao outside of B right now. But that's the objective. Try and bait out that initial smoke early on in the rounds, just to burn through the utility on the CT side.
So BBU's lurking over towards second mid right now, and he might be the one that brings rotations. Kenzie's making a push though in towards mid. This could be wild. Oh, BBU's turned the wrong way. That's really unfortunate. Now they've lost all of this mid control, and they're partially sort of funneled towards B. I feel like they're going to want to try and reclaim, but Kenzie's wrapping all the way behind. Keep an eye on him. He actually really could be put off the flank because he comes through tunnels.
Yeah, in that underpass right now. It's going to be awkward, weird timing on either side. We should jump on board with Kenzie right now.
Oh! Yeah, he was turning around. He was 180ing everywhere. It's only MPL towards A. He needs to be really careful. I actually like this angle. Just go and tuck yourself and hope that you can get a close range fight.
MPL needs at least one. They're not going to check him. He gets one, but now has to fall off the angle. Needs a bit of rotation, some backup. Many are aware of his position, and they're kind of fumbling this a little bit. I'm not going to lie to you. They have no idea where the kills are being received, and they don't get anything done. That is a very disappointing finish.
Yeah, that's not what we want to see for this side. It looked actually pretty good. You're fighting essentially against one man, but then they slow down, and MPL's given the chance at that first. Yeah, I don't know. It really did fall very, very flat. I mean, started quite flat as well. Kenzie's catching BBU looking nowhere, if we're being completely honest. And
they still had 30 seconds at this point. It seemed like they're scrambling.
Yeah, they look so panicked,
like,
so flustered.
Take a moment, get some smokes down motor, like get some Molotov flashes going, and then isolate that fight, get someone going back through boiler. But yeah, just tried to force the issue and paid the heavy price. Back and forth we go here, 5-4. Bear in mind, this is the pick of Bates as we go into not a forced buy, partial investment, and one that might not work out. Boris with the hero AK. Just full sends it. Like, no real intention behind it. There's no flash. There's nothing. He just runs up.
He's in a slow game, unfortunately. Boris, they need him. He's 3-10 right now. I mean, he has
died every single round.
Yeah, he has been the main man when this side have been popping off so far, because Asamas hasn't actually lived up too much to the level that we've sort of touted of him. But yeah, this is crumbling for this JiJieHao side. Oh, that's been heard as well. Spotted it as well.
Definitely has now. All right, Alex, bear in mind what we said before. Don't have to force these fights. You can just, you're the solo banana player, bro.
Yeah, he's open. If they had a smoke, I mean, they might have needed it. Asamas wants to take a fight here, I think.
So unnecessary.
They think he's crossed. Asamas, he might get a decent peek.
4-on-2, you're solo banana player, and then all of a sudden it's starting to crumble again. They're low HP. They should be fine here. Smoke goes down. Asamas needs to pick his poison here, and thankfully, Hedrick saves the day. Some questionable maneuvers here, I'll say that much, but still they come out on top. Gotta see a bit more discipline, but overall they win the round. And Essential, yeah, that was the play. Like, if Molotov goes down and Boros is trying to force the issue, there was no flash, there was no nades towards the top, very comfortable kill.
Yeah, I feel like you just, even in that situation, if you're going for that hero AK, just one flash makes such a world of difference. Send him in towards half wall, don't let him take that fight dry. On Hedrick, but yeah,
you can see he's in his own head.
It's frustrations, I think. Yeah, it is absolutely the case, and it's obviously showing. So another attack pause going to be called the second for JiJieHao, and yeah, I mean they're in a tough spot. I mean Lord as well, the coach, he's actually got a really difficult task ahead of him of how do we actually get this side back online, because you look at the map as a whole as well, and you think Inferno generally always been kind of a map that is lent into PUBG players. People like to scrim it and stuff like that, and it just feels like this is where JiJieHao could do a lot of damage if their individuals start popping off, but unfortunately not. And I think, Henry, for me, the worst sign here right now for JiJieHao is that they're not popping off on T side. That is their side.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Need to maybe slow it down a bit. Sure, when Boris is on and he's just running up and killing people, it looks great, but it's not sustainable. If he's having a bad game and he gets a few unlucky rounds, he's going to be in his own head. You need to fall back onto plan B. We need to see that right now, because 4 rounds, sure, that's serviceable, it's fine, but those were found very early on. They won the pistol, got the 3-0 star. They've had one kind of forced by win since then. They won with the pistol. They haven't won a real gun round as of yet.
It's very true. Since weapons have been encased, it's just not gone. Right, for JiJieHao, again starts badly for Boros.
Dude,
goes down early.
What are these deaths he's receiving? Though you've died every single round. Round number 11, he's 3-11 right now. He's just trying to bring his game online. I understand the approach, but this isn't FACER. You need to actually coordinate your star players and actually get them into advantageous positions. We're not seeing that right now.
Yeah, and you know, I actually look towards Issa here as well. You know, if I'm in this spot and my star player's not actually stepping up, I'm actually trying to set him up. If I'm trying to put him in positions where you get guaranteed kills. Little cubbies, trade players being third in on entries, so players already
flushing CTs out of Molotovs.
exactly.
Yeah, you know, like actually giving him a shooting gallery of sorts. And
because right now he's taking fights 1v1 on his own. He's obviously, you know, in a bit of a headspace as well. Put him third in the pack, right? And get these players that are softened up, and that's where he's going to start to find his form. And then you look towards the second half, say, all right, Boros, you know, here we go. You just got a double kill. You're back. Let's keep going.
Well, we're talking about Boros, but Asamas, the kind of second in command in the star player role, he's 2-9. So yeah, the players that really do need to frag aren't delivering. We'll see whether they can get it done here. It's actually a nice little timing they found in towards Banana. 2 CTs in the back. Oh, the bait and switch is going to be delectable here. You can see it's perfect. There's not really much, like I said, nice gap, but there's no pressure. There's no Molotov towards new boxes. There's no flashes going over the top. So the CTs, as long as they hit their shots, are coming out on top every single time. Yeah, it's so simple. It's so effective. Credit to Bait. This is a much better performance than what we saw yesterday. Against Big, they got decimated so simply. This is looking a lot more like a side that have become kind of one of the most feared within Tier 2 in the online space. So, brilliant for them. 7, they guarantee a lead. Now the tail end of the half has been into the final round, and the way they're playing it, it feels like it would be unlikely they don't get a. Everything is just going right. We have not got a gun round for JiJieHao. They've got one Tech 9 forced by round. No pressure at all. It's a really nice setup. Very well played from the CT side. Just to make that clear. Take the fights one by one. Yeah, it's so well done. It's very well done, but still, like, there's no pressure being applied. It's the final round of this first half. All that hype found at the start of the 3-0. It has never been replicated since. We are going to see Galil's at the very least. Maximum loss bonus. Senthiel. There we go. Oh, Sasamas this time going down. They've got the backup, even with a good flashbang this time. Yeah. A little bit more method behind the madness, but still opening frag given away. That's 2-11. Your second star player is going to finish on here. Boros, have you got anything left to say in your T-side campaign? Absolutely not. Taken down by Hedrick. What a shot that was. And that was towards top and middle. Yeah. So again, he's alone, just trying to find a pick. Yeah, he's just so desperate for fights. And sometimes it's worked for Boros. When Boros is on his game, he gets away with it, and we're questioning every time, how does he get away with it? But when he's off, it really falls flat. Cynthia will get caught. Not the end of the world just yet for JiJieHao. If they can level this playing field to a 3 versus 3, there might be a bit of a chance here, but rotations come back over. We're going to go for a 2-2 split for Bait. As Hedrick will come and join Alex. And Bomb looks like it's heading towards A. MPL and Kenzazor and a bit of a double stack. Mini and Big Pit. Can be quite difficult to pull apart. And look towards the T side. They've got 1 smoke, 1 molly. So now it's set up once again. Baits really are thriving in this environment right now. So Kenzie will take all the aggro. He's expecting utility, which isn't actually deployed too effectively. And now they've got a second player in the pit who can't hit his shots, but still, Kenzie, a keen frag up, finds a first, fake plant coming through, and it's going to be Mini, such low HP. He just wants to get the bomb down at this stage. Love this, Kenzie sneaking away. Gonna try and set something up. Hedrick might have a freebie brewing for him, but he overlooks. Just so tunnel vision in. Thankfully, Kenzie is there. Got time for the reload as well. Mini so damn low in the 1 versus 2. This should be impossible. And it is closed. 8-4 half for Bait. They are flying. That's the roughest half I've seen from JiJieHao this tournament. Agreed. Winning the pistol and then barely finding any kills to follow things up. Itza had a couple of nice moments. Mini was up there, but yeah, it's Boros and Asamas you're looking at. They get 5 frags between them on a T-side campaign. That is just simply not good enough for a team that relies on the star potential of those two. This gave them a slight bit of hope here, but they weren't aware of that second player towards the pick. Kenzie, easy frags to close things out, 8-4. If they win the pistol here, they can still lock in on the CT side, but they've been thriving on their T-side campaigns. The base looking like the much better roster as of yet. Yeah, you look towards that rifling core, right? Asamas, Boros, and Mini, you add all their kills together. They don't even reach the level of the AWPA or the IGL, and both of which actually haven't been able to really play their game properly. Mini's not been pulling the AWPA out, the money.
He's been doing a lot of work with the rifle. It's a really difficult spot that they're in. I mean, Bait are absolutely flying. They're getting a little bit loud, but not over the top. They still know it's a bit of a tough task here, but I'm going to say I'm super worried now for JiJieHao. It's them going onto CT side on a map which they just do not look comfortable on.
If you're just joining us, this is the final game of the group stages here. It's the 1-1 bracket, and we're looking for the final team to make it to the playoffs starting tomorrow. So for me, at the start of this best of three, I was thinking JiJieHao all day long. I haven't been super impressed with Bait, but if they fall this flat, I'm not sure they can recover. We are going to see the second half commence momentarily. They're going to need a CT pistol, need their own momentum, and start to close this gap, but they are looking quite weak right now. Bait's looking great as a unit. We've got Kenzie at the very top with 13 kills, Alex behind him on 11, and then Hedrick there up in the fragging as well. He's got 12 kills.
He has some nice moments, Hedrick, actually. I think
absolutely.
He's been really solid out towards long, and he's actually rotating well over towards B as well.
After their first best of three, I think it was against the Huns, like he looked like kind of out of his game, but the second one yesterday, he started to come to life, and now he's actually looking his usual self.
Yeah, exactly. It's good to see as well Kenzie online. I mean, you touched on it a little bit earlier, but he was pretty woeful yesterday, and for a guy who is so important to this Bait side, since he kind of joined the roster in replacement of Captain Kirker, he was a real injection of firepower.
That name gets me every time. Captain Kirker.
Yeah, a real injection of firepower, and he didn't show up at all yesterday. He got completely decimated, can never get into any sort of a groove. He's really found his rhythm here. So, second half underway, 8-4 for Bait. If they get a pistol here, honestly, this map's done.
I think you might be onto something there, Neo. Very important pistol. See if we can work out where they're going with it. One smoke, two flashes. Probably going to be smoking CT spawn, flashing over and sending it in. Boros is there. 3 players. They've actually got the manpower on this side of the map. There's a smoke CT spawn. Flashes should go over, and it's a very simple approach, but could be very effective. You're going to see these CTs tucked away and actually finding some opening kills here. Issa with the first. Takes down a Senthiel. 5 versus 4. Can they respond? Issa continuing to frag. 3 kills in the round. Can he make it an ace? Can he keep fragging here? Yes, he absolutely can. Quad kill found. MPL, I was about to say, doesn't stand a chance here as they swarm him from the coffins. He almost puts him in the grave, but ultimately it will be the pistol, a much needed one for JiJieHao. Issa stepping up just when he needed him most.
8-4 is recoverable, but it all comes down to getting the pistol and then also getting the force buy behind it. Really, really well done. That is a massive round to be taking. And the way Issa steps up like that, he's so clean, the shot he's hitting. Under pressure too, and it just doesn't seem to affect him in any sort of a way. Really well done. He had a pretty solid pistol to start it off too. 2 kills to his name. Great work from him, supporting Minion. 4 here. Now, JiJieHao, this is where we can start slowly but surely and, well, hopefully, building a bit of foundations. Unfortunately, I see something.
We've got to have one.
We've got to have one. Yeah, of course. Couldn't expect it any other way. So, tech pause coming through here. Something over towards BB. It looks like the headset issue, which is actually genuinely pretty easy to fix.
You say that. If it's TeamSpeak, I'd agree with you. If the headset's off, though, and the admin's having to look at it, I'm not so sure. We'll see, though, because they're using in-ears, so I guess it might be just a microphone issue. Yeah, so maybe you're right. But there we go. It's going to be the much-needed pistol. We do have a game on our hands once again. I think if they lose that, there wouldn't be much chance of them coming back into it. But we're on pause. We are good to go. Thank you for bearing with us. And as we are here at the final game of the group stages, we are going to see whether they force buy. There's no bomb plan, of course, so I would say with the scoreline they have and the way they're playing as a unit, they don't have to win this round. I think if they're taking too much of a risk, too much of a gamble if you force buy at this stage. If you got the bomb down, sure, but let's just take the eco and see whether we can just cause a bit of a ruckus. A couple of kills, maybe just one would be fine here.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything that can be taken for Bait in this one. I mean, honestly, if they get a bomb plant on this, you'd be so happy. Coming in with the extra bit of trimmings of the util in towards the next round, but does feel unlikely. It's a good opportunity for the MP9s to farm up a very solid amount of cash. Kibu being tempted to be sent in behind that smoke in towards Banana. They're opting against this. Probably the smart call here. They don't need to overfight here, JiJieHao. I mean, this is something that I think sometimes this side really need to sort of remember for themselves is we don't have to be the one setting the tempo, even on that CT side. We can afford to sit back and shell up a little bit towards the sides. They've interestingly rotated Boros off B back over towards the A side. So it's a quad A stack leaving Bibu all alone. He does have a smoke, so it won't be the end of the world. He can buy a little bit of time if he does see a bit of presence, but it is still very risky.
With his buggering around with chickens here, as I always say, just try and bleed out some CT util. That's pretty much all you can really do. Use it as a bit of a timeout as well. Discuss your options going forward.
Yeah.
The existence timeout, that's throwing it right back. But yeah, we'll see whether anything can be done here. Mini should be able to farm. The MP9s, you ideally want them to get the kills. Problem with this setup is, Neo, though, it means you've actually really focused on the SMGs. So it's going to be AKs going for the next one. You could have 4 MP9s. I don't see any kills coming here. There's one. That's what we were looking for. But yeah, now you have 3 MP9s in this first gun round. It's going to be very challenging, to say the least. But it's Inferno. MP9s can thrive here, and we'll see whether they've got something up their sleeve to make it work. So we're closing the gap. 8-6. This game is officially back on. Nice work from MESA. He really is feeling himself right now. It'd be nice to see Boris. He actually got a few eco frags there. That's what you need, honestly. It sounds ridiculous, but getting a couple of those kills,
it makes a world of
you're looking at the scoreboard, you're seeing yourself slowly rise up. He's going to start feeling himself a bit more.
For a player of his stature as well, I think, you know, just the small things like that can really help his mental. He's a player who, when he's feeling it, when he's on his game, he's basically untouchable. And then when he is in these ruts of forms, as we saw, you know, he really physically looked quite frustrated. He was going red. He was, you know, head in hands and all the rest. So yeah, I think you're right. You really start to feel much more comfortable in your sort of your game plan and your idea. So now this round is really important for me. I feel if JiJieHao are able to just sneak something over the line with these MP9s, we could be in for a world of trouble for Bait crumbling upon this lead. But interesting, JiJieHao are going to go for that mini AWP. So, or with a triple MP9 around it, 1M4 for Boros. It's a pretty bold call. I mean, thankfully, they have money left in reserves for the next round, but yeah, an all-power here around MP9s is kind of wild.
Let's have a look. Mini, what have you got for us?
He's been great so far, I'll say.
Yeah, true.
But it hasn't been with the AWP. It's been the rifles.
Very important round here in the grand scheme of things. We're getting into the thick of it now. Banana, control garnered. Boros, you can still see he's chomping at the bit to get involved in there. He just wants to be flashed in. He wants to go for these frags. He wants to be let off the leash. And in he goes. Flashbang successful, but the frag and the follow-up not found.
Bibu, don't need to do too much here. Just wait, bait them in. Let kind of you be that attention draw to let Boros shine a little bit. Issa was tempted to go and come and join them, but it looks like he's going to rotate back over towards the A side. But Util comes down towards long and short, so I would say it could be the right call, but there's no commitment of the bomb just yet. We're under a minute. Alex will go pick it up. I'm assuming he's joining B.
Yeah, the B execution got MPL. It's not ideal to have the in-game leader that side of the map right now. I guess there'll be no input lag. If he feels like he's created a gap or caused some pressure, then he can call now, go for the execution. But we'll see. They're setting up the smokes right now. MPL still towards second middle, so he's going to be maybe a hard lurk here. He's going to slowly join the teammates as they get ready for the full B execution. They do have multiple smokes, no Molotovs to flush out key positions, but we'll see whether they can come out on top.
Nice re-smoke there, 30 seconds. Molly behind it too. That can do a lot of work. BB going to try and play behind the smoke. He's going to wait for that flash to come over, then he's going to swing behind it. Question being, how successful is he? And the answer is not very. Same for Boros, who gets clipped. What a shot from Ascencio in towards Dark. And this round is done. Merely just save the AWP. It is not worth it.
No real resistance put up there. They had everything they could possibly ask for. The smoke down at the perfect time. Crossfire enabled, unable to land their shots, and it is going to be a 5-on-3. But as you mentioned, the money's actually okay, and it was always going to be a challenging round. They had 3 MP9s coming into this one, so it's to be expected. And that's the kind of dilemma I was discussing after the success they found in round number 2. Maybe a bit more firepower required, but they will save the AWP, currently residing in towards CT spawn, looking for some exits here, but you'd be a fool to exit through CT on the T side here. Everyone should leave through Banana.
I do wonder, and this is something that I've actually seen a few Asian teams do recently when they play Inferno, is that they actually take that risk and upgrade the MP9s. They just drop them and say, right, we actually need rifles here. And you don't see it as commonly within kind of EU Counter-Strike, but it might be something that JiJieHao will say, right, where it's like, well, you know, we've got Issa, who's been actually the best rifler so far today. I need a rifle, right? Or I need something to kind of support. So let's see what they go for. They might just stick around. MP9 going to be dropped over towards Bibu. It's going to keep all of his rifled out for Boros and Asama. So, but credit to Issa, he's actually still given a lot of respect in a sense of saying, right, these guys are my stars, even though they haven't been playing that well. I'm still going to continuously give them these guns and hope that they have that moment of brilliance. They are still doing just enough. 3 rounds ahead, 4 away from taking this map and starting well in towards the series. And still going to get some early control over towards Bernardo. Molotov will slow him down. Boros playing just behind it. What happened there? Bibu takes 100 damage from the molly.
You hate to see it, Neo.
How?
We'll see if they can recover. Boros, man, he at least gets 1 kill, but not really having a massive amount of impact. He goes 6 and 15 now. Very difficult round to recover. Mini is here with the AWP, but with the bomb down to T steps, this will be a full reset at this stage. MPL won't just be full sending in. The fact that Mini's giving up the presence, he's in CT spawn.
Yeah.
He might just have to sacrifice the B side and go join the A. Because at this stage, I don't think they're going to pull this one off with a 2-1 setup.
No, I think you're right. I'm still just so baffled how Bibu dies there. We didn't get to see it, but it's just a molly that's thrown on corner. I don't know, he takes 100 damage from it, doesn't move.
It's very unfortunate.
Going towards A, it seems. If they just go anywhere near apps or short, free plant. Nothing Asamas can do.
What have we got left? So much utility on the T side as well. I can't really imagine a world where they give this one up. It's Asamas, who's technically one of the star players. He's 2 and 12.
Yeah.
He'll be the solo hold. And this is what I mean. Like, you're not going to win a 1 versus 4 this side of the map. He can't commit too heavily to this fight. Once he detects him going towards A, like he is right now, he should sacrifice and go save the weapon. Or give it up, I suppose. Both options are available.
That probably shows the mentor a little bit, I think, for Asamas. This is a guy, obviously, who's unbelievably talented and has looked great. And he's been statistically the best player, like a 1.26 rating, I think, over the last kind of few months. But so far this tournament, he hasn't really been lights out as we've seen prior. And this map, I mean, 2
That first game they played on Dust 2, I was super excited about that.
1v4?
Yeah, super excited about that.
Yeah.
Just haven't seen much since.
Yeah, you honestly, you're spot on. I mean, it's good to see Bait on their own map pick winning as well. They also have this curse about Mirage, but then JiJieHao banned Mirage to start off this series, which now you look at it, and with how badly Bait been playing, you kind of question why.
I know, like we said, like your Dust 2, your Mirage, your Ancient, that's where you want to see this team. Do not be banning Ancient.
Yeah.
I would say you're not thriving on these tactical maps. Inferno is the quintessential tactical masterclass. It has all the elements of Counter-Strike you like to see. A lot of rotations and aggression required, executions, it's a full package, and if you're not up to snuff, it can be a real nightmare to handle yourself. And when you've got your star players is running up into choke points, trying to make frags happen, it's not really that sort of map. You're running into utility, you're running into grenades. It's going to be very difficult to find multiple kills as an individual. It has to be coordination that wins this map.
Tell lie, the veto was actually flipped when I was looking at it, but yeah, it's actually this is JiJieHao's map pick rather than the other way around. And yeah, I mean, this is not looking good. I mean, with Ancient coming up next.
So they picked Ancient against JiJieHao?
Yeah.
That's very surprising.
That's what I thought. I thought it was flipped, but yeah, pretty interesting.
Right there. It's going to be a saved AWP, a little bit of investment behind it, but technically an eco here. You've got Itz there with the 5-7 Kevlar. Oh, God, it's getting rough out there, boys. It's getting real rough.
Alex at them every day of the week. Just says thank you very much.
Save the AWP now.
Yep. He's pushing. I don't like this. Don't go any further, please. I don't mind this. Send the pistol.
The VIP at this stage.
Yeah. Get down, Mr. President. Just make sure he stays alive. He's the one taking the wide angles. The pistols are sort of sneaking around the corner. But
okay,
yeah,
they are just going to be saving this. They know what their objective is at the very least. But the round and the game is slipping away from them. 11-6, guaranteed. It's been a great performance from Bates. I'd say their best showing so far this tournament. They've looked very coordinated, very calm. Hasn't been any huge disasters as of yet.
There's a lot to like. Up to 11 now as well. This map should be a guarantee. JiJieHao under pressure. Bates pick up next. I do worry. I very much worry about what's happening. This JiJieHao side is looking so flat. People will get a consolation kill. You take that every day of the week. He just has a little check around the corner, but the smart decision of getting out of the AK, that is the right call. Just make sure this stays alive and towards the next. And Mini, well, at least hit a shot of his own. So AWP, AK, the P250 of course can have a little look. Real enough for him.
Okay, this is
another AK. That's actually just not a bad round.
Not a bad
for
round
the situation you're in.
They entered with no Kevlar, USPs, and a 5-7. They're going to leave with 2 AKs and an AWP. Like, this is actually quite promising. Last chance saloon, though, coming up. If you're going to have any impact, Asamas, Boros, this is the time. Given an AK on the CT side, that should be your bread and butter. This should be the chance where you actually can start dominating. CT side, with an AK in hand, you actually can take some duels. You can actually have some flair to your game. Alex, though, easy does it. No real pressure. Sprays them both down. Bibu getting that AK. Managing to get a second as well, courtesy of Mini.
You're pretty happy with it.
You're pretty happy with the round.
In the grand scheme of things.
So he needs to step up.
Yeah. AWP, double AK, double M4. On the flip side, no AWP actually in play for Bay. They've got plenty of money to work with, but Hedrick wants to play with the rifles, and I actually don't mind this. He's been very proficient on the rifles so far on Inferno. So I'm a fan. Let's see, 11-6. This, as you put it, Lost John Saloon, you're spot on, right? There's no chances after this. 11-6, 2 rounds away.
Okay, we've got a nice setup as well. Someone's boosted up towards quad. Nice utility deployed, not a ton of damage, but the flashbangs are excellent. Boros, Bibu, finally finding an advantage at the start of this round. 5 versus 3, got to convert this now. Everyone, keep it calm, keep it relaxed. MPL fighting back here. Oh my God, what a sequence that is. Won't be winning the round, but objective here, keep them as humble as possible on the CT side. A statement performance there, nice swing from the boiler room. If you can find one more kill, that would be a lovely feather in their cap.
Well, it's Boros here and Bibu deep towards Banana, who is low, so this could still be a little spicy. Taps on towards Wood just in case. Boros is, yeah, he's tempted for the fight here. He might just get it knifed out. You take it every day. Those are the kills that you need a little bit, just for that sigh of relief for Boros. We're still looking to get him online, but a 3K there in a gun round too. That's a rarity. We haven't seen too many gun rounds from JiJieHao. We'll take it. And it's not the most impossible of tasks. 11-7. And it will be the first bait timeout as well. So I think they understand, you know, worst possible thing that can happen here is this side get fired up and this side start to get a bit of momentum. Absolutely. Let's just make sure we shut it down immediately.
Really nice round from JiJieHao. Credit where it's due. It's been a rough showing so far, but that was a lovely CD setup. Perfect utility over towards that banana area. Good retake, perfectly timed, and actually setting up their star players with the flashbangs over the top, with the smoke at the half wall, isolating those duels and coming out on top. That's what you want to see here. That's Counter-Strike.
All right. This is the first time we've really had to say this entire map where they actually have a little bit of a tough conversation. And I think probably for Madden, it is actually just about calming them down. Be like, all right, don't worry about it. It's fine. It's whatever. We're still in a very commandable position. Don't put too much risk. Got so much money as well. And Sentinel starts well. A double kill for him on towards this from Mini. Boros only good for one shutdown. Bieber will trade, sure, but the numbers still remain in Bait's favor. 3 versus 2 ensues as MPL doubles back to see what this banana pressure is looking like.
This is the nightmare scenario now, because sure, 3 versus 2 sounds quite realistic, but you've got Bibu down to 15 points of health, and you're going to have to play 1-1 or gamble on a bomb site here. So we'll see what they decide to do. Osama's trying to find a kill through that smoke. He has got a slight gap there. It's not a perfect moto smoke, so he might be able to creep through this and do something with it. Throws the incendiary up towards the apartment position, trying to keep them on notice here.
They just have no idea about Sentinel. They still think that they're stuck in towards Falcon Shore.
I think they're peeling off already.
Yeah, they've called it.
That's the correct call. I'm surprised they made it. That's the correct call.
It's just no point. Bibu is, you know, such a liability with his HP in this sort of situation. You need the guns. That's bait though. Map point.
It was just starting to get interesting there. But now, it's really an alarming situation. You've got 12-7, 5 rounds in a row required. I don't think they've got it in them, but would love to be proven wrong here.
Yeah, it's the first gun round as well that we can say from JiJieHao where it's like, that was really well done. Like everything that could go right, does go right. Really well formulated. This is sort of workable. It's replicable as well. And then instantly it's a bit of a flash in the pan and you get shut down. Sentinel with a lovely double just swinging in towards mid. He actually just beats them at their own game. He fights fire with fire. A swing in through mid, dry, no flash. You gotta love it. 12-7, 5 map points on your opponent's map pick is not a bad spot for Bait to be in.
Smiles all round, Hedrick looking comfy. 3 players survived. Money is very strong on the T side. Sentinel enters the next round here with $9,000. Boros, he had a chance to get double kills there. Unfortunately, unable to convert it. So, does it end right here and right now? Mini's got the AWP. What's the stance? 3 players over towards the B-bomb side right now. Dropping off some utility. Set them up. Make sure everyone's comfy. You want to deny that pressure at the very start. You don't want to give up banana at the very start of the round. See Boros tucking himself in. Oh, Bibu with the first kill. Not bad at all.
Take that.
Finds Kenzie. One of the danger men here. He's got 17 kills. Alleviates a lot of pressure. Osamas, though, he can't be in his own head here. Still needs to play with the team. Can't be going for individual fights. Mini will spot one towards top middle. Will it whistles past their shoulder?
22 towards A. They've triple stacked B here. If they go on a bit of a time in the next 10 seconds, they can get the drop on towards the JiJieHao side. Slowed it down massively though. They're still sitting on motor smokes to come over momentarily.
So, full mid control granted. They have rotated an extra player over. 3 on this A site. Should be a JiJieHao round. If Samus can find some form here, MPL has actually got around towards Library though. This is going to make things very uncomfortable. There's the kill in the Sentinel, make it a couple. Samus goes down with nothing once again. Issa's been the top performer so far. They can't find much more. It's going to be a 2 versus 1. Very winnable clutch scenario. MPL known for these sort of rounds. He's got Boros and BB to deal with. Bomb in his favor. And no further utility. He has got a flash, I beg your pardon. Boros though, first kill. And Shadow spotted. MPL knows he's there.
Gets it. Running low on ammo, though. Only got 4 bullets in the chamber.
Boys.
That's all he needs
Boys,
as
boys,
well.
boys.
MPL 1v2 isolates them so damn well. A 13-7 on JiJieHao's map pick. That was a pretty damning display from Bait.
Oh, you don't love to see that at all. That is a disappointing result. Boros going 1 and 4 in opening duels. Samus going 0 and 4, trying to force the issue time and time again. Wasn't working out for them. If this team's on, they're red hot.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to shut them down when they're razor sharp, but this wasn't one of those showings. This is a map where they got absolutely owned. Even after winning the pistol in the second half before, there might be a chance to come back to life, but you can see the team play, the chemistry, and Essentials fragging, especially, completely dominated them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you look at that, Samus finishing 2 and 16 in that map, on a map of Inferno as well. Like, my God, that is really, really tough to see. What a performance on the flip side. Kenzie, the man that we were looking to yesterday, he steps up in a big way. For now, we're getting ready. Ancient up next, Bait in a fantastic spot.
Bait, not the bait on map 1. The Predators instead taking out JiJieHao and JiJieHao's map pick of Inferno. Prof, I'm impressed by what I've seen.
Yeah, for sure. They looked really, really confident, really dominant. I have a short quiz here for you.
I'm
once
ready.
Again.
I love quizzes.
How many gun rounds did JiJieHao win?
This is unfair because I've got it
literally
I've literally got the information in front of me. So by the looks of it, JiJieHao, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 7?
No, JiJieHao 2 gun rounds.
Oh, wow.
The rest was the pistol
Oh, yeah,
and the
sorry,
conversion.
I'm looking at the wrong side.
Right, so...
Yeah, it's literally 2 in the conversion. Wow.
Yeah, so both pistol rounds won, and then when you win both pistols and
so
convert...
bad, I had it in front of me and just misread it. Sorry, carry on with
this
the
is
point.
like when your teacher is trying to help you. It's like 2 + 2, 4. 44? 44, I guess. No.
You want to go to the scoreboard? Again, if anyone gets that reference at home, props to you.
You were on
You've
the
been tuned
scoreboard,
in.
didn't help you. So all I want to say here is that looked so comfortable from
Yes,
Bait.
very, very comfortable.
And on the other side, I mean, JiJieHao just looked like... They just looked like 5 guys on a server. They didn't really look like a team.
Yeah, deflated. I mean, Issa and Mini were doing what they could, but yeah, definitely some of the players missing. Asama finishing 2 to 16 as the rising star of the team. Need more coming out of him, Prof.
Yeah, ended up kind of going very cold in this tournament. Like he started pretty decently, but not really panning out for him. Like as you said, like he was a star heading in. He was performing the best even on LAN in China in ACL and stuff like this. But here struggles some like completely invisible map. I want to give some credit to Bait. In terms of Boros, for example, I feel like he was completely countered by Kenzizor, who was going for plays and apps. He was like very, very aggressive, and you would expect Boros to want that kind of stuff. But I think he just wasn't ready for Kenzizor to be in the apps so often. He went 5-1 in opening duels on that first half on the CT side, and really just shut down any T side possibilities from JiJieHao. They looked just, I don't know how to explain this, just 5 guys joined on a server. We're kind of playing some Inferno. No explosion, you know, on the side. Sometimes they would even have situations going towards the A-bomb site, towards NPL. I think that was one round. I saw just a clutch now, which was also very nice. It just lacked, you know, good utility, proper timings. It's just like, okay, let's go A. Some guy goes here, some guy goes there. No trading, no fierceness that you come to expect from a T side on Inferno. Nowadays, the T side on Inferno can be so oppressive, so hard for the defending side, but there's none of that today. Yeah,
definitely a lack of structure creeping in on the side of JiJieHao. On the other side of the server, Bait, they look fantastic in terms of structure. 8 CT rounds, and you know, at that point when you're going into the second half, you can lose that pistol and it's not a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty comfortable, right? Didn't really make a big difference. And then they come into the second half, just do a pretty standard B pop and trade out onto the bomb site, get that going, start rolling, reset, and then just from there on out, not really a fear in Bait's eyes. I think that's the thing that we're kind of talking about before. Can they be a bit on edge? Can JiJieHao like start yelling and maybe, you know, get the pressure going? But there's none of that. Like JiJieHao really struggled throughout.
You mentioned not really seeing fear in the side of Bait. I think another way of seeing that is confidence, and it really came to a head in that final round with MPL's 1v2 clutch. You know, if there's a way to close out a game and build confidence in yourself and in your team going into map number 2, that's the way to do it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's no better way for the IGL. Funnily enough, he was involved in 0 opening duels. He was just like cleaning up in the mid round and the late round. He also had that one funny situation where he naded himself to death, which is one of the single rounds that JiJieHao won against Rifles, right, on the T side. But other than that, yeah, pretty...
It was actually a 1v3 now I'm looking at the kill feed. Felt like a 1v2 at the time, but I guess he got that kill sometime before.
The post-plant
1v2.
Just very cleanly played. I don't know, I feel like JiJieHao really got frustrated. We saw them here after the map.
They didn't have an answer for what Bait were doing. They couldn't find their way around on their T side. And then, after the pistol on that second round, they just didn't have that CT, you know, sided structure to pull things off.
You're just not going to win with 4 T rounds on Inferno. You're just not going to win in today's meta. It's very unlikely. And the T side was just like, oh, let's just go B through a smoke or a molly, go full flash. Like they were just forcing the issue super early on, and it's just not going to work out. Kind of disappointed overall with what I saw from their Inferno.
Another thing to highlight with regards to Bait is the fact that once again their kill spread was very consistent. You know, 3 players on 13, 2 on 17. Truly a team effort in every sense of the phrase, Prof. Yeah,
I mean, we saw. I mean, Kenzizora highlighted them in the pre-match. He was lights out. I think best player on the CT side, but we saw Hedrick coming in with the op, picking up like a very quick double, making sure that nothing, you know, doesn't spiral out of control, stays alive for enough for the rotation to come in, and just instead of maybe the B bomb site being overrun and having to do some retake, it was just a clean round. So all in all, yeah, just very happy to see what we saw from the 3 main stars in NPL, Hedrick, and Kenzizor for the Bait side.
Prof, looking ahead, we've got map 2 next. It's Ancient, it's Bait's pick. I'd be very surprised if they didn't come in swinging and continuing that momentum from the end of Inferno. Yeah,
Ancient, pretty good map for Bait overall. Like they did lose it to Heroic Online, but other than that, they have like 6 wins out of 7. So I think that's a good sign. They beat some teams like Astralis. They beat famously the 1v3 clutch at the end that sent Astralis not to the major. They beat ENG twice. They beat like Gun 5. Some of these like pretty decent online teams. I think that's the pretty comfortable pick overall. On the other hand, for JiJieHao, nothing super impressive. I think the game that we saw yesterday against Heroic was probably their best, even though they lost it. Coming back on the T side from like a 6-1 down, not against, So I think that's a you know, can be still a decent map. I wouldn't write them off completely, but I think they need to get there. You know, they need to get on the server and start doing their job. With another Osama 216, it's not going to happen.
I was going to ask you, Prof, like, what can JiJieHao do? Is it just a case of Osama, Boris, and Bibu stepping up? Is there anything else that comes to mind?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a combination of that and just asserting yourself on the server. I think the fundamentals on Inferno were just not good. Like the utility was not good. They didn't take map control. Like if they can create some space to let the stars actually play Counter-Strike and not just be behind the smoke 80% of the time, then maybe something can happen.
Yeah, and I mean, Ancient's not necessarily a great map for JiJieHao either, so definitely an uphill battle for them. Prof, thank you as always for your thoughts. Everybody at home, up next we have map 2. Yes, it's Ancient, it's Bait's pick. If they take it, they move ahead to the playoffs, and JiJieHao will head home. Time to take a short break. We'll be back with you very shortly.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Tiki, quatro, tiki, ei, seu robô, tiki! E tem que torrar com a tiki!
And welcome back. Map number 2 here on the docket. It is Ancient as we look to see if JiJieHao can bounce back with its bait map pick. This is going to be an interesting one. Fighting towards mid nice and early. It's an ease for the trade as well as MPL, who starts early in a fantastic map number 1, and so did Kenzie. And down they both go. Mid control taken so effortlessly. But I say that, Boros will bite back with a double. One of something brewing here. 2 versus 3. Numbers still favor bait, sure, but let's be a little careful. Don't want to overfight. It's scrappy, but Alex comes out on top. Leaving it all down to Mini. Now, Mini, not a bad map number 1 from him. A lot to be done, but he gets clipped. So, only a couple of casualties, and once again, bait start well.
Okay, I'm here. How we doing? Just had to finish the lunch there. Sorry to leave you hanging, but we're back. Yeah, that looked like a pretty comprehensive victory there. Bait, nothing too flashy. And towards B they go. Few kills found en route. Alex leading the charge. And Boris had a chance to make a bit of a meal of it, just like I did. But gets himself 2, and unfortunately unable to deny much more. It's going to be a strong, promising start for Bait. If you're just joining us, the second map is looking likely. We see Bait go to the playoffs here. Had a very convincing showing on Inferno. And here we are in Asia. It's going to be a force buy, though, in response. Samus with the 5-7. Kenzie with the Mac-10. Samus, that might have been one of his worst maps of his career, I think, on Inferno.
Yeah, absolutely. What?
I don't know his numbers, but like that's got to be up there.
Yeah, 2-18, I think it was at the end.
Yeah.
It was rough. He really could not get going at all.
That's the 2 star players down.
Yeah, this force buy is looking very feeble very early on. Losing them, not what you want to be seeing.
Come on, Minnie.
Shot. Can't quite see it over the line. There's a hell of a lot of damage. Just shy of 90 to be precise, but it won't make a difference. The remaining 2 here. If you're Issa, your Bibu, you just say.
You want to be precise in here, it's 93. It says it right there.
Oh, it's at 89 first. No, it was Mini.
Oh, I take it back. No, egg on my face. Oh, you're right. Okay, that's the last time I try and par you. Okay. All right. Bosh. All right. Well, it's going to be pretty, essential. I'll love in that one. But I guess he's going to die with a blast anyway.
Exactly.
You have to get out of there.
Only Mac 10, I think, I'm right saying? Yeah, so not even the worst thing in the world to drop over. It's not really a gun that the CT side want to be using. They won't be able to buy in towards the next, but you get a Mac 10, an MP9, maybe try and get them into the thick of it as much as you can and see what they can do. But a 2-0 start for Bait. So far, absolutely flying. There's a lot to like here.
You handle this eco. I'm going to clean the decks. Got to remove the plates.
All right. Should be a very, very simple round, all things considered, for the Bait side. I mean, yeah, like we said, you got an MP9, you got a Mac 10. Looks like 1 flash can be purchased up here, so we might just be moving as a bit of a pack, JiJieHao, and see what we can do. But Bait getting loud, which is exactly what we want to see, and we mentioned it in towards that previous map. It really does seem that when Bait get loud, JiJieHao don't like it. As much as they're a side who like to get loud themselves, they don't like it that much in response. As Samus gonna try and fly into the fight a little bit here. He's trying to go behind that nade, but it's him who goes down, maybe ever so slightly overextending.
Same again, he's died every single round, 0 kills. We are going for the bottom of the barrel performance here from one of the star players. Can't get going here at all. And there it is. It looks like there's the other star player. Like this really is a common thread right now.
Yeah.
MP9 jumping around and finally a kill and response.
2-16, 0.29. That's got to be one of his lowest maps of all time.
I think so, yeah.
The fact that it's on LAN as well, it's rough.
Quite damning.
It's not really got better, if we're being honest.
And bear in mind, if they start on the T side here, we'd be like, okay, they can get going, get momentum,
exactly.
but we know they're not a CT-sided team. So the MP9 can be saved, I suppose, for Mini. That's something you really don't want it for the first gun round. You save the cash for this reason. If anything, just go for 1 kill. Try and get $600 for it right now.
You got nothing to lose. You're so low anyway. Why not give it a little look in?
I'd give it to Issa and say try and get 1 kill here, but
yeah, it might have actually heard a step. Sometimes you, depending on the situation, heard that step over towards the mini pillar, but they're not going to full commit to the fight here. Nade'll bound round. It'll really soften up. Issa. They're going to fight though, they're hunting. They're really looking to make it feel uncomfortable. Both Issa and Mini go down. Now, it's not the end of the world that they go down. They are going to have to buy in towards the next, but would have liked to have got just something else at the tail end. Now, monetarily speaking, Mini can pick up the AWP and he will. So quality 4 around that. Very good first buy, but It's all well and good having the guns. We saw many a time. We've been having, how long did it take until we got a JiJieHao gun round win? It took about 11 rounds, it felt.
Yeah, they were up 3-0, then had a little force buy victory with pistols. That was about it. It was a really, really rough showing on Inferno, and it continues to be problematic here on Ancient, I'm afraid. We're going for a big execution by the looks of things, nice and early on. We've got 2 players deploying utility towards long, towards short. There'll be Molotovs as well. They might just full center here. It's a really nice approach on the first gun round when you know they're a little bit discombobulated. They haven't actually got everything they possibly need, especially, I don't think there's a single kid in play right now.
Yeah, this is dicey. Of course, someone that you probably want shutting them down would be Mini with the AWP, but he's all the way over towards Temple. It's Bibu and it's Boros. Ollie could force Boros off as well. It's going to rotate over, but it might be a little late if they go now. 1 minute 10. They've seen Boros crossing back over towards short. Bibu going to drop a smoke. They'll know he's close cubby in towards long. This could get a little funky. Down goes Bibu. Like we said, Kenzie do. NPL delivers as well. So the opening 2 effortlessly taken by Bait.
Not even much to talk about.
Yeah.
Just like we said.
Easy 1v1 fights.
That's how you play Counter-Strike. Yeah. That's all we weren't seeing on the T side of JiJieHao. Like just trying to run through choke points with big name players and hoping you could just disrespect your opposition. They lose absolutely everything as well. So not only do you put up 0 resistance, you don't save any rifles across the map. AWP gets dropped as well. 4 players survive. This feels like this is the end of JiJieHao. I was so excited about this team. And they took down Saw so convincingly on the first day.
It's probably quite indicative of Saw, if we're being honest.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, good point. They had a bit of a stinker this tournament as well.
Yeah, that's a side that are in desperate need of soul searching. So, I mean, man, what has happened? Unfortunately, this side have fallen so flat here. Bait getting loud too. We know they're a side that, you know, it got given a lot to them by Big yesterday, but so far looking fantastic. Kenzie again out the gates flying. This is the scariest possible thing. Against Big, Kenzie was completely MIA. He was not in the server, and it was showing. And now the fact that he is flying once again in towards map number 2 is the worst possible spot for JiJieHao to be in.
Maximum loss bonus, but that only gets you so far on the CT side. They will partial buy MP9s, 5.7s. Need some sort of coordinated aggression here. You can't just play a default setup. We have seen them play Agent a couple of times. They do like to push those lanes. When they're feeding themselves, it can be very effective. Utility deployed at the start here. Not a ton of damage. Grenades not hitting the mark. Boots coming through because Boros. He wants to push that lane position. He can't run through that cave smoke. It's designed to shut that approach down.
It's going to still be a little funky, though. Boros is here. He's got support of Bibu.
But Alex is already in the B side.
Yeah. The question is, at what point does Bibu go and check? I'm assuming it's as this Utah comes down, but it's too little too late. And a molly will come down to keep him trapped in.
Round over.
Yep, absolutely. Your barn safe behind the bricks as well. Easy stuff. Kenzie for 1. Boros will trade. Sean, he upgrades to an AK-47. You take that every day of the week. A little bit of damage there. Let's be careful now.
Yeah, don't feed him. Don't let him get into this game. Make every fight as difficult as possible. It's going to save the AK. Off they go again.
Honestly, it kind of feels like right now the best way to approach this for Bait is actually sort of avoid Boros. You don't give him any time to warm up his aim or get to kind of a position of being really crisp, right? Just like that, where they just don't give him the fight. They see he's there, he's picked up the AK, and they completely fall away and say, all right, we're not going to let this guy get any sort of kind of helping to his mental. When he will get one, it's just a quick trade, it's nice and easy, and they just don't really care, Bait. They're already building up so much of that finances. They've got such foundations to fall back on now as well. A few players who are, you know, over 10K. I mean,
if I'm Bait now, I'm doing the A execution out the bat. Mixing it, changing the pace up, drop the initial smokes, get in towards A, even a contact play. You've got them pulled around the map right now. They're desperate. They save some bits and pieces, the AK and MP9.
Yeah, they're really conditioning them as well as that early
This is when you drop another set piece. They just won't be able to handle it. You just want to lock out the choke points, make them have to push smokes, not give them any easy duels. We'll see what they've got in mind. We are sending numbers over towards middle. It looks like it's a standard mid-take. I don't think we have a lot of... So there is some CD presence here. Samus will join them, yet to frag. See whether he can step up here. 0 and 4. It's desperate. It's not pretty, but he gets 1.
Yeah, a bit of damage down. Boros will get one of his own, but a quick trade going to come through. 3 versus 2. Bibu, he actually probably has to get a little proactive now. He's isolated already. Just try and find that information. Try and get the drop on somebody.
Oh, dear.
Well,
before it's over, before he even gets going. No
you are going to get your A finish, it looks like.
Yeah,
but
that's something.
Honestly, you're spot on, right? You can even see about how this conditioning has been working so well for Bait because they drag Mini off from playing Temple to come and support in that mid fight. So you can already see them realizing, but it works regardless. They go and trade effortlessly again, it seems, and That's just the issue. I mean, Bait aren't being made to sweat at all in these rounds.
Bombs here, though. Oh, he needs to be very careful. Okay, thankfully, silently dismounts from the engagement. Should be absolutely fine here. Bibby's going to give it a look, and they need a miracle. It's not impossible to win this round. The bomb down, his chances are diminishing. I'll say that much. Shetrick, good awareness. We'll find him towards the cave, and yeah, this one's spiraling now. 6-0. There's not even been a round that's been up for debate. It's been a bit of a nightmare, actually.
Yeah, absolutely.
They haven't got a single opening kill on the CT side as of yet.
Yikes. And on the flip side, Kenzie's got 4 of them. So yeah, he's 4-0 in opening duels. He's loving life. It's been a pretty drastic fall off in this JiJieHao side. We're going to get a buyback here. We're going to get a V4 mini, which is a real positive, but yeah, I think Asamus's face says it all, right? This is just not going to plan. 6-0 on the T side of Ancient. We know this CT side can be a real thorn in the side for JiJieHao. They're just not quite there yet for a newish team, and it's obviously been plaguing them. Boros, though, he will get an open up and then quickly gets brought back to level. Do you need to fight there? I feel like just fall away.
It's such a gamble. You have no idea what's on the other side. You've got no backup again. There's no flashbang, no deployment of utility, and you're just hoping you can out-duel someone. You're not hitting those shots today. You are that guy when you're on your A game, but today you're not. You've got to peel it back.
Bieber on the B side, just go and play with them. Support each other.
Because if anything, like I've said a few times now, a 4-4 heavily favors the T side in Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
ESA, good awareness, detecting the split. They wanted to split the B-bomb side. Kenzie, though, he gets his kill. The round's over, but he doesn't. Asamus finally a bit of impact here. They've got themselves a 4 versus 2. Objective now, make this as expensive as possible for the CTs. Unlikely you win it. Mini should get his kill in MPL as well, although MPL has been pretty fantastic. There it is, first round on the board.
Yeah, we take that. Just head trick now, and I think it will just be a case of, yeah, like you said, maybe make it expensive, but just saving the AWP. Not something you want to reinvest into, even though they've got plenty of cash, but you never know. If JiJieHao do start to spiral and snowball into rounds, you just don't want to have that issue later down the line where we ran out of money. So Hedrick, he's going to move his way up towards Shelf. He's not going to peek in towards me, so he should be fine to keep this AWP in play. 25 seconds to do so. But finally around for JiJieHao, and the big hope, and this is the issue that we actually saw in towards map number 1, when they finally get a gun round and things look great, and it's a replicable gun round. Great plan, people hitting their shots, everything going the way that we kind of called it out of spawn. The issue is, if it's a flash in the pan, and if it just falls flat, as what happened in towards Inferno, it actually works in Bait's favor quite well. Let's see. Up will be saved. Did have a little look in, but he'll be fine. Just make sure. I don't get how, just get this second round behind it.
Yeah, has to happen. There's Boros. That opening kill, you probably take that the secondary swing. Almost cost the round, but good awareness from MESA. Shut down the B split. Mini get a very crucial shot here as well. Yeah, I can see that frustration coming.
Yeah, I feel you. Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fuck. Bit of a God B moment now. B execution looking likely. All 5 players heading towards this side of the map. They've dropped the mid utility to keep players entertained on that side of the map. 3 players towards B at the start. Boros normally found in those caves. So Samus this time, he's actually caught. There were 4 players towards B now. Wow. So
talk about conditioning, right? That is it in here, but let's see if it works in their favor. Bibu for 2, that's huge. FBL will get that trade eventually. He gets 2 of his own. Bibu in the flames trying to fight through it, but it's a Samus for 2. Finally Impact in a really decent round to shut down this B side, which they've really struggled to do so. And there it is, a back-to-back round. I'm happy, and hopefully now JiJieHao can start to build upon this.
Absolutely, that's more like it. Bit of a gamble, but this has been a massive issue for them. Samus, that's his best round of this game so far, and it was nothing really to write home about, but still, he did manage to step up. There we go.
Yeah, Boros.
Fire in the belly. We said this is a momentum-based team. They can still get 6-6 here.
Immediate timeout from Bait as well.
Yeah, slow him down. What's that cash looking like? Oh, it's still...
Yeah, pretty chilling,
Still more than enough for one more buy. They've got AKs across the board, all the utility you could ask for, and then still residual, like 3K average, so they're absolutely fine.
Yeah, they could very easily have gone for an AWP if they want to as well, but I actually think Hedrick's been doing a lot of his best work so far with the AK, actually just supporting the pack. I think things are working for them on this T side. He's sort of in the thick of it trading. I think he's doing very, very well. So, 6-2. Bait, just one more round on this T side and you are so happy. Having a lead guaranteed would go a long, long way. Well, JiJieHao starting to ramp up. That second round in a row is where they're starting to feel it. Boros, this is a bold move, and it works for 1, but he couldn't get out.
Seen a lot of that from him. Sure, you get the one, but it doesn't actually help the team.
Yeah.
Flashbang. Good positioning from Osama. Should be able to get a double here. He's starting to feel himself overwhelmed, though, by MPL. Good shot there from Mini. AWP starting to thrive. Molotov's deployed. Actually still has vision, but starting to feel the heat. And, oh, that's a crucial shot. Doesn't crouch, and it's going to be head trick. Finding the man advantage. Back to a 2-on-2, actually. Alex trying to contain the AWP here. Some warning shots fired off, and still continuing to frag. It's now Alex thrust into a clutch, and nothing he can do about it. 3 in a row for JiJieHao.
Not going to be surprised if they get loud again after that. Lord making sure that he really starts to hype this side up. But good work. I think Mini hits 2 excellent shots. They're unbelievably important as well. For us, the push there, it is super, super risky. But he also did spot 2, so there's information gained over. Osama's probably should have got 2 as well. But yeah, thankfully Mini was here, and he's just a rock over towards his A side.
Yeah, absolutely.
6-3 now. There's a lot starting to brew for this JiJieHao side. And we've seen already in this tournament. Yeah, look at them get loud. That's what let's see. We've seen already a few times, you know, we have to bring it up a big with sides go 6, 5-1 up, 6-0 up, and then they choke it out. And I mean, it costs big amount.
Let's see whether they can keep it going. Money's starting to be established now. This is the all-important round. If you win this one, you break the finances.
Yep. Especially there's been no bomb plants either in any of these last few rounds.
Here we go. Boros. A little bit more tentative. Proper setup here. What's the play? Some mid-control granted. Allowing them to have it.
Not even contesting it, yeah. No red room presence, no donut as well. Osama's going to play all the way back towards Temple. This is in spawn, so they really don't even want to have any presence there. The only issue is with Osama's playing where he is and not really having support. If they just go for a contact play in donut, it could actually get really precarious.
This is a kill for Mini all day long, but the flash, the Molotov, still fine for now. This will be the flash at this point. Doesn't actually catch the AWP up. Boros might use his opportunity to push now. They're going to be coordinating for an A split here, Nao.
I'm worried. Osama's going to be under so much pressure. There's just not enough time to rotate people over. 40 seconds now. At some point, you're thinking maybe on the seed side, just try and look for a bit of information. Just try and get an understanding of what they're brewing. But Osama's, I mean, even he's falling off. So they can actually get all the way up to the side. They can just plant for free. There's nothing really Osama's can do. He's got to hit an insane shot, and surely the Orb's got the advantage here.
Molotov down. Denies him getting out of Temple. Smoke on CT spawn. Samus needs at least one here. This will be dropped, and this round is feeling unlikely at this stage. 5 versus 4, you'll give it a look in with the AWP. There was a smoke down, CT spawn, you probably called it off, but there's not, so they're gonna at least give it a look in. 3 players in towards CT. Mini leading the charge here, he's gonna get a kill, no problem. That's Kenzie going down. Is he ready for the swing though? Absolutely not, but Osamas is. He can get a double, but not gonna happen. 3 versus 2. And that probably is all she wrote here. Boros actually fancying his chances. He continues to push. They've got a kid on Bibu, 2 versus 2. Flashbang deployed. CT trying to turn, and MPL swings on the flash. Time is of the essence here. Boros would have to do something remarkable. Not going to happen. It was a must-win round for Bait at that point in terms of the finances. They keep 2 players alive. They might lose a couple to the bomb. No, it doesn't quite go off.
Lucky.
As we have a couple more rounds left to play, money should be okay on the CT side. I say okay. It's 2K on 2 players, actually. So, this is the most important moment of the game, of the series. It's going to be a difficult buy. You've got the AWP, 2 rifles, but 2 MP9s. Lose this one, you're going to be going down 9-3 in this half.
Absolutely. This Orb has got to do a lot of heavy lifting for Mini. He's not in a bad game by any means, but it's not been lights out. And I mean, that's been obviously the story for JiJieHao. We've got to get this Orb in the thick of it. Boros going to play behind that smoke. P9 here. Just tucking towards that corner. Cynthia again for an opener. He's been actually pretty good with taking space. Not so much in terms of the opening kills, but the fights. He's trying desperately. Ships in the night. They don't realize it's the one to react. So down goes Kenzie. Back to a 4 versus 4. Oh, we need to win that, Boros, big time. Alex, swing and a find. He's going to continue running forward.
Yeah, that Molotov makes things very problematic. That's 7 seconds. They can't actually access the B bomb site. There is a flank coming through towards Cave, though. AWP and Mini, Osamas going towards the ramp. Bomb planted. Like I said, this is a must-win round. You cannot save here. You have to go for it. And they don't seem to be too aware of the prospect of the flank, so we'll see whether it works out for them. Creeping up slowly but surely. Player towards the cubby. Watch this position, and it's going to be the head trick kill, and without the orb landing there, that's a bit of a nightmare. MESA has to save at this point. We said the money was already low. They're going to be getting $2,400 into the next round.
Yikes. It's not a good spot to be in. Ascenthi out. Going to close it. MESA only getting one at the end. So, man, this is not the spot to be in. Like you said, that 9-3 is a real possibility, and it already actually might start to be the beginning of the ends. The JiJieHao side, that the what if, there could have been, but just not showing up in this game against Bait. And off the back of Big, you actually got to give a lot of respect to Bait, how they've bounced back. What was a really, really bad performance yesterday where they offered up little to nothing. They've responded so well. Credit. It's very easy to, when you have a bad showing and you just get overwhelmed, just get into a bit of a headspace, but they shrugged it off well.
Got to make these MP9 sing. Boros loves to push out the cave. Ambitious duel though at that range. Go over the wall bangs as well. Hasn't worked out. Grenade's going to do some significant damage. A little bit less than I actually anticipated there. It's down to 82. MP9 still could be a real threat here, but the pre-fire from Kenzie not working out. Trying to find a double kill here. Issa will actually deliver. Just what they needed. Round not over yet though, not by a long shot. When he goes down with nothing, they're in trouble, but he actually finds a very important kill. 8-4 looking locked in.
Yeah. At the very least, it's a sigh of relief, but 8-4 wasn't good enough for them in map number 1, even with the pistol to start that second half. So, JiJieHao, we just need a lot more consistency on these gun rounds, but it's a hard one to lose here. 2v5. Where Hedrick's already taken a fair significant amount of damage. He's facing more vulnerable towards the MP9s or the upgraded pistol. 45 seconds. It looks like a finish towards B. They're waiting to see if JiJieHao go looking for information. Right now, nothing being offered up. Bibu with that first point of contact. He is low. Should be fine here. No, not Bibu's low. Boris is low, may I say, but Bibu going to try and fight. He will find one. Down he goes. And it is done. 8-4. It's okay. It's not the end of the world, but we really need a pistol. The conversion, actually, the first gun round, too, is the main one. We just need consistency.
We've seen them on their T side here this tournament. They have been very impressive. That's where they do their best work in Ancient. 4 will do. Considering it's a 6-0 scoreline, I think that they'll be okay with that. It's recoverable. It's not over by a long shot. So, nice work from Bibu. Confirmed round, essentially could do nothing with it. It was a double kill from Issa in towards that cave where they pretty much locked things in. But a lifeline found in the desperate buy in round number 12. We'll switch things over. The T side has to be spectacular at this point. It's Alex at the bottom for Bait. It's Kenzie at the top. How did Osamas get on? 6-8. Not a remarkable performance, but much better than what we saw in Inferno.
It also started really badly too. It was quite worrying at one point. So.
Boris had a few moments there as well. Maybe too aggressive considering the form we're seeing today, but still no major mistakes. He always at least got one.
I'm gonna say, for me, as much as it is, we were talking about these overextensions, it's actually a really good sign in my mind that we're seeing him go for it, right? He hasn't been disheartened. He's not, regressing to a playstyle that actually just isn't Boros, right? Boros is the relentless whole W guy, and the fact that even despite a pretty poor first map from him, and not even the greatest of starting towards map number 2, he's still kept up for it, relentless all the way throughout, because I think he realizes and the team realizes they need that. That is part and parcel of what makes JiJieHao tick. So as the second half gets underway, this T side, get a pistol here, and we're actually in a really decent spot to start chaining some rounds together. The only other side is that if we just see Bay come in, get a pistol, get a conversion, 10-4, it's a tough side to kind of recover from.
This could be the last half of play for JiJieHao in this tournament. This is our final group stage game as well, the 1-1 bracket in the Swiss system. Lose this, you're going home. Win it, you're through to the playoffs. Bates with a map under their belts. Ancients has not gone to plan once again for JiJieHao, but there is still hope. They are a T-side team. We've seen them play this map before. If they are on, they are razor sharp. And they're going to need to channel all of that energy if they're going to bounce back here.
Big time. All right, this pistol is unbelievably important for JiJieHao. We have got to make this one work.
At the bare minimum, we need a bomb plan.
Yeah. Oh. A little bit of util coming through for JiJieHao. Smoke, decoy, and a molly. One smoke, one kit.
He's
helped by
open,
Kenzie. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting retake. They do have the smoke in the kit, though, on Kenzie, so let's see. And PL's now rotated over too. They're trying to dive out of cave there. And essentially, are going to get caught. Hedrick will answer back. So, out goes Issa, fighting towards Elbow. I like he's being a little careful here. He's got to hit these shots. This is... Oh, it's really ugly to watch. He's dealing bits of damage, but he just can't quite connect.
Yeah, looks like they've got this one in the bag. Can't really see any chances to pull it back. Didn't really get going in this pistol. We've got low HP Kenzie as well. So, yeah, that should be all she wrote here. Just what they needed for JiJieHao. Kenzie just hoping to get a couple of kills. Caught on the reload. And now down to Alex. 7 and 7. 3 kills to find and a bomb to defuse. I don't think he's got it in him.
Yeah, unfortunately, just the wrong call. They try and gamble stack over towards B. And it's actually something that JiJieHao have been trying to do a lot in their pistol rounds, but this time they change it up. Mid-aggression is the priority, and it works. Last man of Alex. Any consolation kill might be nice, but unlikely he does anything with this round. Bibu makes sure. Too many alive. 8-5. However, much is all well and good finding an 8-5, they found the pistol in the second half of the first map, and it amounted to really nothing.
Look at the replay here. Nothing too flashy. There's a little ace split, given a lot of control. Alex manages to get a couple of kills in the round. But that's about it. I don't think we'll see the force buy in the second. So we got a slight tech pause here as well. Just a chance to catch our breath.
Okay. Yeah. Just a little tech pause. It looked like it was something to do with the headphones. So, again, quick fix. 8-5. Looks like no force for Bait. Just 1 HE to work with for them.
Gonna have to be a hell of a nade.
لا يطلع يلا no problem
All right. Nice try.
Good insight. Whatever that was.
Nice try. Simple and effective.
We tried a new feature. Didn't necessarily land.
Second time's the charm. Well, maybe after this one, who knows? Where is this HE going? Is the question. Actually, I guess where did it go? It's already been thrown while we were looking at the comms.
He might have refunded it. I'm not sure, but there we go.
Oh,
Deagle's working out. Did he get a second? Well, someone can. MPL. There's no chance to get one more here. That could have been round. If he gets that, the round is so on. It's probably over now, but they've caused some significant damage considering the investment, or little of, as...
They planted for Kenzie? They have. Ooh. Minnie, what are we doing? They planted for Kenzie. Oh. My God. Honestly, you're pretty happy with that of your bet. You've got 3 kills out of that with nothing investment. They are loving life.
All right, bit of a chaotic round there. We're back to normal now. This is the Deagle. Things opened up.
That was one of the scrappiest rounds we've seen so far this tournament.
Let's Molotov the cake before we peek you, boys. Let's eliminate that threat. But yeah, 3 kills found at USPs. That is not a great sign. If you lose this round now, your funds are going to be incredibly low. You'll only be at $1,400 if you give this one up. That depends if the bomb goes down. 8-6. They are back in the game. And it's an opening frag, but thankfully answered back by the incendiary. Boris will be dropped as well.
Just nade. So MPL still remains safe. And the nade towards Cubby. They will molly it. He might actually be able to stay around there relatively unscathed, but they've molly behind the smoke, so they can't even do too much to punish it. So MPL just gets out pretty effortlessly, to be honest. They will be given mid-control, though. Triple stack towards B. Bibu's here as a lurk. Bob, looks like they're setting up for an ace split.
Go for some spam damage, nothing connecting just yet. Mid-control, garnered. JiJieHao looking to find control towards Donut, but one of the heavier hitters, MPL, waits on the other side, spotted. Gonna have his world cut out for him. Can't rise to the occasion. A side wide open right now. Hedrick last line of defense. He will be smoked off. Has to swing on it before it blooms. Gets him, but should be traded out. Okay, keeps the round alive, at least somewhat. It's not looking great with the CTs. Gonna pop the smoke open and hopefully find something on the other side, but they're playing defensive here. No one giving up their frag. Oh, not feeling the bomb plum as they saw Essential making his way through. It looks like the round's actually done at this stage. 3 on 2. It's a much needed win, and they've converted it. Alex, it's actually here. Surely isn't gifted an opportunity. Minnie's got a nice position, aware of this. Great shot.
Yeah, easy stuff. Hedrick, just get out behind the smoke. He was so scared about Red Room re-aggression coming through because Bibu got a kill in towards mid early, but That'll be that. Mini is hunting a little bit, so actually does need to be careful. Just make sure he gets out of dodge. He's going for a hunt. Bieber's going for a flank of his own. Might get pincered in here. Actually might have to fight his way out of this one. Let's keep this M4 in play. He's low, and Money is low. He's now spotted too and dropped by Mini. So hunt successful. That's exactly what you want to see. Finances aren't exactly flourishing towards bait. JiJieHao, they should tie this game up.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, this is a twist and turn I didn't anticipate. We said that T side is where they would flourish, and it certainly seems to be the case here. Hedrick did well to try and hold the wolf at the door, but ultimately Mini very aware of the possible flank coming in there from Temple. Alex gets dropped and the round was over. They don't save much at all. It's going to be a partial investment here. They've got 4 save loss bonus, maximum going into the next round. So they definitely can bring in some upgraded pistols and such. It's going to be a tactical timeout, excuse me. Second one used by Bait so far. So that 6-0 lead they once had is certainly been diminished now.
Yeah, that is for damn sure. And we are starting to see the stars come online a little bit. Both Boris and Asamas up to 10. Yeah, that's the worst possible thing you can do. Let these guys start to find form. And they're both starting to warm up and in quite a big way. So, Bait, we will get some miniature investments coming through. Double MP9, few upgraded pistols, bit of utility.
They can still win these rounds.
Yeah, for sure.
You've got to put these ones to bed if you're JiJieHao. A mistake right now would be so demoralizing for the squad. You just got yourself in a prime position, can't afford to give this up. Should be there's no problem, but we'll see if the MP9s and 5.7s have anything to say about it. Flashbang's very effective. Double kill not found. Thankfully, BB there to shut it down. Yeah, good work though. Even just going 1-for-1, getting information, but attack damage on towards BB as well. That leaves him very vulnerable, even for the likes of a 5.7. Which, in my opinion, best bang for buck gun in the game. One tap headshot, close range of head armor. It's insane. Definitely in that conversation. In the right hands, it is pretty rough. We've got a triple stack B here. That's where the bomb wants to head. This could actually still be really awkward. They might have to kind of fight through the blood. This could be really rough. They're not peeking either. They love a spam through this wooden beam, so we'll see where that's Bibu normally. That's a lovely smoke, isn't it? They did this the other day as well. It's true. Where's that meant to go then? But, so that's the long smoke, but it doesn't bounce on the brick. That sends it over, so it just catches on something. So the lineup's a little off there. I've never seen it land like that, though. Molotov's no good, actually. Still alive. Actually done quite well there. Taking some damage on roots. Molotov's actually quite effective here, but the 5.7, the snapping turtle, unable to convert. Deagle, last hope here. Partial buy was looking promising. Yeah. But 16 HP on Alex. He will not be winning this. If you find one more kill, call it somewhat of a success, but down he goes. 8-8. Oh, Baked. Maybe you fumbled this huge advantage you found. You've let them back in. We're all tied up. It's been a much more promising showing here from JiJieHao now. Yeah, 4 rounds in a row. And for the JiJieHao side, you know, it's always a scary factor. Them playing T side in towards the second half, where they can start ramping up. We all get a buy, of course, out for Bay and a full buy with that. With Wemfalls across the board, full belt to utility. You lose this, and actually, that could be the map in jeopardy. We could be heading towards Dust 2 at the side there, and then you look towards Dust 2, and that's where Asamas' best work. So this is a really scary spot. I'd like to see Dust 2, I'm not going to lie. Same here. Especially because that seems to be Asamas' best map. I mean, that's where, like, things could be in a lot of trouble. I mean, let's give it to him. If they fumble an 8-4 lead with a map under their belt already, taking your opponent's map pick too, yikes. That'd be so disheartening. Asamas starts well. Not looking great here. Oh, not a great play either from MESA. Through the smoke, didn't realize he was exposed, but still around in contention. 3 vs 3. Boros looking sharper and sharper as the series goes on. Finding his groove. 11 and 14 right now. In towards B, they will finish. And there is a flank coming in from the CTs here. Focus on the ramp and the cave. Execution comes through. No smoke down towards long. Oh, difficult to watch. That spray from MPL doesn't really connect. And now the man advantage. Oof, given away. Bold call there by Boros. He's known for him. Yeah, especially with Bibu looking a little low, and same now for Mini. This round's actually falling apart. No, and it does. Hedrick gets both. Oh, 3 versus 2 that we let fall flat. That's not what we want. Yikes. That gives Bait finally their first round of the second half. So, they've won a few rounds in a row, but this is a very important round. Losers, you just don't have the loss bonus to see this game out. They'll take a tactical pause. They definitely have funds to get up by here, but you've got 2 players with 3,500, 1,700 for Asamas. You've got 6K on Mini. He buys the orb.
Wow.
So concessions will be made here. Galil's and Tech9's may be required.
What's the Psalmist going to get here? They kind of need him, yeah, okay, so he gets dropped over at ACA. I think that's the right call. He's so far, just, him and Boris, of course, relentless in terms of just creating space in this T side. It means Issa, only a deagle for him. He's pretty good with it, I'll give him credit. It might be a Galil for Bibu, he's got 3.6.
Yeah, I think he'll go Galil.
Bit of util, the worst thing in the world. But yeah, again, we need to see this AWP really light up. Mini has actually had a good map.
Goes for Mac 10, which isn't actually a bad call. There's 3 players without helmets on the CT side.
Sure.
This is actually kind of interesting. Mac 10, super underrated. If you're in control of the finances, you've got them on the ropes. The first one to be sacrificed will be the helmet. So that actually, oh, he actually swapped. Forget all that. He went for the Galil instead. Forget all that.
Even with our head armor, the Galil at range, though, then one tap.
True,
so
yeah, that's a good point as well.
if he gets a lucky spam, he loves the spam through the wood. We'll see. Nade goes deep, but Asamus looks further away, so it doesn't affect him. Really Boros is taking initial point of damage. It's a feasible buy for JiJieHao, but I think we need somebody, especially one of Asamus and Boros, to really step up here.
MPL setting himself up nicely here. Good off angle, powerful position, allowing them to have middle. They feel like they're in control.
Yeah. The issue is, I really hope that Issa knows about this because he played his position in that first half multiple times. Just don't overlook it. Oh, good find. Good find, Issa, good swing. Definitely gets a little fortunate there. That was on the run, but you take them all the same. Mini finds Alex. He's crumbled so quickly for Bait. Down to 2. You're just going to try and keep hold of what you can.
Just one now.
Yeah.
Hedrick, last remaining player. We go 9-9. That is really not good news for Bates. That's going to cost them a couple of rounds here. They are in eco territory going forward. They were fully invested here even after the victory in the previous.
Oh, flawless.
Flawless victory.
It's not even the fact that they get the round, it's the way they get the round. Individual prowess at the highest level. And again, that's just what JiJieHao do best. It didn't matter in map number 1 because they weren't hitting their shots. Now they're alive, now that they're fired up. I am super scared for Bait. If this goes Dust 2 and JiJieHao playing as well as they are now.
Oh yeah, they'll probably take it. You had your opportunity, you were 6-0 up. And it's starting to shrink. There's Eruption.
Yeah, it is. That is Eruption.
They're not in the building, but they're here in spirit.
Yeah, not in the tournament anymore either.
No, unfortunately not.
You saw them scooter away after elimination.
I enjoyed their time here.
Yeah. Same here. Not to like. Timeout. Taken. Third and final one by JiJieHao.
Let's go. Let's go. يلا يلا يلا. Be alive. We will win this, inshallah, 100% بإذن الله.
They're fired up.
They're fired up.
They're ready.
They think they will win, and I don't blame them. I mean, this round should be an absolute guarantee. Double MP9.
I'm kind of believing as well. I think they might win this. It looks like Bait have crumbled. We said the T side is where they'll lock in and they'll show us what they're made of. And you're right, if it gets to Dust 2, which is looking likely, I think they'll be absolutely fine. That's where they'll really thrive.
That's both from Kenzie. He just run boosted in towards the guillotine there. MPL goes down. Chaos in this mid-fight. They're doing bits of chip damage, but it doesn't matter. There's 2 left, and Ascentio's walking wounded. This round is done once again in the first 15 seconds.
Looking good as a... Need a tactical timeout next round. Need to lock in. Alex trying to make something of this, but it's already a lost cause. Molotov off, they can just go plant an A. They know it. 6-0 down. Now thriving. Going to take the lead, in fact.
Yeah. Pretty insane. 6-0 down, 8-4 at the half. Now find themselves 10-9 up. Only 1 round in this second half for Bait. And it was a great one, but they just couldn't replicate that into the rest. JiJieHao, first side to crack into double digits. There is a lot on offer here for this side. I'll keep saying it does too. That's a map that is way more akin to the playstyle of JiJieHao. We've already seen it so far the tournament from them, and it was fun.
It was fun. Looks like we won't probably getting it at this stage. Bait has got nothing to offer up in response. They've got an AK-47 safe for Alex. Not a done deal yet, but the way these rounds are going down, it just feels like JiJieHao are in full control.
Sure.
Giving them a bit too much respect, I think, on the CT side. Let's see. Double digits found first. Money back in the favor of Bait.
Timeout, right?
You'd hope so.
Just slow it down. Just have a conversation. We're buying in towards this next round. let's just converse. What are we actually doing? What have we noticed so far? How do they like to play it? How are we going to counter it? Just the small things to kind of get your head in place. But no time out. They're going to go straight in for it. I don't know. It just feels like they're really falling into the trap of JiJieHao. This is the perfect thing that JiJieHao wants.
want to slow that momentum.
Yeah, they want to go into every round flying the way that they finish it. And they'll do it once again. I mean, it's 1-for-1 trade, sure, but Samas, he's happy. Up to 15 for him. For at one point, was he?
He is so back.
Yeah. It's like 0-5, I think it was at one point. 1-6 too. So he is so back indeed. Boros, how's your aim? Not good in that sense. Alex, he'll win out that first fight. He was still here. Might get overlooked.
Oh, baby.
Oh, that's not the spray that we want.
Okay. I thought this game was done, to be honest with you. Felt like they were just going to walk it in the net, but 4 versus 2. Still a chance to win this. Mini's been pretty sharp, but this one not connecting this time. And finally, some success here for Bates. They need to start turning it on. The Samas' objective here, cause as much chaos as possible. Backstab. They're aware of it. The Orb should take care of him. You don't all have to challenge it, boys. Keep it cool. Keep it cool. There we go. Hetrick hits a shot, 10-10. Down but not out.
Yeah, much better.
Is that the second CT round? I was going to say they haven't got many. They need to start stringing these together, though. At least to keep 5 alive. The money will be okay, but they need a lot more resources, so still going to be somewhat invested. Alex, I don't know how he gets away with that second kill on Bibu, but he'll take it.
Just a round where there actually isn't that much of a game plan for JiJieHao as a whole. They're just relying on what the individuals can do, and it's unfortunately just a one time where the individuals don't do a lot. And yeah, Bibu, you know, understandable frustrations. That should have been a kill every day of the week. He had the drop on Alex, just couldn't connect the bullets.
Mid-presence this time in the CTs. Grenades being deployed. Very effective grenade at that. MPL still believes they won this 2-0. Boros, the danger man, up high on the ledge. Are they ready for him? So difficult to beat him in his duels. MPL given the task to deal with him, and now they start to fall back. They've got the 5-on-4 advantage. This is the correct move. You do not need to take these challenges.
It's a great crossfire here too towards mid, but they know that JiJieHao like to default through mid.
Plenty of time. Couple of smokes remaining. Molotov as well. Dissipated smoke in towards the elbow area. Molotov though, they've probably got a smoke to deal with it. Oh, still hurts. It hurts a lot. Probably going to go down here. They know he's in there. Oh, he somehow got away. Does he get one kill as well?
No way.
Good job from MPL. We'll take that, but still, they've given up that man advantage. That's what I mean. Like, if he's got that man advantage, you might just really want to sacrifice middle. Essential could get the prime timing here. Gets a second. Oh, that's more like it. 1 player remaining. Oh, my days. Alex, that was a brave challenge, but finds the bomb, shuts down the round. And bear in mind, no loss bonus established here. So they've got 2K on 2 players. This is another tactical timeout, almost certainly. You can buy. There's a buy there, don't get me wrong, but it's just going to be compromised. Concessions will have to be made across the board. Players will need to decide whether they want firepower or utility.
Yeah. Only issue is that JiJieHao have used all 3 of theirs, so they don't even have any more to use.
Oh my.
They used 2 out of 3 of their timeouts after really dominant round wins in this half. So they would have loved to have had one then.
Going for the execution. Pocket strats required in these sort of buys. You're just going to see smokes towards Donut, CT Spore, Molotov default, Molotov big box. Got to be careful of the temple position. We talk about that being a bit of a challenge. Hetrick isn't exactly that. He can see the smokes coming over. I can sense this execution. This is the hardest position to shut down. If you can get by without getting initial kill, Flashbang's decent. They've got him off the angle. Can't get him off the shot, though. He does find one. And it looks like this is crumbling now. Hetrick going to town. Gets the info at least. Sure, he gets dropped, but they know the last player's there. Dink for the smoke should be enough to win this round. 85 damage towards the Sentinel as well. And with the bomb in his back, ideally just needs to plant here. Yeah. They're going to be getting, what is it, $2,400 to the next round. If you get a plant, they'll at least have some resources going forward. Get a CT over towards B now. Don't let that plant come in.
Oh. Trying to sell the ruse, just in case anybody had pushed mid and had heard those steps. Well, he'll realize this actually works against him. He would have been able to run all the way. He's got the right idea. He's sneaking past. He still wants to finish towards...
Bear in mind, Essential's low. He's
in
temple, though, so... Even if he goes to the plant, I guess he's going to get the plant. That's, that's what I was looking for. He's going to get that. That's the only thing he can really hope for. He's not going to win a clutch. Going to spawn, maybe overcooking it a bit, boys.
Yeah, he's overthinking this massively now. Here's steps.
MPL's ready for it.
At the very least, it's the shot. Does he expect the second, though? Surely not.
Good plant. Good angle for it. Oof, that's the kind of shot you're just like, if I miss this, I'm so cooked. Difficult one as well with the jump, but he
tracked it well.
Well, he got the plant down. That is actually a requirement there. They would have had like $2,500 per player. Now they at least have 3.
Yeah, plant down on an extra kill on top of him, and it really did look like he was overthinking that massively, but credit to him. Gets that kill, gets back over, so it's fine. Nice tracking there by Ascentiel. Don't see him, too often on the AWP, but
the plant does give them rifles.
Yeah, that's true. Was it triple Galil coming through, 1P250 and AK for Mini. I actually like that they're giving it towards Mini. Mini's been the most consistent rifler, even though he's the AWP. He's been the most consistent rifler so far in both of the 2 maps for JiJieHao. He's been having so much impact. I think this is the right call. Even though Samus and Boris feel like they're back, but I want the Galil see what they can do as a bit more of a supporting element.
Playoff point now. 2 required from JiJieHao. Money not actually great on the CD side. If they can somehow get this one over the line, we'd like to go overtime.
Yeah.
Oh, nice spam. Boros. Take it. Oh, he's going to swing through this, I think. He's waiting for the reload to come in. It's tense. Kenzie will strike first blood. Alex chiming in as well. The Deagle answers back. Boros finding some impact as well. Back and forth we go. It's unclear who's going to be taking this one now. 2 versus 2. Tagged up is Issa. Head trick on the 5-7. Kenzie down to 30 points of health. Everything hanging in the balance here. It's on a knife's edge. Bomb up the B ramp. Oh my God, you've actually fumbled the tournament, I think, with that spray.
Oh, Bibu, that might have just lost him the map, lost him the match.
That's probably it.
I think you're right. Hedrick now posted for this fight. He should win it every day of the week. Oh, he's tunnel vision in though. He's looking the wrong way. His gun barrel might betray him in just a moment. Yes, it will, but it doesn't matter because Kenzie's there. You are spot on. That spray has cost them the map and cost them the match. That's so unfortunate. But this wasn't the JiJieHao that we expected. This wasn't the JiJieHao that we wanted in this, well, tournament as a whole, if we're being completely honest. They had so much potential, but they couldn't live up to it. Credit to Bait, though, on the flip side. A really, really bad series of Counter-Strike yesterday against Big, and they shrugged it off effortlessly.
That's going to keep BB up tonight.
Oh, yeah.
That's going to haunt him for a few days.
Yeah.
I lost a show match the other day, and I couldn't sleep that night. I can't imagine what that feels like. When you're just back into it, you get a guaranteed kill on your play. That's to take it to overtime. Bear in mind, they win that round. There's no resources, no money left. They would have actually had them. They would have gone to overtime, and they'd get to Dust 2. I think they probably have it. They were just warming up into this, and they fumbled it at the very last hurdle. That's such a shame. My heart goes out to him, but still, not the JiJieHao we wanted to see today, unfortunately.
Not at all. But, credit to Bay. Bouncing back, as we mentioned. That win, if JiJieHao were able to get it, that would have been so good for them in VRS. They would have skyrocketed. I think Prof was saying how many places they were going to go up, and it would have been, pretty extensive. But Bay, another, deep run in the tournament for them, and this has become a real consistent factor. And the good news is that it's not just online anymore. They're now able to do it online. Sure, the big performance yesterday wasn't fantastic, but everything else has been pretty good. I'm hoping we get to see them look a little bit more like this into towards playoffs.
Bear in mind, Prof mentioned it as well. Just in terms of VRS points, they would have gone up 13 positions had they just won this best of 3. It's such a shame, and it all comes down to this final map and where they really came back online. But this Inferno, they were way too weak, and the first half was all going down 6-0. If they had a slightly better half, they would have got off better. You can see they're somewhat bickering as well, understandably so. It looks like everyone's very frustrated and heartbroken after this one. Yeah,
that's such a gutting loss that's come through. But I think the other news, the positive news for this is JiJieHao out there. They're brand new. This is like their second tournament as a team played on LAN, right? I think they've got a pretty bright future. They've got the individuals to shine. I think this is a real learning experience about how to capitalize on advantages, but actually how to control maps and control games against side like Bait, which is just difficult to stop and slow down.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's our final game of the group stage is concluded. It will be Bates making their way through to the playoffs. Unfortunately, we say goodbye to JiJieHao. For now, we'll leave you with the analysts.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DiAC2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Bait overcome JiJieHao, and they will be our final team heading through to the playoffs here at MESA Nomadic Masters Spring 2025. And right now, we have NPL on the desk with us for a little post-match interview. NPL, how are you feeling? What's going through your mind right now after that win?
We managed to qualify to playoffs, and yeah, it wasn't a hard game. I mean, we had full control of it. Just a bit of unlucky because we managed to give them stupid duels and maybe some bad ideas in rounds from us. Yeah, and that's why that was close and ancient.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I think we were going to ask about that.
Yeah.
What were the roadblocks that, you know, came up a couple of times? But yeah, you're saying it was just a few bad decisions and letting JiJieHao work themselves into the map.
You want to know about the decisions?
Yeah,
Yeah,
like a bit more
think-
explanation on that would be great.
Okay. Then I think on last round on T side, when we had score 7-4, we cancelled our push. I mean, we pressured cave, but we had to wait for our guys on banana. So we just was a bit quicker than them, and that was our mistake. And also on score 8-7 or 8-6, I don't remember, when we pushed window and they killed us on force. That was very important round. I think we had to also wait in just wait and stay because they have bad guns, no smoke, just wait and kill. That's all. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a situation I was really looking at into that, and it's like it's not like the idea to be there and kind of have a crossfire was bad, but the timing of when to take that duel was just slightly a bit off, and then the B bomb site also kind of fell very quickly. And it seemed like at that point we were looking in the green room like maybe this can turn around, you know, and the JiJieHao guys were getting warmed up. Like Inferno was very easy, but on Ancient it seemed like they were taking some duels, and you were kind of challenging that. You were going for a lot of mid control on both sides, right? Was it always a part of the game plan? Like we're gonna take mid regardless of how they're playing?
Yeah, we started Ancient, we won Pistol, so we had a bit of more confidence than them because we had more money, and we saw that they don't pressure middle, they don't play it, so we just that was easy to go out. They play easy CS. When they throw flashes, when they do something, they 100% they'll do it. It's not fake, so we just knew that if they like throw a lot of flashes middle, they're playing middle. If they're not playing middle. So it's very easy to read the map.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like that on Inferno's, right? You guys on the city, you lost both pistols and won like 13-7, right? So it seemed very clear in the gun rounds that you were super comfortable. Same thing, just a lot of preparation, being ready for what they're throwing at you.
Yeah, also we prepared and also we fixed our mistakes from a big game. Yeah. After that big game yesterday. And it helped us also, and also it was very important to fix our also mental problems because against Big we managed to we didn't play our game, and that's like every team who decided, but that's what it was for us. We just didn't play our game. I felt pressure on some players and a
bit of tilt creeping in.
Yeah, bit of tilt because it's like a snowball, you know. It comes more and more. Yeah.
Considering you were so prepared for JiJieHao, did the match play out how you expected, or were there any surprises in there?
No, we expected this.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it was all about like how is Bait going to show up. I wanted to ask you, I mean, Mirage was banned from their side, but it's an interesting map considering you had a 15-map win streak in a month, and then now you lost it 3 times in a row, and not really pretty convincing losses as well. So what is going on with Mirage?
As I said before, let's say like this. Okay, we had 3 games. I remember only 2 against Heroic and
the Huns was also one, and then Big.
Oh yeah, the Huns and Big. Okay, so against Heroic, we played our game, but they just outplayed us.
Yeah.
We just didn't have a chance. They played very good there. Against the Huns, we just lost a very important anti-force on score 9-9, very important one. Then we have no money. Then we lose this map. And also, I think we lost 2 pistols there. I don't know. Oh, no, we lost 1 pistol. So yeah, on city side. We started like 8-6 on city side. That was very important buy. And against Big, as I said before, we just had this pressure because something going wrong, and players started to panic a bit, and it's like we cannot do our thing properly. Yeah, that's it.
So Mirage is coming back at the next possible opportunity. I feel
think so, yeah.
NPL, you joined Heroic, Big, and Chinggis Warrior in the playoffs. How do you rate the team's current form, and how do you rate your chances going into those playoffs?
Our form?
Yes.
As I said before, it's I think in game, if you play, for example, like online, we are in very good form. But here, as I said before, against Big game, our main issue right now is just mental problems, and being able to focus only on game and on your teammates, because it's very important on LAN when some players see that his teammate tilting or not playing his game. It can affect him, and it will affect whole team.
Okay, that's an interesting quote for people that were saying that Electronic shouting at his teammates is super nice and doesn't matter at all. I just wanted to ask you one last thing, kind of connected to this, is the mental part is something you work with your coach, and I don't know anything about him. Maddened, can you tell us a bit about what he brings to the table and how he's working with you as an IGL?
I'll start with, we have a psychology.
Yeah.
So we work with him also. With she also helps us a lot, and she has a big part of fixing these mental problems. Also with coach, after this game, not only coach but everyone said what he was feeling and what we have to do next, how we have to play, and etc. And with coach, I work before game he give me game plan. We talk about the game, how opponents play, how I have to call, and that's it. Yeah.
Cool.
A real team effort. If that's everything from you, Prof, MPL, anything you'd like to say to the fans watching at home?
Thank you for your support, guys. Yeah.
Wicked. Well, congratulations once again on reaching the playoffs here at MESA Nomadic Masters Spring 2025. Appreciate the chat, mate.
Thank you.
Yep. See you in playoffs.
See you in the arena. Yep. They've made it there, Prof. And joining quite an interesting field. Very happy to have Chinggis Warriors in, competing in an arena in Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia. And then, yeah, we've got Heroic, Big, and now Bait.
Yeah. Overall, as we spoke with him in the interview, really just a really good game overall from Bait and against JiJieHao. JiJieHao did wake up. It wasn't just in the first map. I do feel like they'll probably be thinking, why do we even pick Inferno? That didn't really seem like they had that much going for them on that map. And there are a lot of frustration in the game. Some of the individuals also, some whiffs in that last round. We saw Bibu, I think, tilting off a bit after whiffing on a pretty much AFK player, So a lot of learnings for them, also figuring out where they're good, where they're weak, and how to build off of that. But I think overall, Bait definitely a deserved win. And yeah, going to the arena to match up. I don't know how the brackets will work. We'll see that.
I'm wondering if we'll get those brackets up.
But I feel like the three European teams and one Mongolian team that proved that they deserve it the most.
Absolutely. If we're looking, at that second map a bit more as the replays are up on screen, I think it's a good sign for Bait that, on this second map where it's a bit more competitive, and JiJieHao started working their way back into it, that Bait were able to stabilize and stomp out the JiJieHao rebellion. I think that shows fortitude, and if they're in a similar sort of situation in the playoffs, they could certainly claw a match back if needed.
Yeah, NPL was talking about about the mental part. I feel like when it was like 9-9, 10-10, that's when pressure really started to mount for Bait. You know, they kind of had this game in the bag, 6-0, 7-3, 8-4. I think, you know, they comfortable throughout the T side, and then things start getting scary. I'm really just happy to see that they just continue playing their game, as he said, but like, you know, they're taking map control, they're being proactive, they're trying to search where the Ts are, rotate in time. They didn't try to do anything crazy because they knew what they were trying to do did make sense, but they're losing some duels. The timings were slightly off, and then that is what's not working, not the general approach.
I think that's exactly right, Prof. Talking about the flow of rounds, yeah, ending up 8-4, you know, ahead after that first half, and then getting to 8-8, you know, in those later rounds. As you said, the pressure really builds there, and to be able to handle the pressure, lose some rounds, and then bounce back and take the win. Yeah, good signs for Bait.
Yeah, amazing. Amazing for them. I think a super young team, once again, 20 years of age, 20 and a half. So for them to go into their arena now, they qualified for the major. They're just building as a unit and showing that they do have good fundamentals. They have good players across the board. Kenzizor, once again, stepped up here, but didn't have like a great tournament until this point. Maybe he's, you know, one of the players that NPL was kind of talking, you know, some of us. He's a player that should be delivering. Once again, first half, 5 opening kills. You know, that's just like on Inferno, just an amazing way to set up your team for success.
Absolutely. Final few replay rounds now, Prof.
Yeah, here we go, match point.
We can begin closing things out.
Yeah, this was the. Yeah, that's the round. That's the kill there from Bibu. He had that one in the bag, but not to pan out. Osama's definitely recovered after the first horrible map, but not enough.
Yeah. All right. Well, yeah, that will be it from us. I think we can close things out. It would be great if we could bring up a bracket, but I don't think that's ready. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure like how it's going to be decided, because we know that two teams that went flawless are going to be on separate sides of the bracket. So it's going to be Big and Heroic, and then Genghis Warriors and Bait we're going to be playing against each, but I don't know who against who in that scenario.
I'm just giving a little bit of time to see if we can get that information before we close things out. But Prof, nice third day of the tournament. Yeah, we're having a great time here at MESA Nomadic Masters Spring 2025. This is the end of our third day, and from tomorrow we move into the arena.
Yeah, just like that, we will be in the arena. We'll have a signing session tomorrow.
Oh yes,
we will. This is my first signing session. Did you have a signing session before?
Yes, many times. It's going to be awesome.
Many times, okay.
It's going to be awesome to have you involved. And yeah, we also have, of course, a big show match happening on Sunday as well. Mongols versus Mongols. We talked about that yesterday. So the current Mongols players, and then all Mongols players that have come and gone. And so I don't know the exact lineups right now. I'm not sure if those have been announced.
Yeah, I think they're on Twitter for MESA. You can find them there.
Yeah, head on over to MESA.hq on Twitter. I'm not getting any word in my ear about the bracket, so I'm assuming we can close out the show. Okay, yes, we can end it. This is it, everybody. We're heading into the playoffs now of MESA Nomadic Masters Spring 2025, and it is an arena show. The playoffs are going to be spectacular. Make sure you tune in from tomorrow. We will see you there.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.